Chapter 2008. Wei Shuo, the 15th floor, was much more dangerous than the 11th floor. As soon as Zhuowen exited, he discovered that the surrounding area was filled with strange beasts. Zhuowen was familiar with the gallows and blade-piercing beasts. If he wasn't careful, he might be targeted by these strange beasts. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was much stronger. Originally, when he entered the 11th floor, his spiritual space had formed a galaxy. Now that he had entered the 15th floor, his spiritual space had undergone another transformation, giving birth to 2 galaxies. His divine sense had become even more powerful. Although the 15th floor was much more dangerous, Zhuowen relied on his powerful divine sense to avoid the nearby dangers in advance. Zhuowen even sensed other cultivators on the 15th floor within the range of his divine sense. These cultivators were also very strong, but they didn't notice Zhuowen's divine sense probing. Devil Fall Valley was located in the deepest part of the 15th floor. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. Is this Devil Fall Valley? Zhuowen stood outside Devil Fall Valley, looking at the incomparably huge valley in front of him with vigilance. The Devil Fall Valley's demonic qi was very dense. The entire Devil Fall Valley was shrouded in demonic qi, gloomy and terrifying. "Brother, are you also planning to enter Devil Fall Valley?" A calm voice sounded from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw a scholarly man standing quietly, looking at him with a smile. Behind the scholarly man were 2 women. These 2 female cultivators were good-looking and had enchanting figures. At first glance, one would have improper thoughts. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm not too familiar with Devil Fall Valley. I don't know how to enter." The scholarly man's expression softened, and he said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Brother, come with me. I know the entrance to Devil Fall Valley. Moreover, the calamity crystals in this valley are much more abundant than the outside world. Once you enter Devil Fall Valley, you won't be disappointed." Zhuowen frowned. Although this scholarly man didn't reveal his aura, Zhuowen could feel that this person wasn't ordinary. For such a figure to invite him so warmly, there must be something behind it. "I am Wei Shuo of the Devil Pearl sect. I hope you can give me some face," the scholarly man said with a faint smile. Zhuowen originally intended to refuse, but after this person said his name, Zhuowen slowly narrowed his eyes and sized up the elegant man in front of him. Previously, when he had killed Lu Guang of the Devil Pearl sect on the 10th floor, Lu Guang seemed to have mentioned the name Wei Shuo, and this Wei Shuo was the strongest genius of the Devil Pearl sect. Furthermore, that Wei Shuo was also the indirect culprit behind the imprisonment of Heavenly Devil Islands, Yushan in Devil Fall Valley. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said solemnly, "I am Zhuowen." Zhuowen glanced at the 2 female cultivators beside Wei Shuo. Only now did he notice that there wasn't the slightest hint of intelligence in their beautiful eyes. Their bodies were filled with dense devil qi, as if they were walking corpses. Devil puppets! Zhuowen said in his heart. Zhuowen had heard of devil puppets from Mo Fan before. It was said that they were a type of puppet that used devil qi to forcibly refine a living person into a mindless puppet, equivalent to a living corpse. The cultivators of Heavenly Devil Island were not bad. Basically, they didn't know how to refine devil puppets. After all, this secret technique was simply too vicious. However, Heavenly Devil Island's enemy, the Devil Pearl sect, was very popular with this kind of vicious secret technique. However, the success rate of this technique was very low. Even the Devil Pearl sect didn't have many devil puppets. This Wei Shuo alone had 2 devil puppets. It was clear that the Devil Pearl sect valued him greatly. So, it's little brother Zhuo. I believe that little brother Zhuo came to Devil Fall Valley for the place where that Devil Dao expert died, right? Wei Shuo didn't mind Zhuowen's strange gaze at devil puppets and laughed. Could it be that Brother Wei knows where that Devil Dao expert is? Zhuowen said with a hint of sarcasm. If Wei Shuo knew, why would he come out and tell an outsider like him? Wei Shuo smiled faintly and said, "You're right. I do know where the Devil Dao expert fell, but I can't enter that place by myself. I need to find a cultivator whose strength is similar to mine. Only by working together can we break the restriction and enter." Zhuowen sneered. "Brother Wei, I'm just a true god of two disasters. The gap between you and me isn't small. Do you think I can help?" Wei Shuo smiled. "Brother Zhuo, you're too modest. Those who can enter the 15th level and reach the outskirts of Devil Fall Valley aren't simple people. Moreover, I see that Brother Zhuo's body is spotless. There aren't any traces of battle. It's obvious that you didn't encounter any strange beasts on your way to Devil Fall Valley. Or rather, you perfectly avoided all the strange beasts along the way. And to be able to do this, your divine sense must be far more powerful than we can imagine. Brother Zhuo, do you agree with what I said?" Zhuowen looked deeply at Wei Shuo. This person was very scheming and had amazing observation skills. He was able to deduce Zhuowen's divine sense just by looking at Zhuowen's condition. He really wasn't simple. However, Zhuowen was very suspicious of Wei Shuo's intentions. He had heard from Mo Fan that the supreme expert of the Devil Dao who had fallen in Devil Fall Valley was very powerful, and his inheritance was a precious treasure that countless cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, Devil Fall Valley had stood on the 15th level for countless years. No one had ever obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. Most of them died or were injured. However, Zhuowen still decided to follow Wei Shuo into Devil Fall Valley, although the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him had indicated Yushan's location. That was within the Devil Fall Valley. Now, that Zhuowen could not even find the entrance to the Devil Fall Valley. How was he going to enter and find Yushan? If it weren't for Yushan's Big Dipper demonic fire, Zhuowen wouldn't have bothered to waste his time here. Brother Wei's observation skills are very meticulous. I admire you. If what Brother Wei said is true, then you can find the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. However, there is only one inheritance, and there are two of us. How should we split it?" Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Shuo said indifferently. "It's very simple. This kind of thing belongs to the capable. When the time comes, it will depend on our own abilities." "Good. Then it's decided." To Wei Shuo's surprise, Zhuowen agreed without hesitation. "Let's enter Devil Fall Valley first. The restrictions here are extremely terrifying. If we take a wrong step, we might trigger a terrifying attack from Devil Fall Valley. When that happens, we'll be in trouble." Wei Shuo reminded Zhuowen seriously. Then, he led Zhuowen into the entrance of Devil Fall Valley. Following the entrance, they walked into the depths of Devil Fall Valley. Behind the entrance of Devil Fall Valley was a small forest path. Surrounding the path was a dense devil chi that could corrode one's bones. This devil chi was extremely terrifying. If it entered a cultivator's body, it could instantly cause them to lose their mind and turn them into a bloodthirsty demon. It seems that the restrictions around this forest path were set up by Wei Shuo. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He was already a divine array master, so he naturally had a unique understanding of restrictions. With a single glance, he could tell that the forest path was set up by a formation. The two of them walked silently along the forest path. Wei Shuo would occasionally strike up a conversation with Zhuowen, but Zhuowen would always remain silent. Currently, he was silently checking the jade slips in his spirit ring with his consciousness. He found that the two of them were getting closer and closer to Yushan's location. "Brother Zhuo, up ahead is the Demon God Cliff. Below the cliff, there are cultivators who have lost their way because of the Devil Chi in Devil Fall Valley. I call them the Lost Ones. You have to be careful," Wei Shuo suddenly said solemnly. The two of them came to the front. Zhuowen found that there was indeed a cliff in front of them. The bottom of the cliff was filled with rolling black devil chi. There were layers upon layers of devil chi. It looked extremely strange. Wei Shuo formed a seal with both hands and immediately took out a black iron chain from his spirit ring. This iron chain was filled with devil chi and looked extremely terrifying. Wei Shuo swung his right hand. The sharp end of the iron chain shot out and heavily nailed itself to the cliff wall opposite them. Then Wei Shuo used all his strength to nail the iron chain into the cliff wall beneath his feet. Let's go over. But when we go over, we have to be careful. The lost ones below will attack any living thing that crosses the cliff. Wei Shuo reminded. Then, with a kick of his right foot, he quickly flew toward the other side of the cliff. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. His speed was extremely fast, but he soon found that something was wrong. The pressure around them suddenly increased. The devil chi below the cliff was rolling like waves. Then, one devil shadow after another shot out like arrows. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Wei Shuo's gaze was calm. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out 2 thin threads. Then, they entered the bodies of the 2 devil puppets behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 2009. Ambush. Wei Shuo's 2 demonic puppets were very powerful. With them around, Wei Shuo only needed to control the threads connecting them. Wei Shuo slowly advanced. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhuo when wielding the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword. With a single slash, the sword light was like water, dispersing all of the incoming demonic shadows. This person is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps with him, I might really be able to enter that place. Originally, I thought that Yu Shan would be able to open that place. But sadly, that Yu Shan was too disappointing. She was still lacking by a bit. Wei Shuo nodded his head as he thought to himself. The cliff was quite far away, and the number of demonic shadows was increasing. Therefore, Wei Shuo and Zhuowen's speed was not fast. In the latter half of the journey, there are simply too many demonic shadows. Wei Shuo's 2 demonic puppets were also having a hard time resisting them. Wei Shuo had no choice but to summon his divine tools to relieve the pressure on the 2 demonic puppets. As for Zhuowen, he summoned the 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword. Numerous vortexes of killing intent surrounded his body. Any demonic shadow that charged at him was crushed to pieces by the vortexes of killing intent. Before long, the 2 successfully reached the other side of the cliff. Brother Zhuo, I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed very strong. Wei Shuo glanced at the embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword floating around Zhuowen and said happily. Zhuowen smiled and said, Brother Wei is too polite. Compared to Brother Wei, I'm just a little child in the presence of a great one. Wei Shuo waved his hand and said, Brother Zhuo is too modest. With your help, entering the land of inheritance in the depths of Devilfall Valley will be absolutely safe. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Just now, he had checked the jade slip in his spirit ring and found that the path Wei Shuo had taken just happened to lead him to Yu Shan's location. Although he did not know why Yu Shan was trapped in Devilfall Valley for so long, he could guess that it had nothing to do with Wei Shuo in front of him. I hope so. Brother Wei, continue to lead the way. Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Shuo nodded. He didn't say anything else and continued to lead the way. Zhuowen surveyed his surroundings. He knew that Wei Shuo had probably explored this route before. After all, this route was laid down with powerful restrictions. Wei Shuo should also be a powerful god array master. After traveling for about half a day, the 2 of them arrived at an incomparably huge devil lake. Occasionally, terrifying devil shadows would emerge from the devil lake. Clearly, this devil lake was not safe. Wei Shuo looked at Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhuo, this is where my restrictions coordinates are. But according to my calculations, I've discovered that the key to the core of Devilfall Valley is most likely within this demon lake. Key? Zhuowen frowned. Yes, the key. It is said that when that demon Dao expert was defeated by Lord Brahma, he didn't die completely. Before he died, that demon Dao expert sealed himself and buried himself in Devilfall Valley. Moreover, he left behind a palm in the depths of this devil lake. As long as we can find the palm of that demonic Tao expert, we'll be able to follow it into the depths of Devilfall Valley and obtain the inheritance of that demonic Tao expert, Wei Shuo said excitedly. Zhuin's eyes were calm as he said, "How are we going to find that palm? This Devil Lake is so big. Isn't it too difficult to find that demon Tao expert's palm?" "Haha, Brother Zhuo, don't worry. I've already deduced the exact location of that demon Tao expert's palm. However, there is a powerful restriction array there that I can't break through with my strength alone. If the two of us work together, it will be possible," Wei Shuo said confidently. Zhuo nodded and said, "Then let's go down and take a look." Saying so, the two of them didn't hesitate to dive into the Devil Lake. Zhuowen's divine sense was even stronger than Wei Shuo's. The moment he entered the Devil Lake, he discovered that a demon beast 10,000 meters away had discovered the two of them and was rapidly rushing towards them. However, Zhuowen didn't point it out. He wanted to see how far Wei Shuo's divine sense could extend. When the magical beast was only 7 kilometers away from the two of them, Wei Shuo's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Brother Zhuo, not good. There's a powerful magical beast rushing towards us." Zhuowen revealed a confused expression and said in surprise, "Brother Wei, why didn't I notice it?" Wei Shuo glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. After discovering that Zhuowen's divine sense wasn't as strong as his, he calmed down. "There really is a demon beast. What should the two of us do?" Zhuowen immediately pretended to be enlightened and said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly. Fighting in the Devil Lake isn't good for either of us." As Wei Shuo spoke, he took out a streamlined black flying divine tool from his spirit ring and opened the cabin door, saying, "Brother Zhuo, come in. This is a divine tool specially designed to travel through water. Its speed is definitely much faster than that demon beast." The two of them entered the flying divine tool. Soon after, the tail of the flying divine tool spewed out terrifying exhaust fumes, and they instantly disappeared. After diving for about 10,000 meters, Wei Shuo stopped the flying divine tool and sighed softly. "It seems that we've completely shaken off that demon beast." Zhuowen also disembarked from the flying divine tool. Soon after, he discovered that they had already reached the bottom of the lake. At the same time, Zhuowen's divine sense extended outwards and discovered a huge stone statue 10,000 meters away. The statue was of a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His long hair was tied up, and he looked clean and simple. Black light flowed on the surface of the statue. It was obvious that a powerful restriction had been set up. Zhuowen's divine sense was indeed powerful, but it was completely unable to penetrate the restriction and pry into the statue's interior. However, the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him indicated that which Yu Shan's location was within the statue. "Brother Zhuo, that place isn't far from us. Let's go quickly." Wei Shuo's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly flew backwards. Zhuowen silently followed behind him. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the statue. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the statue, he discovered that the statue was tall and majestic. The statue's eyes, in particular, were unruly and filled with a faint, demonic aura, as if they were alive. "Brother Zhuo, if my deduction is correct, that demon Tao expert's palm is hidden within this statue. As you can see, there's an extremely powerful restriction on the surface of this statue. It's difficult for me to blast it open with my strength alone. However, it'll be different if you join us," Wei Shuo said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together to blast open the restriction on this statue." The corners of Wei Shuo's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "The two of us will blast open the restriction together. I'll take the front. Brother Zhuo, I'll have to trouble you to take the back." Zhuowen waved his hand and walked behind the statue. However, his eyes were extremely vigilant. "Begin." As Wei Shuo spoke, he directed the two demon puppets to blast towards the front of the statue. Zhuowen's brows slightly furrowed. He directed the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos to blast the back of the statue with a killing intent vortex. What surprised Zhuowen was that the restriction on the surface of the statue was indeed very powerful. When the killing intent vortex blasted the surface of the statue, it did not affect the restriction in the slightest. Just as Zhuowen was wondering if he should increase the power of his attack, a black hole that was several feet wide suddenly appeared at the back of the statue. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole. Zhuowen felt his body being sucked towards the black hole uncontrollably. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 whooshing sounds came from both sides of Zhuowen. Shortly after, Zhuowen's face turned gloomy as he realized that Wei Shua's 2 demon puppets were attacking him from both sides. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately released devouring vortex to resist the terrifying suction force coming from the back of the statue. At the same time, Zhuowen once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos from his spirit ring. They turned into 2 killing intent vortexes and blocked the attacks of the demon puppets from both sides. Why? Zhuowen calmly asked. Wei Shua leaped into the air, appearing in the air above Zhuowen. He looked at the devouring vortex summoned by Zhua when in astonishment and sneered, "No reason. I just want to borrow your life." As he spoke, Wei Shua took out a command medallion. He pointed his sword finger at the medallion, and the ghost face on the medallion's surface began to distort. Abruptly, it shot out from the medallion and transformed into a gigantic evil spirit that pounced toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos and heavily smashed them on the evil spirit, stopping it in its tracks. "You still have more. You have quite a lot of primitive demon gold on you. You can actually refine 36 sword embryos at the same time. However, they will soon be mine." Wei Shua grinned. He didn't mind that Zhuowen had blocked the evil ghosts he had summoned. With a wave of his sleeve, he actually summoned 49 array flags. The array flags quickly arranged themselves. Then, they suddenly burst into flames. The flames were purple in color. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding demon lake water retreated. Some of it was even burned into steam by the purple flames. It was clear how terrifying the purple flames were. "You can obediently become the sacrifice of this stone statue. I will take your spirit ring." Wei Shua controlled the purple flames and rushed towards Zhuowen's chest. Meanwhile, his right hand reached for the spirit ring on Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen's eyes were serious. He did not expect Wei Shua to have such a terrifying purple flame. With no other choice, Zhuowen opened his heavenly thunder eye and released a pitch-black bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The bolt of lightning made an ear-piercing sound the moment it collided with the purple flames. Then the two began to madly entangle each other as if they were natural enemies. Boom! In the end, the purple flames and the bolt of lightning exploded. The terrifying shockwave created a huge circular vacuum at the bottom of the demon lake. Countless amounts of demon lake water were pushed to the sides like a storm. Zhuowen clearly did not expect the collision of the purple flames and the bolt of lightning to create such a terrifying explosion. Caught off guard, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain the devouring whirlpool, he was sucked into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. However, the moment he entered the black hole, Zhuowen immediately grabbed the right leg of Wei Shua, who was desperately trying to escape the suction. "Bastard, let go of me." Wei Shua's eyes were scarlet. He was also deeply affected by the explosion. At this moment, he was seriously injured and could not break free from Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and pulled the two of them into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. Chapter 2010. Loch Ness. This was a black desert with a black sun hovering above it. Both the desert and the sun emitted a terrifying demonic aura, which was like a raging flame that roasted a cultivator's will. Zhuowen stood up from a small sand dune, his face extremely gloomy. He found that he couldn't use his divine sense in this place, and he couldn't even mobilize his god power. Since he couldn't use his divine sense, it meant that he couldn't open the spirit ring. Moreover, since he couldn't use his god power, Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. This place should be suitable for Devour's doppelganger. It's a pity that his doppelganger is still in the spirit ring. Zhuowen muttered bitterly. Although Zhuowen's main body had cultivated the indestructible body refining divine ability, this kind of body refining divine ability required the support of God power. In other words, all of Zhuowen's body refining divine arts required the support of the corresponding energy. Now that Zhuowen couldn't mobilize the energy in his body, it meant that his body refining divine ability couldn't be used. The only fortunate thing was that Zhuowen's physique was much stronger than an ordinary person's, and his strength was also far superior. Walking silently through the desert, Zhuowen didn't see Wei Shuo. Obviously, Wei Shuo had fallen somewhere else in this desert. After a month, Zhuowen's mouth and tongue were dry, and his body was powerless. Since he couldn't use his divine sense and god power, Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. Originally, he was a true god who didn't eat the food of mortals and didn't eat for many years. However, without his divine sense and god power, he had to consume energy just by relying on his physical strength. Since he couldn't use his god power, this energy had to be absorbed from the outside world. Therefore, after walking for 10 days, Zhuowen found himself hungry and thirsty. His body was weak, and he couldn't exert any strength. Moreover, Zhuowen's clothes and hair had become extremely dirty and messy. If it was in the past, he would have been able to clean his entire body with just a thought. Unfortunately, there was no water now, so he could not even take care of himself. It's been a long time since I had this feeling. Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time Zhuowen had such an unbearable feeling of hunger and thirst. Plop! Zhuowen suddenly missed a step. Only then did he realize that there was a small sand dune in front of him. He rolled down the sand dune in an extremely embarrassing manner. Struggling to stand up, Zhuowen found that there was a small pool in front of him. "Water! Water!" Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he struggled to crawl towards the small pool in front of him. Now, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with water, and he neglected the many thatched huts around the small pool. Whoosh! A spear quickly flew over and stabbed into the ground in front of Zhuowen, raising a cloud of sand that blocked Zhuowen's line of sight. At this moment, Zhuowen was too weak to care about the sand splashing on his face. His gaze was fixed on the small pool in front of him. More than 10 strong men rushed out from the surrounding buildings and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen struggled to raise his head and looked through the shadows of these strong men. He vaguely saw a young woman with wheat-colored skin slowly walking over. Zhuowen's eyelids were too heavy. He didn't have time to see the woman's face clearly before he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. Before he lost consciousness, Zhuowen vaguely heard an indifferent female voice. "Take him back and lock him up. It just so happens that Loch Ness is about to rise. We need a sacrifice to appease the water god's anger." Zhuowen slowly woke up and found himself trapped in front of a bonfire. The sky had unknowingly turned dark. Around the bonfire, more than 10 men danced around him, chanting in a language he didn't understand. In front of the bonfire was a small pool, followed by a shabby thatched hut. Next to the hut, the old, the weak, the women, and the children silently looked at the bonfire. Just as Zhuowen wanted to continue observing, a cool breeze came from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, a young woman was holding a water bag and pouring water into his mouth. "You're a precious sacrifice. I can't let you die of thirst." After she finished speaking, the woman put away the water bag and walked to the center of the bonfire. Zhuowen calmly looked at the woman. He was sure that this was the young woman he saw before he lost consciousness. Zhuowen looked up at the sky with a grave expression. At first, he didn't know where he was, but now he realized that this place was a terrifying formation. Inside this formation, no energy of any nature could be used. Even if you were an incomparably noble void sky cultivator, you would still become a worthless mortal in this place. What a powerful Devil Dao expert. He was actually able to set up such a terrifying formation. I wonder how I can escape from this place? Zhuowen pondered. He knew that the first thing he needed to do was to use his divine sense. After all, if he couldn't use his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to open his spirit ring. Once he opened his spirit ring, Zhuowen would have nothing to fear. In this place where he couldn't use any energy, any divine tool in his spirit ring was a supreme weapon. "It's time to go to Loch Ness," the young woman said indifferently. The dozen or so burly men around the bonfire immediately gathered around Zhuowen. They lifted Zhuowen up and walked towards the small pond. Zhuowen discovered that there was a very long and wide gully in front of the small pond. The pond's water came from the end of the gully. After crossing a small sand dune, Zhuowen discovered that there was a huge lake under the sand dune. The appearance of such a huge lake in the middle of an endless desert was a very strange thing in itself. "Let's go." The group of people brought Zhuowen to the lakeside. The young woman knelt by the lakeside and softly chanted as if she was praying. "The water god has received my prayer. Throw this sacrifice down." The woman turned around and glanced at Zhuowen. Yes. A burly man swiftly carried Zhuowen and threw him into the lake. Splash! The ice-cold lake water soaked Zhuowen's body. He kept sinking as a suffocating feeling assaulted him. Zhuowen was unable to use any of his strength. Coupled with the fact that his body was tied up, he could only let himself sink. Fortunately, Zhuowen's physique was astonishing. He could hold his breath much longer than ordinary people. He opened his eyes and observed the bottom of the lake. At the same time, he began to think about how to untie the ropes between his hands. The lake was not deep. Soon, Zhuowen reached the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen noticed that there were many small stones piled up at the bottom of the lake. He casually picked up a relatively sharp stone and began to rub it against the ropes between his hands. After a while, the ropes were cut open. He then untied the ropes on his feet. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhuowen was untied, black algae rushed out from the bottom of the lake toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and quickly swam toward the surface of the lake. The algae gave him a strong sense of crisis. His intuition told him that if he fought against it, he would be doomed. Unfortunately, the algae was too fast. In an instant, it wrapped around Zhuowen's right foot and pulled him toward the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen tried to pry it open with both hands. However, the algae was too tough. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. At the same time, he saw a big mouth in the depths of the algae. This big mouth had sharp teeth. If he was swallowed, Zhuowen would die without a doubt. A trace of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Zhuowen's survival instinct kept him swimming upward. But even so, it only slowed down his speed. At the moment of life and death, one of the two galaxies in Zhuowen's divine soul exploded. The terrifying explosion made Zhuowen's divine soul tumble, giving him a splitting headache. The explosion of the divine soul galaxy made Zhuowen's divine soul reach an unprecedented level of strength. Swoosh! Zhuowen immediately summoned the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, slashing it down. The glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword cut the big mouth into halves, and its blood dyed the entire lake bottom. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief and took the glorious amethyst galaxy sword with a bitter smile. Exploding the divine soul galaxy was a desperate move of the celestial star meditation diagram. It could instantly erupt with several times the power of the divine sense, but it was only for a moment. After that moment, the divine sense would weaken. If it weren't a life-or-death crisis, Zhuowen wouldn't have chosen this extreme method. After the galaxy exploded, It meant that his previous efforts to refine his divine soul were all in vain. Moreover, his divine soul would suffer irreparable damage. At that moment, Zhuowen wanted to take out the black-clothed Zhuowen, but he gave up. He guessed that the formation in this place could seal all kinds of energy. Devour's body also needed energy. However, he couldn't use energy in this place, so Devour couldn't be of any use. That was why he chose the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword. Although this sword couldn't be urged by the soul consciousness, which reduced its power, it was still a divine weapon, not an ordinary iron. Even if it didn't need God power or soul consciousness to urge, the sharpness of this sword was absolutely peerless. In this place where energy couldn't be used, this divine weapon was really terrifying. After killing the seaweed monster, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the bottom of the lake. Instead, he grabbed the seaweed and swallowed it whole. After losing his divine power, he had not eaten for a month. He needed to replenish his energy. After eating until he was 80% full, Zhuowen started to swim around the lake bottom. Now that he had the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, he had more courage. He wanted to search the bottom of the lake. Previously, that group of people had called this lake Ness Lake and claimed that this lake had a water god. Moreover, that group of people would rather open a small pond in the distance than live near this lake. This lake wasn't simple at all. All of a sudden, Zhuowen saw a large shadow at the bottom of the lake. The shadow spread faster and faster. Eventually, it dyed the entire lake bottom black. Then, a slit appeared in the center of the shadow, which began to open. Eyes. Chapter 2011. Bloodthirsty lizard the huge, I quietly stared at Zhuowen. Soon after, Zhuowen felt an uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. Go. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of struggle. His hands fiercely moved, and he swam towards the surface of the lake, quickly leaving the bottom. When Zhuowen reached the surface of the lake, the eye at the bottom of the lake closed, and the bottom of the lake returned to its calm state. What was that? That was really close. Zhuowen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Thinking of the huge eye at the bottom of the lake, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although the eye at the bottom of the lake didn't attack him physically, the invisible fear that it brought to Zhuowen was deeply imprinted in his heart the moment he saw it. Zhuowen was sure that the eye at the bottom of the lake wasn't simple. At the same time, Zhuowen was also surprised. The eye gave him such a strong sense of fear, so why didn't it attack him physically? Perhaps the eye was sealed at the bottom of the lake by some kind of powerful force. Zhuowen guessed in a low voice. Moreover, he guessed that the eye was inextricably linked to the almighty demonic cultivator in Devilfall Valley. The sound of water immediately attracted the praying young woman and more than 10 strong men on the shore. What? The sacrifice actually escaped without permission. How did this guy escape? The young woman's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The rest of the strong men looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. When Zhuowen reached the shore, the young woman immediately ordered the strong men behind her to capture Zhuowen again. Unfortunately, Zhuowen, who had solved his hunger and thirst problem, wasn't someone these strong men could capture. Zhuowen grabbed the fist of the brawny man in front of him. Then, with a clench of his fist, he swung the brawny man up and smashed him into the brawny men behind him. In an instant, all the brawny men were knocked to the ground. You. The young woman was shocked. Zhuowen walked in front of the young woman and tore off the clothes on her right arm. Ah, what do you want to do? The young woman cried out in alarm, looking at Zhuowen in horror, her hands clutching her chest. Zhuowen could not be bothered with her. Instead, he tied the torn clothes onto his glorious amethyst galaxy sword and tied it across his chest. The water god actually didn't kill you. You must be the messenger sent by the water god. You must be. The young woman reacted and hurriedly knelt in front of Zhuowen, muttering something. The other 10 or so strong men also knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the woman and the others kneeling on the ground. Weren't these people too superstitious? However, he was indeed curious about the so-called water god in Loch Ness, especially after seeing the strange giant eye. He was even more certain that Loch Ness was not as simple as it seemed. Get up. Tell me about the water god. The water god you speak of, is it the giant eye that appeared at the bottom of the lake? Zhuowen simply laid out his cards. The young woman suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhuowen. She revealed an excited expression and said, "You have indeed seen the water god. You are the second person to see the water god and come out alive. You must be another messenger. You must be." Zhuowen was shocked. It wasn't hard to tell from the woman's words that most sacrifices that were thrown into the Loch Ness were doomed. If he hadn't used that extreme method, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Before him, there was someone who had been thrown into the lake and still came out alive. Could it be Wei Shuo? Who was the first messenger? Zhuowen snorted coldly. The young woman's body trembled as she hurriedly said, "The messenger's name is Yushan. She is a very beautiful woman. Which Yushan is really here?" Zhuowen's eyes lit up. The main reason he had entered the 15th floor was for the Tiangang Devil Fire on Yushan. Mo Fan's Tiangang Devil Fire had already been used by Xiaohe to forge 12 beginning Devil Gold swords. Although the true beginning Devil Gold swords had not been completely forged, from the information that Xiaohe had given him, the power of the beginning Devil Gold swords was definitely much more terrifying than the beginning Devil Gold sword embryos. The sword embryos were already very powerful. If all 48 sword embryos could be forged into true swords, their power would definitely reach an unprecedented level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Then do you know where Yushan is?" The young woman hurriedly said, "Messenger Yushan stayed in our tribe for half a month before heading to Mo Luo City. That's the only city within 100,000 kilometers." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Which Yushan was a peerless genius of the Heavenly Devil Island. Although he had never come into contact with Yushan, it was not difficult for him to tell that Yushan was not ordinary from Mo Fan's words. Since Yushan was heading to Mo Luo City, it should be because Mo Luo City had a way to leave this place. "Do you have a map to Mo Luo City?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. The young woman hurriedly said, "Lord Messenger, don't worry. Our tribe still has a few maps. If you want them, we can give them all to you." "No need. I only need one map." Zhuowen shook his head. Following that, Zhuowen returned to the tribe under Yu Shan's guidance. Zhuowen stayed in the tribe for 3 days. After preparing enough rations and water, he left the tribe under the respectful gazes of the tribe members. In the vast desert, Zhuowen looked at the yellowed map in his hand. The map recorded the route to Mo Luo City. However, what made Zhuowen feel helpless was that the journey to Mo Luo City would take at least 20 days. The rations provided by the tribe were not much. Therefore, Zhuowen had to eat sparingly on the journey. In the desert, Zhuowen walked for 15 days. What made him speechless was that he had already drunk all the water. Now he felt his mouth and tongue dry again. He had brought 3 big water bags with him. Moreover, he didn't drink much each time. Even so, he still finished all of them on the 15th day. This could only mean that he didn't have any experience in surviving in the desert. Before this, he was a supreme cultivator. He didn't have to worry about food and water. Experience in this area was really useless to him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fighting came from afar. Moreover, it was not far away. Zhuowen immediately walked forward. After crossing a small sand dune, he saw a group of carriages fighting with a group of monsters that had drilled out of the sand. These monsters were very strange. They were only half a meter tall and had the appearance of a lizard. They had sharp claws and teeth on their forelegs. They looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Moreover, they were extremely fast. With a leap, they turned into an illusory shadow that was difficult to catch. There weren't many of these monsters. There were only 7 or 8 of them. The carriages had 30 to 40 people. However, they were completely suppressed by these 7 or 8 monsters. There were continuous casualties. What should we do? In the middle of the carriages, 2 women held hands tightly. Their beautiful eyes looked at the casualties around them in fear. Eldest miss, second miss, if the guards really can't hold on, you should leave quickly. A middle-aged man holding a heavy sword stood in front of the 2 women. He was guarding against any danger that might appear around them at any time. Zhuowen's eyes were not on these people. Instead, they fell on the water bags hanging on the carriages. His water bags had long been empty. Now his mouth was dry. He just wanted to drink to his heart's content. At this moment, Zhuowen's mind was only on the water bags on the carriages. As for the guards and the crazy monsters, he had already ignored them. Thinking of this, Zhuowen suddenly rushed out of the sand dune and rushed toward the carriages. Elder sister, look, someone is running over there. In the middle of the carriages, the younger of the 2 women pointed at Zhuowen, who was running from the left. Who is this person? The older woman whispered with a frown. Zhuowen's appearance was not normal. His clothes were tattered and his hair was unkempt. He looked like a beggar. Anyone who saw Zhuowen like this would unconsciously feel disgusted. We don't need to care about this person. It's so dangerous outside. This person will probably be killed by those bloodthirster lizards before he gets close. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Uncle Chin, why don't you go and stop this person? It's so dangerous here. He definitely won't be able to survive if he comes here. The younger woman sighed. The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently and said, If this kind of person dies, then he dies. With the bloodthirster lizards here, he still dares to run here. He's simply courting death. Moreover, our carriages can't even protect ourselves. I have to ensure the safety of the 2 young ladies. How can I abandon you to stop an unrelated person? At this moment, screams continued to sound in front of the carriages. There were originally 30 guards, but now there were only a dozen left. Most of them were injured. Awoo! Zhuowen's rush immediately attracted the attention of the bloodthirster lizards. Immediately, the outermost bloodthirster lizard roared and rushed toward Zhuowen. Its scarlet fangs were aimed at Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen only frowned slightly. At this moment, he only wanted to drink water. Why would he care about the bloodthirster lizard? With a stomp of his right foot, he immediately dodged the bloodthirster lizard's pounce and continued to run forward. Roar! The bloodthirster lizard that missed its target roared unwillingly and jumped again. This time, it directly grabbed at Zhuowen's back, wanting to kill him in one blow. Get lost! Zhuowen was extremely impatient. He pulled out the glorious purple galaxy sword from his back and casually slashed behind him. Pucci! Before the bloodthirster lizard could get close to Zhuowen, it was cut in half. Its dark blood spilled all over the ground. This scene immediately stunned everyone in the carriages. The bloodthirster lizard's scales were extremely tough and invulnerable. This was also the reason why 7 or 8 bloodthirster lizards could suppress more than 30 guards. If they couldn't even break the other party's scales, what was the use of having more people? They were still living targets. Chapter 2012. Moro City Roar. Roar! Roar! The death of the bloodthirster lizard immediately aroused the anger of the other 7 bloodthirster lizards that were attacking the guards. The 7 bloodthirster lizards gave up attacking the guards and rushed toward Zhuowen, their eyes full of killing intent. In their view, a mere human dared to kill their companion. He was simply courting death. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that killing a bloodthirster lizard would arouse public anger. However, now was not the time for him to think about it. The bloodthirster lizard that arrived first had already extended its claws and fangs. Zhuowen swung his sword and easily cut off the claws and fangs of the bloodthirster lizard. Then, the sword changed direction and slashed across the neck of the bloodthirster lizard. Everything was so smooth. After all, Zhuowen was a powerful warrior. Even if he did not rely on his divine sense, his close combat ability was exceptionally terrifying. Pucci! Zhuowen stepped forward step by step. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword seemed to be alive in his hand. Every slash was able to accurately pierce the heart or neck of the bloodthirster lizard and other vital points. Zhuowen only made 7 slashes, and all 7 bloodthirster lizards fell. What? How did this guy do it? Looking at the sloppy young man who killed the bloodthirster lizards like killing chickens, the people in the convoy were shocked. Their faces were full of disbelief. So powerful. The 2 women in the middle of the convoy were even more stunned. Zhuowen did not care about the reactions of the people in the convoy. In an instant, he swept to the front of a wooden cart, took off the water bag on it, and drank heartily. In one breath, Zhuowen drank half the bag and let out a comfortable sigh. I also helped you kill those troublesome guys. Can you give me some water bags and dry food? Zhuowen looked at the people not far away who were still stunned and said lightly. The middle-aged man in front of the 2 women came back to his senses and hurriedly took out several water bags and brocade boxes from the carriage. He respectfully handed them to Zhuowen and said, "Senior, if you want them, please take them." Zhuowen unceremoniously took the water bag and the brocade box. When he opened the brocade box, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the brocade box was actually filled with exquisite pastries. He took a bite and found that the taste was not bad, so he wolfed them down. This caravan obviously had an extraordinary origin. Not only were there so many guards escorting them, but these people were also dressed rather luxuriously, much better than the people of the previous tribe. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, our convoy would be in danger. If Senior doesn't mind, can you come to Maluo City's Marquis Jinyan's mansion for a visit? The 2 women behind the middle-aged man also came forward. The older woman said in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Maluo City?" Zhuowen revealed a pondering expression and nodded. "I just happened to be going to Maluo City as well. I can go take a look." The woman revealed a delighted expression when she saw Zhuowen agree, and she hurriedly said, "My name is Feng Lingmei, and this is my younger sister, Feng Lingyu. Both of us were born in Marquis Jinyun's mansion." Zhuowen interrupted Feng Lingmei impatiently and said, "All right, the introduction ends here. Since it's on the way, you can just take me to Maluo City." Feng Lingmei revealed an embarrassed expression, but she understood the general situation. She cupped her hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Chin, clear a seat in the carriage for the senior." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he said politely to Zhuowen, "Senior, follow me." After the middle-aged man arranged a seat for Zhuowen, he returned and said in a deep voice, "Young miss, this person seems to be difficult to serve." Moreover, he was so rude to young miss. Feng Lingmei shook her head. "You don't have to worry about this matter. This person is able to easily kill a bloodthirster lizard, and his martial arts are superb. If we're able to rope in such a talent, Father will have more confidence in competing for the position of Maluo City City Lord." The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Young miss, I feel that the reason this person was able to kill a bloodthirster lizard is mainly because of the sword on his body. That sword is absolutely the first time I've seen a weapon that can so easily break through a bloodthirster lizard's defense. Even the Marquis sword is far inferior to the sharpness of the sword on his body." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes focused. She had never practiced martial arts, so she naturally didn't know about these matters of battle. Earlier, when Zhuowen easily killed a bloodthirster lizard, she thought that it was because of Zhuowen's strength. She never imagined that it was because of the sword on his body. Then how's his martial arts? How is he compared to Father? Feng Lingmei asked. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "If the Marquis had that sword, he would be even stronger than this person." Feng Lingmei took a deep breath and said, "We'll discuss this matter with Father after we return to Maluo City." Now that this person has that divine weapon, we're no match for him. We'll follow Father's arrangements for our next actions." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "I understand. However, after we return to Maluo City, it's best that we keep a close eye on this person." Zhou naturally didn't know about the conversation between the middle-aged man and Feng Lingmei. Currently, he was thinking about how to find Yushan after entering Maluo City and how to leave this place. However, before Zhou could continue thinking, Feng Lingmei brought the middle-aged man to the front of his carriage. "What's the matter?" Zhou asked coldly. Feng Lingmei pointed at the middle-aged man's hand behind her, where the bloodthirster lizard scales and black round beads were piled up. "Senior, these bloodthirster lizards were all killed by you. Their scales and beast cores can be sold for a good price in Maluo City. We don't dare to be greedy, so we'll give them all to Senior," Feng Lingmei said with a smile. Zhou didn't know the currency of Maluo City, so it wasn't good for him to give a price. He said indifferently, "Give me a price." Feng Lingmei smiled charmingly and said, "Since that's the case, we won't let Senior suffer a loss. I've calculated the price of these bloodthirster, lizard, scales, and beast cores. They're worth 100,000 crystal stones." After she finished speaking, 10 guards walked out from behind Feng Lingmei, and each of them carried a large chest that was half the height of a person. Under Feng Lingmei's command, the 10 chests were opened and thumb-sized black crystal stones were arranged inside. Disaster crystal stones? Zhou eyes narrowed slightly and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the currency of this place was actually disaster crystal stones. Moreover, Feng Lingmei took out 100,000 disaster crystal stones in one go. It could be seen that this kind of disaster crystal stones, which were extremely important to true gods, must be very abundant in this place. Moreover, this 100,000 disaster crystal stones was the most Zhou had obtained so far. He didn't expect that he would obtain so many disaster crystal stones not long after arriving here. What Wei Shuoyo said was right. It was really easy to obtain disaster crystal stones in Devilfall Valley. In this place where divine power and divine sense couldn't be used, Zhou, who had a divine tool like glorious amethyst galaxy sword, was absolutely invincible. As long as Zhou came out to hunt more bloodthirster lizards or other monsters, it really wouldn't be difficult to earn disaster crystal stones. "Help me put them in a truck. When we return to Maluo City, give me the truck. Also, if you have clean clothes, give me a set," Zhou said indifferently. Feng Lingmei was very decisive in her actions and quickly completed all of Zhou's requests. The convoy advanced in the desert for about 10 days before arriving at Maluo City. Maluo City was quite large, but the surrounding rocks had many marks because of the perennial wind and sand, showing the vicissitudes of time. Feng Lingmei's identity wasn't ordinary, so entering Maluo City naturally wasn't a problem. After entering the city, Zhou took the truck with 100,000 disaster crystal stones and parted ways with Feng Lingmei's convoy. "Uncle Qin, send a clever person to follow this person and find out his address in Maluo City," Feng Lingmei said coldly. The middle-aged man nodded and gave a man in the convoy a look. Then the group left this place. Zhou casually found an inn, paid a certain amount of disaster crystal stones, and checked into the inn's best room. At the same time, he moved all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into the room. Now, Zhou couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of divine sense. If he could use his divine sense now, he could put all 10 boxes of disaster crystal stones into his spirit ring without having to go through so much trouble. After checking into the room, Zhou suddenly had an idea. The energy contained in the disaster crystal stones could enhance the divine power of a true god and increase disaster resistance. Now that his divine power and divine sense were sealed, would absorbing the disaster crystal stones still have any effect? Thinking of this, Zhou immediately opened one of the boxes, took out the disaster crystal stones inside, and began to absorb the energy inside. To Zhuowen's surprise, he could indeed absorb the energy inside the disaster crystal stones, but the divine power in his body didn't loosen in the slightest. How come there's another galaxy in my spiritual space? I clearly detonated a divine soul galaxy, didn't I? Zhuowen put down the disaster crystal stones that he had absorbed and suddenly found that there were 2 galaxies in his spiritual space. He just remembered that in the Loch Ness before, in order to avoid the attack of the algae, he detonated a galaxy. In theory, there should only be 1 galaxy, but now there was another one. This was really strange. Is it because of the disaster crystal stones? Zhuowen looked at the calamity crystal in his hand, but he quickly rejected this idea. If the calamity crystal could increase one's divine soul, then he would have already done so. It was impossible for him to absorb a calamity crystal here and restore his divine soul. Is it because of the strange algae in the Loch Ness? Zhuowen remembered that in the Loch Ness before, he cut off the strange algae that almost swallowed him. At that time, he was hungry and thirsty, so he ate some of the algae to satisfy his hunger. Originally, he didn't care much about it, but he didn't expect that his divine soul would recover. Moreover, he keenly felt that his divine soul had strengthened a lot. That algae is definitely not simple. Is it a treasure that can enhance the divine soul? Chapter 2013. Biting the hand that feeds him at this moment, Zhuowen was somewhat regretful. At that time, he only ate the algae to satisfy his hunger. After eating it, he didn't pay attention to the changes in his divine soul. After all, he couldn't use his divine sense. So how could Zhuowen pay attention to his divine soul? This time, if it weren't for absorbing the disaster crystal, Zhuowen wouldn't have noticed the sudden strengthening of his divine soul. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to explore the Ness Lake. At that time, there was a lot of algae at the bottom of the lake. He just casually grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, but there was still a lot left. If he could absorb all of the algae, perhaps Zhuowen's divine sense really could undergo a transformation. Zhuowen calmed his mind and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the disaster crystal. Now it was useless to regret. He had to first confirm whether absorbing the disaster crystal would allow him to break through the seal and use his divine power. 3 days later, Zhuowen looked at the half-full box of disaster crystal in front of him and somewhat dejectedly put down the disaster crystal in his hand. In these 3 days, he had absorbed almost half of the disaster crystal. He did feel that the divine power in his body was growing, but whenever he wanted to circulate his divine power, he felt powerless. He knew that his divine power was growing with the help of the disaster crystal, but he couldn't use it at all. Zhuowen opened the window and looked at the sky. With his current level of array formations, he could barely see that the whole sky was formed by a powerful array formation, but this array formation was too powerful. He couldn't see through it, let alone break it. Unless I can find the core of this array formation, it's basically impossible to break it. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The moment Zhuowen lowered his head, he immediately noticed a sneaky figure looking in his direction from the entrance of an alley below. Perhaps noticing Zhuowen's gaze, this person hurriedly shrank back into the alley and didn't dare to come out again. Zhuowen revealed a pondering look. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he closed the window. Soon, Zhuowen found a piece of paper in the corner of the door. Picking it up, there was only one sentence inside. You have already been targeted. If you want to save yourself, come to the forest in the western part of the city tonight. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then burned the note. Within the marquee of Jinyun's estate, Feng Lingmei looked at the middle-aged man before her and said, Uncle Qin, you're saying that our people were discovered by Zhuowen. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Zhuowen did discover the people who were tailing us. I'm afraid that he will suspect us. If you suspect me, then so be it. Father will come out of seclusion very soon. That weapon can only display its greatest power in Father's hands. At that time, We will send someone to have Zhuowen name a price. Our Jinyan Marquis residence will take the treasured sword on his body." Feng Lingmei coldly said, "Elder sister, father has already come out of seclusion." Feng Lingyu ran out from the hall and said happily. Feng Lingmei said happily, "Really? I'll go see my father now." Within the inn, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He then opened the window and indifferently looked at a pair of heavily armored soldiers walking down the street. In front of the soldiers, Feng Lingmei and a sturdy middle-aged man were riding a tall horse side by side. Feng Lingmei raised her head and smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. "Senior Zhuowen, can you come down for a chat?" Zhuowen's face was expressionless. Soon after, he silently walked down the inn and came to the street. Within the inn, everyone was already in a state of panic. Everyone silently stood within the inn, not daring to act rashly, because the person who came today was the Marquis of the Jinyun Marquis residence, Feng Yong. The Jinyun Marquis residence's power in Luo City was second only to the city lord. Moreover, the difference was not big. They were the most favorable competitors for the new city lord. Their power in Luo City was deeply rooted. Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. His gaze fell on the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said indifferently, "I heard that this brave warrior saved my 2 daughters. I am truly grateful. Men, come and bring the prepared gifts." Soon after, more than 10 soldiers came from behind Feng Yong. They carried more than 10 large chests and opened all of them. Inside the chests were embroidered clothes, satin, precious jewels, jewelry, and many other things that Zhuowen had never seen before. Moreover, Zhuowen also found 2 chests of calamity crystal cores. These 2 chests did not contain calamity crystal stones, but calamity crystal cores that were even more precious than calamity crystal stones. Generally speaking, calamity crystal cores should only be taken out from the bodies of powerful strange beasts. And the strange beasts in the trial grounds were all very powerful. In this world where even divine power could not be used, everyone was just a group of mortals. How did they obtain these calamity crystal cores? When Feng Yong took out his rewards, many people on both sides of the street revealed envious expressions. Zhuowen only cupped his hands indifferently and said, "Then many thanks to the Marquis." "Haha, brave warrior is too polite." Feng Yong laughed and immediately pointed to the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuowen's back and said, "I heard that the long sword on the back of brave warrior can cut through iron like mud. Can you let this Marquis take a look?" Zhuowen sneered in his heart and waved his hand. "Marquis, it's not that I don't want to let you see, but I can't easily take off this long sword. Once I take it off, it will definitely draw blood." Feng Yong nodded and immediately grabbed a soldier beside him. With a tear of his hands, he tore the soldier in half and said with a smile, "Now that it's drawn blood, I think brave warrior can take it off, right?" Zhuowen slightly frowned and shook his head. "When I said draw blood, it's not like what the Marquis is doing now." Feng Yong's eyes became cold and he said indifferently, "It seems like brave warrior is looking down on this Marquis. You don't want to give this Marquis face, right?" Feng Lingmei quickly said with a smile, "Senior Zhua, you might not know my father's hobby. He likes all kinds of divine weapons. What's the harm in letting him see it? If you don't mind, you can also name a price. Our Marquis Jinyun's mansion is one of the top forces in Luo City." Zhuowen sneered even more in his heart. This Feng Lingmei was openly threatening him. He had saved Feng Lingmei's entire caravan before, but this woman was now repaying kindness with enmity. Feng Lingmei and Feng Yong looked down at Zhuowen from high above. In their opinion, this Zhuowen would submit. "Get lost. What I hate the most in my life is being threatened," Zhuowen said coldly. At this moment, the street was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was looking at Zhuowen strangely. Even Feng Yong and Feng Lingmei had the same expression. "Haha, You really refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Feng Yong was so angry that he laughed. Unfortunately, just as he laughed, the front leg of the horse he was sitting on was cut off. It knelt on the ground with a plop. Feng Yong's body stiffened, and he jumped off the horse in a sorry state. When Feng Yong came back to his senses, Zhuowen's glorious amethyst galaxy sword had already landed on his right arm. Pucci! Feng Yong's right arm was instantly cut off. Feng Yong screamed. When he wanted to retreat, Zhuowen changed the direction of his sword and cut off both of Feng Yong's legs. Feng Yong didn't expect that Zhuowen would attack without even saying a word. In addition, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was too sharp. Although he used his inner qi to resist, it was simply like an egg hitting a rock. The surrounding heavy-armored soldiers reacted one after another and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. He lifted Feng Yong and said coldly, "All of you get lost. Otherwise, your marquis will really die in my hands." Feng Yong also realized that something was wrong. He quickly shouted at the soldiers to stay away. Carrying Feng Yong, Zhuowen left the place in an extremely carefree manner, and the heavy-armored soldiers could only watch as Zhuowen disappeared from their line of sight. This was a woodshed. Feng Yong looked at the youth in front of him in fear. His whole body trembled. He didn't expect this kid to be so unbridled and powerful. After Zhuowen stopped the bleeding from Feng Yong's wounds, he tied him up. Although Feng Yong's legs were cut off and it was difficult for him to walk, he still tied him up just in case. Night fell. After the third watch, Zhuowen left the woodshed and came to the forest in the west of the city. "You really came on time. I didn't expect you to capture the Marquis of the Jinyun Marquis Mansion the moment you arrived in Maluo City." A cold voice came from the forest in front of him. A graceful figure walked out from the depths of the forest. The person who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a woman with black hair and eyes. She was dressed in black and had a demonic aura around her. This woman's beauty was inferior to Yin Chiyu's, but she had a unique charm. She was like a leopard in the rainforest. She had a demonic and wild beauty. "Which Yu Shan?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. When he received the paper, Zhuowen had already guessed it. "I didn't expect you to be able to enter the 15th floor. You really surprised me. However, I'm a little puzzled. How did Wei Shuo set his eyes on you? That guy's taste is very picky. He definitely won't make up the numbers." Yu Shan looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and smiled. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "The reason I came to the 15th floor was because Brother Mo Fan asked me to find you. As for whether you believe me or not, it's none of my business." "That's right. That Wei Shuo did trick me. However, he's not much better. At this moment, that Wei Shuo should also be in this strange world." Yu Shan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She said in a deep voice, "You're saying that Wei Shuo also entered this place of his own accord? That's impossible. This is not a good place. That Wei Shuo would never enter this place. I was the one who pulled that guy in. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have obediently come in by himself," Zhuowen said indifferently. Yu Shan looked at Zhuowen carefully again. She began to seriously examine the young man in front of her. When she was at Dongyu Square, she remembered that this person was only a calamity true god. Although she couldn't use her divine sense now, she could see that Zhuowen's cultivation was definitely not above the void sky realm. Although the trial grounds were special, she knew very well how strong Wei Shuo was. No matter how strong the divine sense of a cultivator below the void sky realm was, it couldn't be that much stronger, let alone be a match for Wei Shuo. Chapter 2014. Re-entering Loch Ness, Senior Brother Mo Fan, are you all right? Yu Shan asked. Although Yu Shan couldn't tell if Zhuowen was telling the truth, she knew that since Zhuowen knew about Mo Fan, he must have come here because of Mo Fan. Brother Mo Fan is fine. By the way, I heard from Brother Mo Fan that you have the heavenly demonic fire? Zhuowen suddenly stared at Yu Shan and asked. Yu Shan's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, What? You want to take the heavenly demonic fire from me? Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Miss Yushan, you misunderstood. I just wanted to say that if you really do have the heavenly demonic fire, I would like to exchange it with you. Yushan still sneered and said, Exchange? Do you know how precious the heavenly demonic fire is? Moreover, divine sense can't be used here. Even if you want to exchange it, you'll have to wait until we get out of here. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Yushan and said, Could it be that Miss Yushan is interested in leaving this place? Zhuowen knew that Yushan wouldn't invite him out for a secret meeting for no reason. There was only one possibility. Yushan must have something important to discuss with him. You should be a divine array master, right? What grade are you? Yushan suddenly asked. 2nd grade divine array master. Zhuowen was only a 1st grade divine array master before. However, not long ago, due to the creation of the infinite engulfment, his cultivation speed was very fast, and he reached the 2nd grade divine array master. Only a 2nd grade divine array master? Forget it. I can only let you try. I've been here much longer than you. According to my investigation, the city governor's estate of Mo Luo City possesses the formation core of this world formation. If we can break the formation core, we'll be able to leave this place, Yushan said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't suspect that Yushan would lie to him. After all, both of them were trapped here. Yushan didn't need to lie to him because there was no benefit. Also, if it's really as you say, and Wei Shuo has also entered this world, with that guy's array Dao ability, he will definitely be able to find the array core in the city lord's mansion in a short period of time. We need to occupy that array core before Wei Shuo does, Yushan said again. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, Miss Yushan, before going to the formation, I have to enter the Loch Ness once. My glorious amethyst galaxy sword was taken out of my spirit ring when I was in the Loch Ness. Yushan glanced at the glorious amethyst galaxy sword on Zhuo Wen's back. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew clearly what Zhuo Wen's words meant. This person could actually use his soul consciousness to open a spiritual ring in this place. This was too unbelievable. The reason why Yushan could be like a fish in water in this place was mainly because she had a demonic tool on her. This demonic tool was something she carried with her and was not in her spirit ring. Therefore, she was invincible in this world by relying on this demonic tool. After thinking for a long time, Yushan gritted her teeth and said, If you can really use your divine sense in the Loch Ness Lake, then you go first. I will occupy the array core first, but you have to go and come back quickly. This is the map of the city, Lord's Mansion. When the time comes, you just need to sneak into the mansion and find this location. I will be there. Yushan gave Zhuowen a map, then left quietly. Returning to the woodshed, Feng Yong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was pale and bloodless. Does your Jinyun mansion have a good mount? If you help me this time, I'll let you go. Moreover, I'll help you heal your broken arm and leg. Zhuo Wen kicked Feng Yong and said indifferently. Feng Yong suddenly opened his eyes, showing a glimmer of hope. He quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. Our Jinyun mansion has a black flame, divine colt. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Its speed is absolutely superb. Then show me the way. Zhuowen picked up Feng Yong and left the woodshed. At this moment, the Jinyun mansion was in a state of panic. It was heavily guarded and brightly lit. In the hall, Feng Lingmei was anxiously walking in circles. She began to regret coveting Zhuowen's divine weapon. Her father, Feng Yong, could also kill a bloodthirsty lizard in an instant. Therefore, she thought that Zhuowen was at most on par with Feng Yong. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken, especially when she thought about how Feng Yong was defeated by Zhuowen in an instant during the day. She knew that she kicked an iron plate. Miss, don't worry. I have already sent guards to search the city for that Zhuowen. They will definitely find the marquis. Uncle Chen said, Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly walked in from outside the hall. He trembled and said, "Miss, the Marquis has been found." Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Where? Quickly bring me there." However, just as Feng Lingmei finished speaking, an indifferent voice came from outside the hall. Then a white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stepped into the hall while carrying the half-dead Feng Yong. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes froze. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Zhuowen in fear. "Protect, miss." Uncle Chen suddenly stood in front of Feng Lingmei. He held a large blade in his right hand and stared at Zhuowen in fear. Bang! Zhuowen casually threw Feng Yong on the ground. Then he looked at Feng Lingmei and said, "If you want Feng Yong, take out your mansion's Black Flame Divine Colt." Feng Yong also hurriedly said, "Lingmei, according to Lord Zhuo's instructions, quickly take out the Black Flame Divine Colt." Feng Lingmei was startled. She quickly reacted and ordered Uncle Chen in front of her. Soon, Uncle Chen brought over an incomparably tall and majestic horse. Zhuowen jumped up and sat on the horse's back. He laughed loudly and urged the horse to leave the Jinyun mansion. Feng Lingmei silently helped Feng Yong up. Her beautiful eyes looked at the departing figure with a complicated expression. The Black Flame Divine Colt was extremely fast. It only took a day to reach Loch Ness. At this moment, night had fallen. The bright moonlight in the sky was reflected in Loch Ness. Everything seemed so strange. Zhuowen thought of the giant eye at the bottom of the loch. A trace of fear involuntarily rose in his heart. But he quickly sobered up. Now was not the time to think about this. Splash! He jumped to the bottom of the loch again. Following his memory, he came to the place where he sank last time. Algae! After searching for a moment, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised to find a section of algae that was pressed under a rock. Using the glorious amethyst galaxy sword to split open the rock, Zhuowen immediately discovered clumps of algae lying under the rock. In the center of the algae, a round monster with a large mouth was lying there quietly. It was split in two. Zhuowen immediately put away the algae. As for the round monster, he examined it and found that there was a golden bead inside. "This aura is..." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the golden ripple that he absorbed in the trial ground. The aura of this golden bead was exactly the same as the golden ripple, but much more intense. Zhuowen silently put away the golden bead and cut off all the algae. Only then was he satisfied and swam towards the surface of the loch with a pile of algae. Stepping onto the shore, Zhuowen suddenly thought of the rock that he had shattered. He had not seen that rock when he was at the bottom of the loch. Now that he was at Loch Ness again, that rock had mysteriously appeared and was firmly pressing down on the algae. It was as if the rock had fixed the algae in place, waiting for Zhuowen to come and search for it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was shocked. He quickly turned back to look at Loch Ness. Unfortunately, a huge shadow had appeared at the bottom of Loch Ness. This shadow had a crack in the middle, revealing a giant eye. The giant eye silently stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen could see the mockery and ridicule in the giant eye's eyes. Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly left Loch Ness with the algae and mounted his Black Flame Divine Colt. This Loch Ness was really too strange. He was certain that everything that had happened just now was the doing of that giant eye. As for why the giant eye would do such a thing, Zhuowen could not figure it out, nor did he want to think about it. "I'd better recover my consciousness first." Sitting on the back of the Black Flame Divine Colt, Zhuowen was as still as a mountain. He began to wolf down the algae in his hands. The amount of algae he had obtained this time was much more than what he had eaten in Loch Ness. Moreover, as he ate, Zhuowen constantly paid attention to the changes in his soul. To his pleasant surprise, the space of his soul was rapidly changing. Not far from the two galaxies, many stars began to appear. There were more and more stars, and there was a faint sign that there would be a third galaxy. Noticing this change, Zhuowen worked even harder to eat the seaweed. After half a day, Zhuowen finally finished eating all the algae. He was pleasantly surprised to find that 3 new galaxies had appeared in his soul, including the 2 he had at the beginning. There were now 5 galaxies in total. His divine sense was also several times stronger than before. Furthermore, he was keenly aware that the strength of his spirit meant that the power that sealed his spirit was showing signs of loosening. There's still half a day left. I wonder if I can strengthen my consciousness to the point that even this world cannot seal it after I consume this golden pearl? Chapter 2015. Formation, I now Zhuowen was eager to enhance his soul and use his divine sense. Once he could use his divine sense, he would be able to open the spirit ring, and everything would be much more convenient. The golden bead entered his abdomen, and then a golden current flowed up from his abdomen and rushed into his soul. Zhuowen only felt unbearable pain in his soul, and couldn't help but roar, but he could clearly feel that the number of galaxies in his soul space was increasing. The pain lasted for 2 hours before it slightly eased, and the number of galaxies in Zhuowen's soul space had increased to 10. I can use my divine sense. Zhuowen breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise. Although the range of his divine sense was only 5 meters, Zhuowen knew that once he left this small world, his divine sense would definitely surpass most of the cultivators in the trial grounds. Now, Zhuowen was glad that he was able to enter Devilfall Valley. If he hadn't entered Devilfall Valley, he wouldn't have been able to encounter such a rare opportunity to enhance his divine sense. Moreover, the small world in Devilfall Valley had an astonishing amount of calamity crystals. Once he collected them, it would definitely be a big fortune for him. Zhuowen summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, and he entered the black-clothed Zhuowen's inner world to rest. The pain brought by the golden bead was extremely intense. Although his soul had strengthened a lot, it also made Zhuowen feel extremely tired. Now that Zhuowen and the black-clothed Zhuowen shared the same soul, Zhuowen wasn't worried that the black-clothed Zhuowen couldn't open the spirit ring. In the dead of night, Zhuowen left the Black Flame Divine colt outside the city, and he quietly jumped into the city. Last time, because Zhuowen took Fengyong hostage, he left in a hurry, so he didn't take the remaining 9.5 boxes of calamity crystals from the inn. He didn't need to think to know that it should have been taken by the people of Marquis Jinyun's mansion. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the Marquis of Jinyun's mansion was heavily guarded and brightly lit. Ever since he was brought back by Zhuowen, Fengyong couldn't eat or sleep in peace. If it wasn't for the heavy security and lights, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. The Marquis has suffered too much of a shock. This old man is powerless to treat this illness. Outside the Marquis's estate, an old man that carried a medicine chest cupped his hands towards Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu in a rather ashamed manner. Dr. Chung, you're the most skilled doctor in Morua City. If even you can't treat him, then it's even more impossible for those quacks to treat him. This, Feng Lingmei said anxiously. Dr. Chung waved his hand and said, "This is a heart disease. Forgive this old man for being powerless." With that, Dr. Chung hurriedly left the place. Father is a powerful martial artist, but now his legs and right arm are broken. He's like a cripple, so... Feng Lingyu sobbed. Feng Lingmei's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shame. If it wasn't for her, her father wouldn't have found that fiend, Zhuowen, and wouldn't be as dispirited as he was now. I can cure your father's legs and right arm, but I need 10 million spar as payment. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Feng Lingmei looked at the figure, and her delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but tremble, because this person was none other than the culprit who caused her father to be in such a state. Zhuowen, how can I believe that you're not here to harm my father? Feng Lingmei said with a flushed face. Zhuowen sneered. Right now, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to harm your father? If you don't believe me, then I'll be leaving. Wait, let him in. Inside the bedroom, Feng Yong said while trembling. Feng Lingmei gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "You can go in." Zhuowen leisurely entered the bedroom. The moment he closed the door, he instructed indifferently, "Remember to prepare 10 million spar." "Big sister, can we still trust this person?" Feng Lingyu said somewhat timidly. "Right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Tell your servants to bring over 10 million spar." Feng Lingmei said in a deep voice. About 2 hours later, huge boxes were piled up outside the bedroom. Inside these boxes, they were all disaster spar. At the same time, the door to the bedroom opened and 2 figures walked out. One of them was naturally Zhuowen, and the man behind Zhuowen made Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu extremely excited. "Father, are you really okay?" Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu immediately rushed over, and Feng Lingyu even burst into tears. Zhuowen came to the open space outside the bedroom and looked at the boxes of disaster spar that were piled up like hills, his eyes revealing a blazing light. With so many disaster spar in the entire trial grounds, only he, Zhuowen, had obtained so many. Feng Yong hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and bowed deeply. "Master Zhuowen, please forgive me for my previous rudeness. There's no need to say any more. It's all in the past. I'll accept these things, and we don't owe each other anything." With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and stored all the disaster spar into his spirit ring, and then he instantly left the marquee of Jinyun's mansion. How did this person do it? 10 million spar disappeared just like that? Feng Lingmei and Feng Lingyu looked at each other in dismay, full of shock. Feng Yong had a complicated look in his eyes. He had witnessed the entire process of Zhua when reconnecting his severed arms and legs. He knew that this person's methods were heaven-defying, so he didn't find it strange that he could take away millions of disaster crystals without anyone noticing. The city lord's mansion was not far from the marquee of Jinyun's mansion. Zhuowen quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion and quietly sneaked in. The location Yu Shan mentioned was in the rockery in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. It was said that the rockery had an illusion array. If an ordinary person did not have a strong soul, they would not be able to see through the illusion array. After Yu Shan entered Emoluo City, she was valued by the city lord and held an important position in the city lord's mansion. It was only then that she unintentionally discovered some clues about the fake mountain. Not long after, Zhuowen avoided several patrolling soldiers and arrived in front of the rockery in the back garden. The back garden was terrifyingly quiet. Zhuowen came to the front of the rockery, and sure enough, he found an illusion array on it. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. He actually smelled blood in front of the fake mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon after, a dense rain of arrows flew over the back garden. Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly as he quietly took out a huge square shield from his spirit ring. This square shield was only an ordinary, heavenly divine artifact. He had found it in the spirit ring of a cultivator he had killed. Although he could not use it, he did not throw it away. After all, it was still a divine artifact. He usually collected it and gave it to Long Xiaotian and the others on the heavenly armor planet for safekeeping. "How dare you barge into the city, lord's mansion, in the middle of the night? You're courting death." A vigorous voice rang out in the city lord's mansion like thunder. Then a burly man in heavy armor led groups of mansion soldiers and surrounded the entire back garden. Beside the burly man, Zhuowen saw a familiar figure. "Wei Shuo," Zhuowen said with a gloomy gaze. "Haha, Zhuowen, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Although I was tricked by you and entered this world, my familiarity with this place is not something you can compare to. Even Yushan is not as familiar with this place as I am," Wei Shuo said proudly. The burly man beside Wei Shuo had a respectful attitude. He looked at Wei Shuo with eyes full of awe. Although I can't use my divine sense or divine power in this place, as long as I have the formation flags and the power of the calamity crystals, I can still set up a powerful death trap array. You can't use your divine power or divine sense. How can you be a match for me? Wei Shua continued. Where is Miss Yushan? Zhuowen asked calmly. Wei Shua clapped his hands, and 2 soldiers immediately brought a woman over. The woman was shackled, and her clothes were torn in many places. Blood continuously flowed from her wounds, making her look extremely miserable. Yushan, that foolish woman. She thinks she's smart. She really thinks she's found the core of the formation. Unfortunately, the illusory formation in the back mountain is not the core of the formation, but the entrance to the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. Originally, I planned to lock the 2 of you in this great formation and then activate the sacrificial formation to sacrifice the 2 of you. Only then would I be able to enter. Unfortunately, I was also dragged in by a little bastard like you. That's why I didn't dare to use the sacrificial formation. However, the result will be the same. The 2 of you will still be my sacrificial offerings to enter the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. The self-satisfied smile on Wei Shua's face grew even wider. Yushan seemed to wake up. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Zhuowen apologetically. Zhuowen, I've dragged you down this time, haha. It's not bad to let you become a pair of miserable lovebirds before you die. However, time is up. Capture this person, Wei Shua said coldly. Immediately, the soldiers in the back garden swarmed over, weapons in hand, and charged at Zhuowen. Zhuowen wielded glorious amethyst galaxy sword and slashed out again and again. His speed was extremely fast, and each strike killed several soldiers. So you still have a divine artifact on you. That's a bit surprising. Wei Shua stood there quietly, paying no attention to the soldiers who were killed. He simply stared at Zhuowen. In truth, he was still quite wary of Zhuowen. Even though he couldn't use his consciousness and divine power, he didn't want to take the risk himself. He planned to let the soldiers of the city, Lord's Mansion, exhaust Zhuowen's strength. Then he would activate the death trap formation he had set up here and kill this Zhuowen in one fell swoop. My lord, my mansion soldiers. The city lord of Maluo City felt a bit sorry for the dead soldiers. What, you have a problem with that? Wei Shua looked coldly at the city lord. Chapter 2016. Sacrifice inside the back garden. The number of soldiers dwindled. Zhuowen began to stagger as if he would fall at any moment. Wei Shua looked at Zhuowen, who looked like he would fall at any moment. His lips curled into a grin as he formed a series of seals with both hands, activating the array he had set up in the back garden. In an instant, the entire back garden was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Yushan's beautiful eyes dimmed as she sighed. She knew that Zhuowen was done for, and that she was not far from it. This kid's stamina is pretty much exhausted. Go in and grab that Zhuowen. Wei Shua waited outside the array formation for a while. After making sure that there was no movement inside, he knew that Zhuowen must have exhausted all his strength. He said to the city, lord beside him in a deep voice. Although this array was a death trap array, most of them were mainly used for trapping and killing. He didn't really want to kill Zhuowen. He still needed Zhuowen, so how could he kill the latter? The city lord looked dejected. He looked at Wei Shua and could only follow the former's advice and enter the death trap array. However, the city lord had been in the death trap array for a long time, but he didn't come out. This made Wei Shua suspicious. Just as Wei Shua was considering whether or not to release the death trap array, clear footsteps slowly walked out from the array. Bang! This figure was carrying a person and casually tossing him to the ground. His gaze was indifferently fixed on Wei Shua. Wei Shua frowned slightly as he looked at the figure below in surprise. This figure was none other than Zhuowen. Whoosh! Just as Wei Shua finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air shot out from behind him. Fortunately, Wei Shua's reaction was fast enough. He kicked off with his right foot and dodged to the side. At the same time, a divine spear appeared in his hand, and he raised it up, blocking the sound of something breaking through the air. He focused his gaze and found that the attack was actually a whirlpool of killing intent formed by the 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold. Behind the whirlpool of killing intent was the white-robed Zhuowen. You actually have a doppelganger that can use divine sense? How is this possible? Wei Shua cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for him, the other 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold had transformed into a whirlpool of killing intent that smashed towards Wei Shua's back. Puchi! Wei Shua let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. However, invisible ripples flowed behind him. This person had actually set up a small defensive formation on himself. In this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, it was almost impossible for anyone to break through the defensive array set up by Wei Shua, but Zhuowen was an exception. The instant Wei Shua fell, another 12 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos shot out. Together with the other 24 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos, they formed a powerful whirlpool of killing intent that smashed heavily onto Wei Shua's body. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Shua was unable to resist it all and was sent flying by the vortex of killing intent. However, the defensive formation on his body was incomparably tough and actually did not break. This is a defensive formation that my sect master personally set up on me. How can mere no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos break it? Seeing that the 36 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos were unable to break through the defensive formation on his body, Wei Shua breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shua naturally trusted the formation set up by the sect master of the demonic pearl sect, Yang Muqiu. However, in this world where divine sense and divine force could not be used, the defensive formation on his body was much weaker than usual. After all, operating a defensive formation required energy. The defensive formation was not supported by his divine force, but by the backup energy that Yang Muqiu had left in the formation. However, this backup energy was not endless and could not be maintained for too long. Therefore, Wei Shua planned to kill Zhuowen while the defensive formation was still usable. Oh, I see. Then let's try out the power of the no-beginning demonic gold sword. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. Then, with a wave of his right hand, another 12 no-beginning demonic gold swords flew out from his spirit ring. However, this time they were not sword embryos, but real divine swords. The no-beginning demonic gold swords' blades were incomparably sharp. Black and gold mixed together and seemed to have a demonic quality. Most importantly, on the surface of these 12 no-beginning demonic gold swords, there was a raging black fire that seemed to never be extinguished. This black fire was the demonic heavenly dipper fire. Xiao He had relied on this demonic heavenly dipper fire to finally forge the sword embryos into real divine swords. At the same time, the no-beginning demonic gold swords were also imbued with this terrifying demonic heavenly dipper fire. As soon as the no-beginning demonic gold swords appeared, they floated in the void and slithered around, interweaving into a terrifying demonic fire vortex. Rumble. The demonic fire vortex smashed heavily on the defensive formation on the surface of Wei Shua's body. Immediately after, a terrifying cracking sound was heard and the tough defensive formation shattered in an instant. Puchi! Wei Shua spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily on the ground. The moment he tried to stand up, the black-clothed Zhuowen had already arrived in front of him. His right foot stomped on Wei Shua's chest, causing Wei Shua to once again come into close contact with the ground. He almost fainted. Zhuowen straightforwardly took off Wei Shua's spirit ring. Then he took out a hemp rope and skillfully tied Wei Shua up. After doing all this, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he used the glorious purple galaxy sword to cut off the shackles on Yushan. Yushan was still in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes looked at Juowen with a complicated expression. She didn't think that Juowen could really use his divine sense in this place. Although the range wasn't very far, in the process of battle, he could completely crush cultivators who couldn't use their divine sense. Can you tell me about this world? Juowen arrived in front of Wei Shuo and said indifferently. Wei Shuo's eyes were full of resentment. He didn't think that he would be captured alive by this Juowen. All his previous schemes had been completely wasted because of Juowen. Not going to talk. Juowen's eyes were calm. His right hand pressed on Wei Shuo's head. Wei Shuo immediately panicked. What are you doing? Are you going to search my soul? Juowen didn't bother to pay attention to Wei Shuo. His powerful divine sense entered Wei Shuo's divine sense from the top of his head. Now, Juowen's divine sense was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that Wei Shuo couldn't use his divine sense, he could only passively accept Juowen's barbaric soul search. Stop, I'll talk, okay? Wei Shuo was terrified. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Juowen sneered. He didn't care about Wei Shuo's fear at all. He continued to search the depths of Wei Shuo's divine sense. Soon, Wei Shuo was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was on the verge of death. Juowen's soul search wasn't gentle at all. It was extremely damaging to Wei Shuo's divine sense. So that's how it is. This world exists within a sacrificial array. Moreover, the ones being sacrificed are all foreign cultivators. Moreover, they have to be cultivators with powerful divine senses. Otherwise, the sacrifice won't succeed, Juowen muttered. Brother Zhuo, many thanks for this. Yu Shan cupped her hands toward Juowen. Juowen waved his hand. I already have a grudge with this Wei Shuo. Even if you weren't here, I would have done it. Now, come with me. Our only way out is to enter the depths of Devil Fall Valley. With that, Juowen entered the fake mountain. As for the illusion array above, it didn't affect him and Yushan at all. After passing through the illusion array, Juowen and Yushan appeared in front of a small open space. In the center of the open space was an array. You, what are you doing? Are you going to sacrifice me? Wei Shuo, who was originally in a daze, noticed the array in front of him. He immediately struggled to his feet and continued. I'm telling you, the sacrifice target must be 2 cultivators with powerful divine senses. Sacrificing me is useless unless you sacrifice Yushan as well. Only then will you be able to open the passage to the depths of Devil Fall Valley. As soon as Wei Shuo said this, Yushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She immediately looked at Juowen, her gaze somewhat guarded. When Wei Shuo tricked her into entering this world, he naturally wanted to sacrifice her. The only reason he hadn't done so was because there was still one person missing. If Juowen wanted to enter the depths of Devil Fall Valley, he would have to sacrifice both her and Wei Shuo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open the passage to the depths of Devil Fall Valley. What a cheap trick to sow discord. Miss Yushan, if I wanted to sacrifice you, would you still be able to move freely? Juowen glanced indifferently at Yushan, then carried Wei Shuo towards the array in front of him. Yushan's cheeks reddened. Juowen's words were somewhat sarcastic. At the same time, she also felt a bit embarrassed about the wariness she had shown just now. It's useless for you to sacrifice me alone. You, Wei Shuo continued to jabber on and on, but Juowen pushed him straight into the array formation. Instantly, the array began to emit a terrifying light. The light grew more and more dazzling, more and more intense. Wei Shuo screamed again and again. Juowen's sharp senses discovered that Wei Shuo's divine sense was constantly being absorbed by the array. At the same time, a crack seemed to be opening up above the array. The crack continued to open, and Wei Shuo's screams grew more and more intense. Finally, he stopped screaming. His divine sense had been completely absorbed, and the crack had only opened up a few inches. Moreover, as Wei Shuo's divine sense was exhausted, the crack seemed to be closing up. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pushed off with his right foot, and his powerful divine sense transformed into two giant hands that pushed open the closing crack. Break! Within Zhuowen's spiritual space, the two galaxies immediately shattered. A sharp pain shot through him, causing Zhuowen's forehead to break out in cold sweat. The two giant divine sense hands increased in power, and they pushed open the crack to the height of half a person. Go up! Enduring the pain, Zhuowen said to Yushan, who was still in a daze. Yushan came to her senses and immediately leaped up, entering the crack. After Yushan entered, a terrifying force came from the crack. The two divine sense hands showed signs of collapsing. Break again. Chapter 2017. Bedevilment Stone. Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen fell to the ground and felt a splitting headache. Yushan's voice sounded in his ears. Shaking his head, Zhuowen came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, I'm fine. Ever since he ate the seaweed in Loch Ness and the golden bead on the water monster, Zhuowen's divine soul was not only much stronger than before, but his recovery ability was also very strong. The three galaxies that had exploded in his divine soul space were now showing signs of recovering. Looking around, Zhuowen discovered that what appeared in front of him was the interior of a large black hull. Above this large hull, there was a strange black fog lingering. Yushan looked at Zhuowen with some worry. She knew very well that if it weren't for Zhuowen, she wouldn't have been able to walk out of that world alive. Thinking of this, Yushan took out a wooden stick that was burning with black fire from her spirit ring. Since she had completely left the array, Yushan's divine sense and divine power had recovered, so she could open her spirit ring. This is the Big Dipper demonic fire. I heard you mention it before. I, Yushan, have no way to repay you, so I can only use this Big Dipper demonic fire to repay you for saving my life. Yushan handed the wooden stick to Zhuowen. Thank you, Miss Yushan. Zhuowen received the Big Dipper demonic fire with ecstasy and immediately sent it into his spirit ring. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaohe, asking it to forge the remaining no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos into no-beginning demonic gold swords. Zhuowen could feel that this wooden stick contained a lot of Big Dipper demonic fire. It should be enough to forge the remaining 36 no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos. This is the deepest part of Devilfall Valley. Putting away the Big Dipper demonic fire, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the hall around him and his brows slightly furrowed. That should be it. Perhaps this hall was where that demonic Dao expert cultivated back then, Yushan said with some uncertainty. Let's look around here, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Thus, the two of them began to rummage through the large hall. Of course, the two of them searched extremely carefully as they were deeply afraid they would encounter some sort of formidable restriction within the hall and cause unimaginable consequences. However, after searching for a long time, they discovered that apart from the strange demonic mist above their heads, there didn't seem to be anything else. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something and raised his head abruptly, only to see the demonic mist above the main hall tumbling violently. Yushan also noticed the abnormality of the demonic fog. She raised her head and saw that the demonic fog was constantly twisting and twisting, actually forming a huge eye. Staring into the giant eye, Yushan's tender body went soft as an irresistible sense of fear rose in her heart. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was astonished. Wasn't this giant eye the same one he saw at the bottom of Loch Ness? The giant eye's pupils moved back and forth between Zhuowen and Yushan, as if it was carefully sizing up the two of them. Finally, it stopped on Zhuowen. Zhuowen's hair stood on end. Being stared at by such a strange giant eye, no one would feel good. What is this thing? Yushan asked in a trembling voice. Zhuowen shook his head. Although he had seen this giant eye before, he didn't know what it was. The two of you, how about we make a bet? After confronting each other for a while, it actually spoke. Zhuowen and Yushan looked at each other. Then Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Bet? What kind of bet?" The giant I narrowed, and soon after, a huge black rock more than 30 meters in size fell from the tumbling, demonic mist. The black rock had an irregular shape. On the surface of the rock, there were densely packed words. Zhuowen couldn't understand these words. Or rather, what was carved on the rock didn't look like words at all, but more like graffiti. "This is the bedevilment stone, which contains the heaven-devouring demon emperor's demonic tome. I'll give the two of you 10 years. As long as one of you isn't affected by the bedevilment stone and becomes demonic, I'll let you leave Devilfall Valley." The giant, I said with a mocking smile. "What if the two of us become demonic?" Yushan asked. The giant, I sneered. "Then you'll become one with me." Zhuowen's eyes became extremely dignified. The heaven-devouring demon emperor that this giant I spoke of was likely a demonic path supreme elder that had perished in Demonfall Valley. But just what was this giant I? Thinking of this, Zhuowen moved his divine sense, and the 12 primitive demonic golden swords turned into a terrifying black flame vortex and blasted towards the giant I above. Unfortunately, the moment the black flame vortex blasted the giant eye, it missed. This giant eye turned out to be an illusory body. "Haha, you've got guts, daring to attack me." The giant eye looked at Zhuowen indifferently, but Zhuowen sneered and said, "What? Do we have to listen to your arrangements?" The giant eye wasn't angry, but smiled faintly. "You have to listen to my arrangements, or you'll be trapped here forever." After saying that, the giant eye slowly dissipated into countless demonic mist. "I don't believe I can't find any exit." Zhuowen snorted coldly, ignoring the bedevilment stone, and rushed back, quickly arriving at the door of the main hall. However, the door of the main hall was tightly sealed. Zhuowen used the primitive demonic golden swords again, but it was to no avail. The door was too hard, and it seemed to contain a powerful restriction array. Zhuowen tried other attacks, but it was to no avail. As for his trump card, the heavenly lightning, Zhuowen didn't reveal it. The entire main hall should be spied on by the giant eye, so he didn't dare to reveal too much. From the feedback of the attack just now, he knew that even if he used the heavenly lightning, it would be difficult to blast open the door. "Let's go back and take a look at the bedevilment stone." Zhuowen turned and walked towards the center of the main hall. But the moment he turned around, the sound of something breaking through the air swept over. Zhuowen quickly leaned to the side, avoiding the sound of something breaking through the air, and then he found that Yushan had appeared behind him without him knowing. At this moment, Yushan's eyes were scarlet, and she let out a low growl, looking extremely strange. "Bedevilment." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. How could he not see the signs of Yushan's bedevilment? It seemed that when he attacked the main hall's door, Yushan couldn't resist the temptation of the so-called heaven-devouring demonic book in the bedevilment stone. She began to comprehend the bedevilment stone and was influenced by the bedevilment stone to completely bedevilment. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that Yushan's bedevilment was too fast. How long had it been? "It should be related to Yushan's demonic cultivation," Xiaohei transmitted. Whoosh! Yushan let out a low growl, took out a long black whip from her spirit ring, and fiercely swung it at Zhuowen's face. Demonic chi surged. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. He dodged the whip and immediately controlled the 12 primitive demonic golden swords to fly toward Yushan. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Yushan was a peerless genius of the heavenly demon island, and her cultivation was at the peak of the illusory sky, second step. Her strength was much stronger than Lu Guang's. Facing the bedeviled Yushan, Zhuowen was still somewhat struggling. Whoosh! Zhuowen didn't hesitate to summon the black-clothed Zhuowen. At the same time, he made the black-clothed Zhuowen use Devour's innate ability, Purgatory. The surrounding 1,000 miles instantly turned into a purgatory. Countless refined souls entangled Yushan, causing her strength to plummet. On the other hand, Zhuowen relied on the refined souls to continuously increase his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle once again. Zhuowen had the support of the black-clothed Zhuowen, and with the support of the 5th level Dao intent, he completely suppressed the bedeviled Yushan in one fell swoop. After several hundred rounds of battle, Zhuowen suddenly roared, and the glorious amethyst galaxy sword slashed out horizontally. Countless sword lights swept out, forming a huge domed territory in the sky. This domed territory was like a vast mountain, and it unceremoniously pressed down on Yushan, forcing her to kneel on the ground. This sword move was the 6th move of the Tao of Destruction's sword technique, Firmament Tao Domain. It activated countless sword lights, and in a special arrangement, formed a huge domed territory, which could ruthlessly suppress the opponent. The domed territory was extraordinary. Although it was formed by illusory sword lights, this territory was as heavy as a huge territory, and it was enough to crush many cultivators. The moment Yushan was suppressed by the Firmament Tao Domain, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands and used Devour to continuously set up trapping and confining arrays. For hours later, Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. The Sky Dome Tao Domain had already vanished, while Yushan was completely under his control. She was trapped in the confinement formation that he had set up. After dealing with Yushan's matter, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the bedevilment stone. He was a little hesitant about whether he should comprehend the bedevilment stone as the giant I said. After all, Yushan had been bedeviled in such a short time, which showed how terrifying the bedevilment stone was. However, if he didn't comprehend the bedevilment stone, the hull was too tough. Even the current Zhuowen couldn't break it. Thus, comprehending the bedevilment stone was his only choice. Let's give it a try. Chapter 2018. Devouring demonic tone. The moment Zhuowen's divine sense entered the bewitching stone, he could clearly feel a terrifying demonic nature rushing into his divine sense, following his divine sense into his divine sense, and entering his divine sense. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was incomparably powerful. The moment this demonic nature rushed in, it was blocked by his divine sense. Moreover, as time passed, he discovered that the demonic nature was becoming stronger and stronger. As Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the bewitching stone, the demonic mist above the hull once again rolled, forming the giant eye. The giant eye silently looked at Zhuowen's figure, a complicated look flashing through its eyes. This kid's original body is actually Devour. I really didn't expect to meet someone of the same race here. Perhaps it's also a pitiful little fellow wandering in the starry sky. To be able to meet someone of the same race while I'm still alive, it's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. I just don't know if this kid can resist the corrosion of the bewitching stone for 10 years. The giant eye slowly disappeared, its faint voice echoing in the heavens and earth. However, Zhuowen's mind was completely focused on the bewitching stone, so he didn't hear the giant eye's words. Time passed bit by bit, and Zhuowen's entire body was filled with terrifying demonic energy. This demonic energy was emitted by the bewitching stone, and it rushed into Zhuowen's body. The demonic energy was terrifying, and Zhuowen discovered that the black-clothed Zhuowen had an extremely strong resistance to demonic energy. Therefore, he had already recalled his original body and let the black-clothed Zhuowen replace him in front of the bewitching stone. Zhuowen only needed to firmly guard his divine sense, preventing the terrifying demonic energy from corroding his divine sense. Therefore, during this period, Zhuowen was constantly on high alert, guarding against the demonic energy invading his divine sense and completely turning him into a demon. It was also because of this constant operation of his divine sense that Zhuowen's divine sense became increasingly powerful under the effects of the myriad stars meditation diagram and the demonic energy. In the 9th year, the number of galaxies in Zhuowen's spiritual space had reached more than 100, and the strength of his spiritual sense was more than 10 times that of 9 years ago. This was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that the current strength of Zhuowen's divine sense was far superior to that of ordinary void sky cultivators. Perhaps only cultivators like Lei Qi, who had reached the 5th step of the void sky realm, could compare to Zhuowen. On the 10th year, the demonic qi of the demonization stone reached an extremely terrifying level. Aside from his soul, the black-robed Zhuowen's entire body had been demonized. His entire body was filled with terrifying demonic qi, causing the black-robed Zhuowen to look like an ancient demon. Damn it, the devil qi has actually become so terrifying. Zhuowen was still guarding his divine soul with all his might, but the devil qi in the outside world was becoming more and more terrifying. Even Zhuowen was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. In desperation, Zhuowen thought of the no-beginning demonic golden sword. In the past 9 years, Xiaohe had also used the heavenly demonic flames to completely refine the no-beginning demonic golden sword embryo into the no-beginning demonic golden sword. The no-beginning demonic golden sword swept out with raging demonic flames. Soon after, the terrifying devil qi lingering in the surroundings was completely absorbed by the no-beginning demonic golden sword. As the devil qi was absorbed by the no-beginning demonic golden sword, the pressure on Zhuowen decreased significantly. Of course, he didn't dare to let down his guard. At the same time, he used Devour's powerful devouring power to devour the devil qi that was trying to approach his divine soul. Devour's physical body was still extremely strong. Although the devil qi was terrifying, it didn't seem to have any adverse effects on Devour's physical body. On the contrary, when the devil qi entered Devour's body, it actually transformed his body into an even more powerful, demonic body. The benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that Zhuowen's divine soul wasn't demonized. Zhuowen's soul consciousness suddenly found that the incomprehensible characters on the surface of the bedevilment stone began to emit inky black light. Then these characters began to rearrange themselves, condensing into a black, finger-thick devil book. On the surface of the devil book, there were 4 words: Heaven-devouring devil book. The moment the heaven-devouring devil book was formed, the devil qi in the surroundings dispersed. Zhuowen blankly received the heaven-devouring devil book that appeared in front of him. Not bad, not bad. You've held on for so long without being demonized. You've really surprised me. The giant eye appeared in the sky again, calmly looking down at Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen couldn't feel happy. He felt that everything had gone too smoothly. Logically, the heaven-devouring devil book was the so-called heaven-devouring devil emperor's lifelong learning. How could he have obtained it so easily? The giant eye seemed to see through everything, saying, "Ha ha! Haven't you discovered anything after 10 years of being eroded by the devil qi?" Zhuowen was stunned. Then he found that Devour's body was filled with cold devil qi, and Devour's original aura was completely covered by this devil qi. It was as if the devil qi in the bedevilment stone had become a protective umbrella that covered Devour's aura. Zhuowen thought of something, suddenly opening the heaven-devouring devil book. After a quick glance, his eyes lit up. The first page of the heaven-devouring devil book mentioned that humans couldn't cultivate it. "Little guy, your real body is Devour, right? The heaven-devouring devil emperor's real body is also Devour, and I'm the heaven-devouring devil emperor. To be more precise, I'm just a wisp of the heaven-devouring devil emperor's soul," the giant I said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he wasn't too surprised. After reading the heaven-devouring devil book, he had already guessed that the heaven-devouring devil emperor's identity might be Devour. However, the giant eye was wrong. Devour wasn't Zhuowen's real body, but his doppelganger. Of course, Zhuowen didn't want to trouble himself by explaining this to the giant eye. Devour is a powerful race in the starry sky, but it's also a lonely race. The birth of each Devour means the fall of the previous generation of Devours. I used to be like you. As soon as I was born, I drifted in the starry sky. In order to blend into the heaven territory, I carefully cultivated the human clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the human clan's cultivation technique wasn't suitable for me. Later on, I found that I could cultivate a part of the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. So, I started to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique. However, as I continued to cultivate the devil cultivator's cultivation technique, I got tired of it because it wasn't suitable for me. So, I created the heaven-devouring devil book. This heaven-devouring devil book is only suitable for devourer to cultivate. More importantly, after cultivating the heaven-devouring devil book, the aura of devour in your body will be completely covered by the devil chi. Even the Lord of the Heaven territory won't be able to sense that your real body is devour. He will think that you are a devil cultivator through and through. Ever since I was defeated by Lord Brahma, I only left behind a wisp of my soul in Devil Fall Valley. During this time, many cultivators entered, but they were all humans. They were unable to cultivate the heaven-devouring demonic book, so they were unable to pass down my legacy. But it's different now. You're here. You're from the same race as me. You can inherit my legacy and cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book. Speaking up to here, the giant, I looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He somewhat understood why the giant, I didn't attack him when he met Zhuowen in the Ness Lake. It was likely that the giant I had seen through the doppelganger of Devour in Zhuowen's body. Now that I've obtained the heaven-devouring devil scripture, I've indirectly inherited your legacy. Furthermore, I've also won the bet between us. I believe you can now let me and Miss Yu Shan leave Devil Fall Valley, right? Zhuowen said calmly. The giant, I narrowed its eyes and said in a deep voice, I can release that female cultivator immediately, but not you. The heaven-devouring devil book isn't that easy to cultivate. You have to stay here until you've completely cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book. Only then will I let you leave. Zhuowen had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. He said, In that case, many thanks to Senior. This junior is willing to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book here. Let Miss Yu Shan leave first. The giant I was very satisfied with Zhuowen's performance and nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Yu Shan, who had been imprisoned, was released. At this moment, Yu Shan's demonized state had been completely broken. She looked around and said in confusion, What happened to me? Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuowen came to Yu Shan and said, Miss Yu Shan, you leave Devil Fall Valley first. I still have some things to do here. Yu Shan still wanted to say something, but she also noticed the giant eye in the sky. Her delicate body trembled, and she could only nod and say, Be careful! No need to talk nonsense. Get lost. The giant eye said impatiently and teleported Yu Shan out. Start cultivating the heaven-devouring devil book. I don't have much time left. You have to cultivate the heaven-devouring devil book before my time is up, the giant eye said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to seriously read the heaven-devouring devil book. It was unknown whether it was because of the demonic chi or because the heaven-devouring devil book was made for devour, but Zhuowen's cultivation speed was very fast. In just 2 months, he had cultivated the heaven-devouring devil book to minor completion. The main function of the heaven-devouring devil book was to strengthen devour's innate devouring ability. It was said that if one cultivated it to perfection, they could even swallow the heavens. Of course, this saying was a bit exaggerated, but it showed how terrifying the heaven-devouring devil book was. After all, it was tailor-made for devour's innate talent. Just as Zhuowen was about to continue cultivating, countless veins appeared in the giant eye's eyes. My time is up. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 2019 Secrets of the Heavenly Domain. Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes, unable to move his body. He could only watch as the black fog formed by the giant eye continuously entered his body. Even if Zhuowen wanted to forcefully resist, he helplessly noticed that the devil chi that filled his entire body firmly restrained him on the spot, causing him to be unable to move. "It's useless. I purposely poured the demon chi of the bewitching stone into your body. Even if your real body is devour after 10 years of demon chi's corrosion, you can't escape my control." The heaven-devouring demon emperor's ferocious voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. Since he had inherited Devour, he knew that Devour was indeed powerful, but it was indifferent to emotions. If Devour's emotions were rich, it wouldn't have devoured the adult Devour the moment it was born. After all, Devour was a very selfish race. In Devour's mind, there was no such thing as familial love. As long as it could become stronger, it could do anything. In Devour's eyes, the only thing that mattered was itself. When the heaven-devouring demon emperor had revealed his identity as Devour, Zhuowen had never believed him. Zhuowen, who had inherited Devour, knew Devour too well. "Seems like you've planned everything," Zhuowen said in a low voice. The heaven-devouring demon emperor laughed wantonly. "Haha, don't worry. This emperor will replace you and rise again. At that time, I will find that bastard Great Brahma to take revenge, and the 8 heavenly domains will be mine. Great Brahma didn't attack me because of my identity, but because I know the secrets of the 8 heavenly domains." Zhuowen's mind flickered. He wanted to summon his real body to help, but after hearing the heaven-devouring demon emperor's words, his interest was piqued. Although the demon chi had eroded Zhuowen's entire body, it was only his doppelganger. His real body was still in the spirit ring. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demon emperor had mistaken Devour's doppelganger for his real body, so he wasn't too worried. Even if all of the black-clothed Zhuowen were devoured by the heaven-devouring devil emperor, Zhuowen's original body would not be affected too much. What secrets do the 8 heavens hold? Zhuowen probed. The sky-devouring demon emperor laughed coldly and said, "Trying to trick me? But there's no harm in telling you, since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway. Let me tell you, there are countless cultivators in the 8 heavens, but why hasn't there been a single heaven-crushing cultivator? Even the most powerful heavenly realm, the ruler of the Nadi Shiva realm, Sakyamuni, has only reached the peak of the 9 steps void realm. This involves the heaven-crushing essence, and the heaven-crushing essence is scattered throughout the 8 heavens. Only by gathering all of the heaven-crushing essence in the 8 heavens can one have a chance of breaking through to the heaven-crushing realm. Although the 8 heavens seem peaceful, there are actually turbulent undercurrents in the dark. Moreover, in order to obtain a chance to break through to the heaven-crushing realm, the rulers of the 8 heavens are madly trying to comprehend the heaven-crushing essence in their heavens. At this point, the sky-devouring demon emperor paused again, and his voice was filled with a hint of anger as he said, "That bastard Lord Brahma has the worst talent among the rulers of the 8 heavens. The heaven-crushing essence in the Lord Brahma realm should be called fortune manipulating the heavens, and it's on par with the 2 strongest heaven-crushing essences in the Hua Xia heavenly realm and the Sakyamuni realm. But that trash Lord Brahma, apart from hiding the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens in the Tower of Hanoi, he still hasn't comprehended it. Originally, I accidentally comprehended the heaven-crushing essence of good fortune manipulating the heavens. But unfortunately, that trash Lord Brahma discovered it. That bastard is stronger than me, and he used my identity as Devour to attack me and then suppress me in the Devilfall Valley. His goal was to extract the essence that I comprehended from my divine soul. That son of a B*TCH. Fortunately, I was smart enough to leave a trace of my soul behind. Otherwise, I would have been completely finished." At the mention of Lord Brahma, the sky-devouring demon emperor's voice trembled with anger. "Heaven-crushing essence, purple chi from the east?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He remembered the Tao that Tai Ching of the Hua, Xia, heavenly realm had comprehended. This Tao Will was purple. Could it be the heaven-crushing essence that Lord Brahma mentioned? Or could it be that the Tao Will was a new power that Tai Ching had comprehended from the heaven-crushing essence of the Hua, Xia, heavenly realm, purple Qi from the east? Although Zhuowen was still a little confused, he knew that the Tao Will and purple Qi from the east were inseparable. At the same time, he remembered the mysterious woman in black who had taken Moyin Wushang away. That mysterious woman in black claimed to be from the Six Desires Palace of the Six Desires Heavenly Realm. That woman in black had taken a fancy to Moyin Wushang's mystical power of the melody that he had comprehended. Could it be related to the heaven-crushing essence of the Six Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen remembered what Tai Ching had done in the past. Although Tai Ching was not very ruthless, his purpose was to improve his own Tao Will. Lord Brahma had used an extreme method by directly absorbing it. What about the Six Desires Heavenly Realm? Zhuowen knew that taking Moyin Wushang to the Six Desires Palace was probably his biggest mistake. He now began to suspect that the Six Desires Palace might attack the melody that Moyin Wushang had comprehended. He's too weak. Zhuowen sighed softly. He knew very well that facing the Six Desires Palace now was like throwing an egg against a rock. Of course, whether it was as he guessed, Zhuowen had to go to the Six Desires Heavenly Realm to see Moyin Wushang to find out. Well, you know what you need to know. You can go on your way with peace of mind. After the heaven-devouring demon emperor finished speaking, the demonic mist that had drilled into Zhuowen's body surged even more violently, as if it wanted to tear Zhuowen's whole body apart. Yes, you should go on your way with peace of mind. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he immediately summoned the white-robed Zhuowen. What? Why did you summon your human doppelganger? The heaven-devouring demon emperor sneered. The white-robed Zhuowen sneered and said, "You're wrong. The human is my real body. Devour is my doppelganger. So, you've chosen the wrong target." After saying that, the heavenly thunder eye between the eyebrows of the black-robed Zhuowen cracked open. Immediately, the white-robed Zhuowen held the glorious purple galaxy divine sword and slashed at the surging demonic mist. The purplish-black lightning was extremely fast, spreading all over the black-robed Zhuowen's body in an instant. The heaven-devouring demon emperor snorted, his powerful divine sense sweeping out to resist the purplish-black lightning. His real body used to be Devour, so he was naturally familiar with the heavenly thunder eye. Ah, what kind of sword is this? It can cut off the divine sense and affect the spirit. The glorious purple galaxy divine sword had already slashed across. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demon emperor relied on his powerful divine sense to resist the purplish-black lightning. With a scream, his divine sense was shattered, and the heavenly thunder eye enveloped the entire demonic mist. Crackling sounds continued to ring out. At the same time, Zhuowen released the soul-absorbing divine needle. Since the heaven-devouring demon emperor had only left a trace of his soul, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He had many weapons that targeted the spirit, and his own spirit was extremely powerful. All of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's calculations fell on the black-robed Zhuowen, so he did not expect that the white-robed Zhuowen was the real body of Zhuowen. Therefore, he had lost any chance of possessing Zhuowen. The soul-absorbing divine needle was extremely powerful. As soon as it rushed into the demonic mist, it began to fly and flip constantly, destroying the pitiful remaining soul of the heaven-devouring demon emperor. "Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go." The heaven-devouring demon emperor roared, and the terrifying black mist turned into a sharp vortex, blasting toward Zhuowen's left heart as if it had teleported. The speed of the black mist vortex was so fast that Zhuowen only had time to take a step to the right before the black vortex pierced through Zhuowen's chest. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The black mist vortex continued to spin in front of his chest, crushing all of Zhuowen's ribs. "Get lost!" Zhuowen swung the glorious purple galaxy, divine sword again and again, and quickly slashed out 100 times. The black mist vortex finally collapsed under the countless sword lights, and Zhuowen lay on the ground in despair. No wonder the great Brahma heaven personally took action. Even if he only left a wisp of his soul, he is still so powerful. I underestimated the heaven-devouring demon emperor just now. Zhuowen coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly took out a level 7 divine medicine for healing from his spirit ring. He swallowed it, and the blood on his chest stopped flowing a little. Xiaohei, protect me. I have to heal my wounds first. Zhuowen summoned Blackie and gave it some instructions, after which he swallowed a couple of precious divine medicines before sitting cross-legged on the ground to recuperate from his injuries. Zhuowen's injuries were too severe. The sky-devouring demon emperor's desperate attack had almost torn his body in half. Moreover, this kind of tearing did not only affect his body, but even his divine soul had the illusion that it was being torn apart at that moment. Chapter 2020. Promoted to True God, 3 disasters. Zhuowen spent 3 whole months recuperating in the hall before he fully recovered from his serious injuries. The name of the heaven-devouring demon emperor sounds so domineering, but how can it be so shabby? This dragon lord has been searching this hall for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. Is this guy just a facade? Zhuowen opened his eyes and immediately heard Xiaohei's dissatisfied voice. During these 3 months of time, Zhuowen had been recuperating, whereas Blackie had been running about madly within the hall because he wanted to find something within the hall. Unfortunately, he'd come up empty-handed. The heaven-devouring demon emperor's true form is Devour. Since Lord Brahma defeated him, he must have taken all the good stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed Devilfall Valley on the 15th level of the trial ground, Zhuowen said with a smile. Xiaohei was a little annoyed. It looked at Zhuowen and asked, "What about the heaven-devouring demon book?" The black-clothed Zhuowen, who was sitting on the other side, slowly stood up. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of Devour's aura on his body. Even if the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't use the shapeless all-life, no one would be able to find out that his true form was Devour unless someone completely removed the demonic qi on his body. Another point was that the black-clothed Zhuowen had cultivated the heaven-devouring demon book, so the devouring power on his body was much stronger than before. This devouring power wasn't reflected in the size of the object it devoured, but in the energy it devoured. When Zhuowen was undergoing the lightning disaster, the devouring vortex was easily destroyed by the lightning. However, it was different now. After cultivating the heaven-devouring demon book, Zhuowen was confident that even the black-clothed Zhuowen would have a high chance of succeeding in his 20th lightning disaster. Then, how do we leave this place? Xiaohei asked with a frown. Zhuowen softly smiled. Soon after, he picked up the bedevilment stone at the center of the hall and said, "This bedevilment stone is the core of Devilfall Valley. Over the past 10 years, I have thoroughly researched this bedevilment stone." After saying that, Zhuowen threw the bedevilment stone to the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen inserted his demonic qi into the stone. Creak! The originally closed door of the hall slowly opened. Outside the door was the Devilfall Valley filled with demonic qi, and this hall was located in the core of Devilfall Valley. "Do you want to leave Devilfall Valley now?" Blackie asked in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled, saying, "Although the heaven-devouring demon emperor's true treasures were taken away by Lord Brahma, Devilfall Valley's abundant reserves of calamity crystals can't be abandoned just like that. Moreover, I plan to cultivate here for a while." After saying that, the black-clothed Zhuowen handed the bedevilment stone to Xiaohei, saying, "Xiaohei, the bedevilment stone contains detailed information about Devilfall Valley. In addition to the calamity crystals, there is also a mineral vein called Devil Gold Sacred Stone." "What? Devil Gold Sacred Stone? Where is it?" Xiaohei immediately shouted excitedly. "It should be in the northern part of Devilfall Valley." There are many restrictions around Devil Fall Valley. Only those with the bedevilment stone can freely enter and exit Devil Fall Valley. If you want the Devil Gold sacred stone, take the bedevilment stone and go to the northern part. After saying that, Zhuowen summoned the flame behemoth and patted its head, saying, "While you're at it, take this big guy and find all the calamity crystals in Devil Fall Valley. These calamity crystals are very useful." The calamity crystals in Devil Fall Valley were definitely far more than the sum of the calamity crystals in the 14 trial floors. Moreover, these calamity crystals were not as effective for void sky cultivators as for true gods. Zhuowen didn't have much use for them. However, he wasn't alone. Devour's inner world had many cultivators from the Heavenly Armor Star and Zhuowen's Ryuka clansmen. As Zhuowen continued to provide resources to the Heavenly Armor Star and even put the entire Ziwei galaxy into Devour's inner world, more and more heavenly gods appeared on the Heavenly Armor Star. There were even some true gods. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star were relatively young, so there weren't that many true powerhouses. With enough calamity crystals, the cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Star and even the entire Ziwei galaxy would cultivate much faster, especially for true gods. As long as they didn't pursue too high a goal, they could use the calamity crystals to pass through 3 or 4 calamity crystals to quickly advance. Zhuowen knew that as the Heavenly Armor Star and Ziwei galaxy continued to develop, there would be more and more true gods. At that time, there would also be many void sky experts. "No problem." Xiaohe grinned. He immediately summoned the Blood Immortal and said, "Little Blood Immortal, follow this dragon, Lord, to mine the Devil Gold Saint Stone Vein. If there is enough of that thing, it can directly upgrade us to the top grade True God artifact level. We might even reach the Void Sky Divine artifact level." The Blood Immortal's eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Dragon Lord, don't worry. Little Blood Immortal will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to blow air, I won't fart." After the Blood Immortal finished her flattery, Blackie left the palace with the Blood Immortal sword and the fire sword of extreme Daos in satisfaction. Zhuowen hasn't come out yet? Outside the Devil Fall Valley, Yu Shan sat cross-legged on a rock. Her beautiful eyes fell on the Devil Fall Valley that was filled with billowing devil chi. She frowned slightly. She had waited here for more than 3 months, but Zhuowen didn't show any signs of coming out. After hesitating for a while, Yu Shan carved a paragraph on the rock and left the Devil Fall Valley. She had a total of 50 years in the trial ground. She had already wasted 10 years in the Devil Fall Valley. She couldn't stay at the 15th level forever. She longed to enter the 18th level. Half a year passed. In this half a year, Xiaohe brought the fire beast and searched the entire Devil Fall Valley. Since Xiaohe found the Devil Gold Saint Stone at the back of the Devil Fall Valley, he treated the Devil Fall Valley as a treasure ground. He wanted to find other veins here. However, Xiaohe was disappointed. Other than the Devil Gold Saint Stone vein, he didn't find anything. The only thing he gained was the endless disaster crystals. The amount of disaster crystals in the Devil Fall Valley was beyond the imagination of Zhuowen and Xiaohe. Xiaohe's spirit ring was large enough. However, he had to load it 10 times before he could transport all the disaster crystals in the Devil Fall Valley back to the main hall in the center of the Devil Fall Valley. After searching the Devil Fall Valley, Zhuowen and Xiaohe began a long period of seclusion in the main hall. In the 3rd year, the black-clothed Zhuowen passed the 16th lightning disaster. In the 5th year, he passed the 17th lightning disaster. In the 7th year, he passed the 18th lightning disaster. In the 10th year, he passed the 19th lightning disaster. Another 10 years passed. The white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stood up. The aura on his body was extremely vast. An unimaginable flame aura spread out from his body. The 10th lightning disaster. If I pass it, I will be able to become a true god of 3 disasters. The white-clothed Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then he flew out of the main hall. His body was surrounded by 48 devil gold swords, which were burning with the devil gold swords. With the devil gold swords, the white-clothed Zhuowen was not particularly afraid of the fire disaster. This was because the devil gold swords had the characteristic of swallowing all flames. It could be said that it was full of demonic nature. Even if it was the fire of a true god of two disasters, it would still be swallowed. The white-clothed Zhuowen had relied on the devil gold swords to pass the previous 9 fire disasters. As soon as the white-clothed Zhuowen left the main hall, purple flames began to surge out from the Yongquan acupuncture point on his feet. This flame was like a sharp sword. It traveled along Zhuo Wen's Yongquan acupoint and spread to his limbs and bones. It was as if it wanted to burn all of his internal organs. Zhuo Wen did not panic. Instead, he carefully controlled the big dipper demonic fire on the surface of the golden sword of no beginning and poured it into his meridians. In the meridians of his waist and abdomen, he intercepted all the purple flames that surged up from below. This process was actually very painful. 2 different flames were fighting in the internal organs. The pain was worse than death. About 4 hours later, the heavenly dipper devil fire finally suppressed the purple flames, and Zhuo Wen's pale face gradually eased up. Although he had the assistance of the devil gold swords, Zhuo Wen was actually on tenterhooks every time he passed the fire disaster. Although the devil gold swords were not bad, it was far from being as strong as the heavenly thunder eye. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuo Wen was in seclusion and had lost the powerful devouring whirlpool. Hence, Zhuo Wen was extra careful when he passed the 10th fire disaster. After passing the 10th fire disaster, the white-clothed Zhuo Wen's aura skyrocketed again. The aura was more than a few times stronger than before. I have finally become a true god of 3 disasters. Zhuo Wen heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Although his original body was from the human race and was not as strong as his doppelganger, Zhuo Wen's original body should have the fighting power of Void Sky 1 step, even if he did not rely on Devour's doppelganger. Of course, if he had Devour's innate talent purgatory and the support of Tao intent, Zhuo Wen would be comparable to Void Sky 2 steps. If the black-clothed Zhuo Wen can pass the 20th lightning disaster smoothly, he will become the powerful True God Extreme Thunder. With True God Extreme Thunder's innate talent and Devour's innate talent, he will be comparable to an expert of Void Sky 4 steps. The white-clothed Zhuo Wen returned to the main hall, and his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuo Wen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Back then, the Purple Star Monarch had become True God Extreme Thunder and True God Extreme Fire at the same time. His strength was comparable to an expert of Void Sky 7 steps. Although the black-clothed Zhuo Wen had only become True God Extreme Thunder, and his strength could not be compared to the Purple Star Monarch, he should not be weaker than Void Sky 4 steps. Of course, this was only Zhuo Wen's guess. As for how strong the black-clothed Zhuo Wen was, he would have to wait for the black-clothed Zhuo Wen to pass the 20th lightning disaster. Another batch of disaster crystals has been used up. The white-robed Zhuo Wen glanced at the few remaining disaster crystals behind the black-robed Zhuo Wen. He quickly took out many disaster crystals from his spirit ring and piled them up more than 10 meters high behind the black-robed Zhuo Wen. Originally, Zhuo Wen thought that the Devilfall Valley had enough disaster crystals. However, after seeing the black-clothed Zhuo Wen's terrifying appetite, he knew that he was too naive, especially after the lightning disaster. The amount of disaster crystals required made even Zhuo Wen speechless. Now the black-clothed Zhuo Wen was only left with the last lightning disaster. The amount of disaster crystals required was probably more than the previous ones combined. Chapter 2021 Thunderous Thundergate. In Devilfall Valley, Zhuo Wen stayed for another 5 years. The black-clothed Zhuo Wen had almost consumed 1/10 of the disaster crystals in Devilfall Valley. Finally, there was some movement. The white-clothed Zhuo Wen suddenly stood up. He stared at the black-clothed Zhuo Wen who was sitting cross-legged. He could feel the terrifying aura that was surging out of the black-clothed Zhuo Wen's body. Such a terrifying aura. This aura contains extremely destructive thunder aura. Not far away, Xiaohei, who was lying on the devil gold holy stone mine and absorbing continuously, suddenly lifted her head and stared at the black-clothed Zhuowen solemnly. The blood immortal also fixed her attention on the black-clothed Zhuowen. As the two of them had obtained a large amount of devil gold holy stone, the Thunder Fire Sword and Blood Immortal Sword had improved tremendously during the time they were in Devil Fall Valley. They had both leveled up to super-grade true god weapons, especially the Thunder Fire Sword. The sword's power was far beyond an ordinary super-grade true god weapon. Even though Zhuowen's original body had many trump cards, he felt that the Thunder Fire Sword was difficult to deal with. It's going to be the 20th Thunderbolt disaster. Zhuowen's gaze grew solemn. After the 15th Thunderbolt disaster, every Thunderbolt disaster would become more and more terrifying. He had witnessed how terrifying the 19th Thunderbolt disaster was with his own eyes. The 20th Thunderbolt disaster was the key for the black-clothed Zhuowen to become extreme Thunder Real God. Its power would definitely be extraordinary. The black-clothed Zhuowen flew out of the hall and landed outside Devil Fall Valley. At that moment, the billowing demon aura above Devil Fall Valley scattered in all directions. Following that, more and more lightning gates appeared above him. There were a total of 20 gigantic lightning gates. Plus, every thunder gate was much scarier than the one that appeared in the 19th Thunderbolt disaster. What? 20 thunder gates, this? Zhuowen and Xiaohei were both stunned. In the past, aside from the consecutive lightning disasters, only one lightning gate would appear in each lightning disaster. Now, however, a total of 20 lightning gates had appeared in the 20th lightning disaster. Moreover, every lightning gate was so terrifying. No wonder it said that it's difficult to become an extreme Tao, true God. A normal lightning calamity is enough to make many first calamity true gods suffer. 20 lightning gates have appeared at the same time during the 20th lightning calamity. This is the rhythm of killing. Xiaohei lamented. The black-robed Zhuowen had a solemn expression on his face. The 48 beginning devil gold swords circled around him. Furthermore, each of the beginning devil gold swords had traces of black vortexes attached to them. It was the devouring whirlpool created by Zhuowen with the heavenly devouring devil book. Its devouring power was much stronger than Devour's innate devouring ability. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 20 lightning gates opened simultaneously. 20 lightning bolts shot out. Each lightning bolt was as thick as an arm. Moreover, the lightning bolts were eerily purplish-black. The black-robed Zhuowen controlled the 48 beginning devil gold swords and turned them into 20 whirlpools of killing intent. They faced the 20 lightning bolts and barely blocked them. At the same time, the heavenly thunder eye appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows and started to absorb the 20 lightning bolts in an orderly manner. Boom! However, not long after the 20 lightning bolts struck down, the 20 lightning gates in the sky opened at the same time. Then lightning bolts as thick as thighs rained down without any regard for their lives. They instantly enveloped the space that Zhuowen was in. The lightning bolts were so terrifying that all the restrictions in the Devil Fall Valley were turned into dust. The white-robed Zhuowen and Xiaohei had no choice but to retreat from the Devil Fall Valley. They looked at the lightning bolts that were striking down, continuously in shock. What a terrifying lightning disaster! The lightning bolts are striking down continuously. There's no buffer time at all. Zhuowen's heart was beating wildly. Now that he was connected to the black-robed Zhuowen's mind, he could feel that the black-robed Zhuowen was having a hard time resisting the lightning bolts. The black-robed Zhuowen had used the heavenly devouring devil book and relied on the surging devil chi of the Devil Fall Valley to resist the lightning disaster. Even so, the lightning disaster was still steadily suppressing the black-robed Zhuowen. The whirlpools of killing intent formed by the 48 beginning devil gold swords were smashed again and again. Even the terrifying devouring whirlpools that Zhuowen had created with the devil chi of the Devilfall Valley were suppressed by the lightning bolts again and again. They were constantly collapsing, reforming and collapsing. When the lightning arcs that splashed out landed on the black-clothed Zhuowen's body, they were actually able to burn a portion of his body into charred pieces. The black-robed Zhuowen's original body was devoured. His body was extremely strong, but he was still burned by the lightning bolts. It was clear how terrifying the lightning bolts of the lightning disaster were. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, the black-robed Zhuowen used all his skills. He even used the heavenly thunder eye to block the terrifying lightning disaster. The lightning disaster was becoming more and more terrifying. The entire 15th floor shook violently. The tremors were like ripples in the water, spreading throughout the vast trial ground. On the 10th floor, Yun Chuyu was sitting cross-legged beside a quiet lake. And Mo Fan was standing on a rock behind her. Rumble! The enormous lake water exploded, and terrifying cracks appeared in the ground of the 10th level. The intense vibrations converged into a symphony of vibrations. All the cultivators on the 10th floor were shaken. They stood up one after another, their eyes filled with confusion. Senior brother Mo Fan, what's going on? Yun Chiu rushed to Mo Fan's side and asked in confusion. Mo Fan's gaze was solemn. He pointed at the horizon of the 10th floor, where a huge shadow of a lightning gate had appeared. Although the shadow of the lightning gate was not real, its aura was exceptionally terrifying. It was much stronger than the lightning gate formed by a normal lightning disaster. Someone is going through the 20th lightning disaster. Mo Fan's gaze was complicated. Going through a lightning disaster was a relatively common thing in the trial ground. However, only the legendary 20th lightning disaster could cause such a huge commotion. This was because once one went through the 20th lightning disaster, they would become the legendary extreme Thunder Real God. Their strength would be comparable to an ordinary Void Sky cultivator. Not only Mo Fan, but the other cultivators also thought of this. They were all guessing which genius was going through the 20th lightning disaster. Someone is going to become Extreme Thunder Real God? Yun Chuyi was surprised. However, Mo Fan shook his head and said that might not be the case. The 20th lightning disaster is very terrifying. Even the most outstanding genius may die if he is not careful. Once he dies, he will be dead. Not only on the 10th floor, countless cultivators in the entire trial ground saw the shadow of the lightning gate that appeared in the void. On the 17th floor of Tong Tian Tower, a lady with snow-white hair and a long white dress sat quietly. She raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes landed on the 17th floor outside the tower. She saw the huge lightning gate and felt the tremors of Tong Tian Tower. Want to become Extreme Thunder Real God? This person's courage is commendable, but the chances of success are very slim. This lady was Tong Chi-mei from Half Moon Hall. In her first year in the trial ground, she had entered the 17th floor and defeated many geniuses. She had also stayed on the 17th floor for a total of 25 years. Tong Chi-mei no longer paid attention to the shadow of the lightning gate outside the tower. Her beautiful eyes landed on the stairs in front of her. At the end of the stairs was the 18th floor of the trial ground. It was said that very few people had reached the 18th floor. Moreover, there were many exciting rumors about the 18th floor. Regardless of whether it was due to honor or curiosity, Tong Chi-mei wanted to step into the 18th floor to take a look. Dang, dang, dang. Tong Chi-mei walked up the stairs step by step. In an instant, the pressure on the stairs gathered to form a violent hurricane. Tong Chi-mei's white hair swayed wantonly under the hurricane. She looked like a fairy flying from the heavens. Finally, Tong Chi-mei reached the end of the stairs. She only needed to take one more step to enter the 18th floor. 18th floor, here I come. As she spoke, Tong Chi-mei suddenly stepped onto the end of the stairs and disappeared from the 17th floor. Outside the Tower of Hanno, In the triangular plaza, although countless cultivators were paying attention, they could not see the sudden appearance of the lightning gate. However, there was another matter that caused a stir in the entire square. Someone has entered the 18th floor. Who is this person? Uproar and clamor filled the entire plaza. The trial ground was divided into 18 floors. However, there were very few cultivators who could truly enter the 18th floor. In the past 10,000 years, there were only a few who could do so. Today, another genius had entered the 18th floor. How could the cultivators not be shocked and excited? The person who has entered the 18th floor is Chime. Within the veiled palanquin, Waning Moon's cold voice carried a trace of gentleness. Demonic Pearl sect Master Yang Mucho hurriedly congratulated Waning Moon. As expected of the Half Moon Hall's peerless genius, she's so young and has already entered the 18th floor. Half Moon Hall will probably become stronger in the future. Waning Moon smiled, clearly in a good mood. She said, Sect Master Yang is too polite. Your Demonic Pearl sect's Wei Shua's talent is also top-notch. Perhaps he can catch up and enter the 18th floor. Yang Mucho smiled. Sect Master Waning Moon is too polite. Compared to Martial Niece Chime, Wei Shua is still a distance away. It's already very good that he can enter the 17th floor. Yang Mucho and Waning Moon's conversation had no intention of hiding anything. Everyone in the plaza heard it clearly. Many cultivators also knew that the person who had entered the 18th floor was Half Moon Hall's Tong Chime. Although many cultivators doubted Waning Moon's certainty, it seemed that other than Tong Chime, it was very difficult for any cultivator who had entered the trial ground to achieve such an achievement. The Half Moon Hall was the head of the 10 major sects, and Tong Chime was the most famous in the Northern Yu region. However, the other regions had more or less heard of Tong Chime's name and knew that Tong Chime was a rare genius that only appeared once every few 100,000 years. Chapter 2022 Provocation and Counterattack. Tong Chime is definitely the strongest genius among all the cultivators in this trial ground. The genius disciples of the other 10 sects have all been overshadowed by Tong Chime's radiance. Yu Yewei, the sect master of the Serene Mirage sect, sighed. That's not necessarily true. Heaven and Earth sect and Void Cleansing Peak are second only to Half Moon Hall. The strongest geniuses of these two sects, Lianzhe and Liangdan, are both quite strong. It's also said that they are geniuses who have ascended 4 times in Void Sky. These two might even reach the 18th floor. Ling Yunji, sect master of High Heaven sect, said with a smile. It seems that the two of you are not very confident in the geniuses of our Dongyu. Mo Ji, island master of Heavenly Demon Island, said indifferently. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji smiled awkwardly but did not answer. The most outstanding disciple of Dongyu was none other than the witch of Heavenly Demon Island, Yushan. Although Yushan was outstanding, there was still a gap between her and Tong Chime, Lianzhe and Liangdan. In fact, they did not even think that Yushan could enter the 17th floor. As for Yu Tanjing of Serene Mirage sect and Ling Zhuo of High Heaven sect, although they were quite talented, they knew very well that the gap between them and Yushan was not small, let alone Tong Chime, Lianzhe, and Liangdan, the 3 top geniuses. Someone else has entered the 18th floor, and 2 people have entered at once. Suddenly, an uproar came from the crowd. Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji both looked up and saw that there were 2 more light spots on the 18th floor light screen of the Tower of Hanno. It should be Lianzhe of the Cosmos sect and Liangdan of the Void Cleansing Peak. It's only been 25 years, and they have already entered level 18. Those 3 are truly blessed by the heavens. If they were to come across some sort of serendipity in the remaining 25 years, their cultivation states would most likely skyrocket once more. Yu Yewei sighed out once more. Mo Ji did not speak. He just looked at the sighing Yu Yewei and Ling Yunji quietly and sneered in his heart. These two were the sect masters of High Heaven Sect and Serene Mirage, sect of the 10 Great Sects. But now they were looking up to others without any competitive spirit. This made Mo.G despise them. On the 15th level, the lightning bolts became more terrifying and powerful, almost forming a prison of lightning in the air. The enormous Devilfall Valley had already become a scene of devastation after being bombarded by the frightening lightning arcs. The surging demonic chi above had completely dissipated at this moment, leaving behind only the remnants of the valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Naturally, there were also many powerful cultivators on the 15th floor. They were either cultivating on this floor, looking for opportunities, or training here. When the lightning gate descended, it attracted a lot of cultivators from the 15th level. It's coming from the direction of Devilfall Valley. Furthermore, with such a terrifying thunder gate, it's obvious that someone is undergoing the 20th thunder calamity. Could it be that someone is going to become True God Extreme Thunder? Let's go and take a look. Voices rang out from every corner of the 15th floor. Soon after, many figures flashed through the air. Their goal was the same, Devilfall Valley. Devilfall Valley was quite famous on the 15th floor. However, due to the dense demonic energy within Devilfall Valley, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find the entrance to Devilfall Valley. Thus, many cultivators on the 15th floor would rarely enter Devilfall Valley for training, because in Devilfall Valley it was very easy to die if one was not careful. After a short while, close to 100 cultivators landed on the periphery of Devilfall Valley. When their gazes fell on the devastated Devilfall Valley, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Devilfall Valley, which used to be surging with demonic chi and overflowing with ferocious flames, was now completely in ruins. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in the ruins, it was completely filled with dense lightning arcs. Every single lightning arc was enough to split mountains and shatter the void. The cultivators who were close to Devilfall Valley could not imagine if they would be lucky enough to survive if they were to be in the midst of such frightening lightning arcs. None of the cultivators left. They all stopped at the periphery of the lightning arcs. They wanted to see who the extremely daring person who dared to undergo the 20th thunder calamity was. Outside the range of the lightning arcs, Zhuowen stood there quietly. However, his face did not look too good, especially when he saw close to 100 cultivators gathered around him. His gaze became even gloomier. The black-clothed Zhuowen's situation was not optimistic. He was currently bitterly enduring the lightning arcs. If it were not for the heavenly thunder eye and the heaven-devouring demonic tome's powerful devouring power, the black-clothed Zhuowen would have already died. Regardless of whether the black-clothed Zhuowen could survive this thunder calamity, the following matters would be very difficult to deal with. Devilfall Valley's reputation on the 15th floor was too great. Legend said that it was the place where a demonic Tao powerhouse fell. It was also said that there were many resources and inheritances of the demonic Tao powerhouse. Now that the black-clothed Zhuowen was undergoing his 20th thunder calamity here, whether he survived or not, he would become the target of public criticism. I saw you here before I came to Devilfall Valley. Do you know who the person undergoing the tribulation in Devilfall Valley is? A black-faced man rushed in front of Zhuowen. He looked down at Zhuowen condescendingly and questioned Zhuowen as if he were a prisoner. Yes, the 3 of us were the first batch to come here. We arrived here 10 breaths after the thunder calamity occurred. At that time, this child was already here. Either this child was nearby, or this child had some relationship with the person undergoing the tribulation. There were 2 other people behind the black-faced man. One of them was a man with a cold expression. He licked his lips and looked at Zhuowen somewhat maliciously. The auras of these 3 people were not very strong, but they had all reached the virtual sky realm. Although Zhuowen's cultivation had not touched the virtual sky realm, he could sense that these 3 people should be cultivators who had just condensed the virtual sky bridge not long ago. They probably obtained enough disaster crystals in this trial ground to advance to the virtual sky realm. They saw that Zhuowen's aura was only that of a true god of 3 disasters, so they probably had bad intentions. The surrounding people with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble with Zhuowen. The reason was very simple. They said it was grand, but in fact, it was to give the 3 of them a reason to attack Zhuowen. After all, true gods of 3 disasters were not common on the 15th floor. Even if this kind of cultivator's divine sense was powerful, it was very limited. They were definitely not stronger than virtual sky realm cultivators. However, no one came out to stop them. Everyone had a mocking expression. They wanted to see how this true god of 3 disasters would deal with these 3 virtual sky realm cultivators. I don't know the person undergoing the tribulation in Devil Fall Valley. I just happened to pass by here and happened to meet a senior undergoing the 20th thunder calamity here, Zhuowen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Although he also knew that these 3 people were deliberately looking for trouble, he did not want to pay attention to them. Now, all his attention was on the black-robed Zhuowen. He only hoped that the black-robed Zhuowen could completely pass the 20th thunder calamity. This kid looks very suspicious at first glance. I suspect that this guy is lying. This kid might be the companion of the person undergoing the tribulation inside. Capture him first. The black-faced, brawny man grinned. A terrifying divine sense surged out and turned into a huge hand that grabbed at Zhuowen. The 2 people behind the black-faced brawny man looked at all of this with eyes full of ridicule. Zhuowen's eyes were full of killing intent. Originally, he did not want to bicker with the black-faced brawny man and his 2 companions. Unfortunately, the black-faced brawny man actually looked for trouble and even tried to kill him. Thus, he could not blame Zhuowen for not being polite. Pucci! The black-faced brawny man screamed miserably. The huge hand formed by his divine sense instantly collapsed. He also suffered a backlash from the shattering of his divine sense. Intense pain came from his divine sense, causing him to scream again and again. However, the black-faced, brawny man's screams did not last long. A purple sword silently entered between his eyebrows. "You!" The black-faced, brawny man glared at the cold-looking young man in front of him. He really could not believe that the young man in front of him was just a true god 3 disasters. How could his strength be so terrifying? He actually cut off his divine sense hand so easily and so quickly. I hate that I can't use the energy of the illusory bridge. I can't accept this, the black-faced brawny man roared and his head exploded. Zhuowen continued to rush toward the 2 people behind the black-faced brawny man with the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. His movements were not sloppy at all. In the trial ground, all the cultivators' divine senses were restricted. Cultivators above the void sky realm were even more restricted. The energy of the illusory bridge in their bodies was also restricted, so they could not use their full strength. This was also why the black-faced brawny man was so unwilling after being killed by Zhuowen. It should be known that a void sky cultivator would not die immediately after his soul was destroyed. He would only truly die if the illusory bridge was completely destroyed. However, in the trial ground, the illusory bridge of a void sky cultivator was restricted. This also meant that if one soul was destroyed here, the energy of the illusory bridge could not be used. Therefore, a void sky cultivator was the same as a true god here. The destruction of his soul meant that he had died. How dare you sneak attack Brother Zhou? You're courting death. The other 2 cultivators reacted and their eyes were spitting fire. In their opinion, the black-faced cultivator was killed by Zhuowen's sneak attack. Therefore, not only were they not afraid of Zhuowen, but they also took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He waved the glorious amethyst galaxy sword and blocked the 2 divine weapons. The soul-absorbing divine needle between his eyebrows shot out extremely quickly and sank into the glabella of one of the cultivators. destroying his soul. Bang! After blocking the two divine weapons, Zhuowen rushed toward the last cultivator as fast as lightning. After seeing his companion killed in an instant, the cultivator lost all his morale. He screamed and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, in front of Zhuowen, who had the torch dragon wings, this person's speed was not worth mentioning. Soon, Zhuowen caught up with him and killed him with one sword strike. Zhuowen killed 3 Void Sky cultivators cleanly in an instant, completely shocking the surrounding cultivators. The ridicule in the eyes of many cultivators turned into fear and reverence at this moment. Although the black-faced cultivator and the other 2 had just advanced to the Void Sky realm, their combined battle power was not weak. Moreover, the young man with the purple sword was only true god 3 disasters. Chapter 2023. Siege. At that moment, many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but distance themselves from Zhuowen. Although there were many cultivators who were stronger than the burly man, Zhuowen was able to kill the burly man and the other 2 so easily. It was obvious that Zhuowen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it wasn't necessary, they really didn't want to take the initiative to provoke the young man who looked like a real god 3 disasters. Look, the power of the thunder disaster above Devilfall Valley is weakening. It seems that the thunder disaster is going to be over soon. Someone suddenly said, and it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Seeing that the thunder disaster was indeed weakening, many of the cultivators immediately focused their attention on the thunder disaster. They knew clearly that whether the owner of the thunder disaster could succeed and become real god Extreme Thunder would depend on whether he could survive the terrifying lightning arcs. Moreover, most of the cultivators at the scene had their own ideas. Since the owner of the thunder disaster was in Devilfall Valley, it meant that this person must have obtained many benefits in Devilfall Valley. He might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. No matter if the person who was going to survive the thunder disaster was dead or alive, he must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. Everyone didn't want to let go of those good things. Even if the person didn't die from such a terrifying thunder disaster, he would be at his weakest right after the thunder disaster. With so many of them, they wouldn't be afraid of a weak, real god Extreme Thunder. Bang! The 20 lightning gates collapsed one after another, and the densely packed lightning arcs in the surroundings also dissipated at this moment. A wretched figure fell to the ground amidst the dissipated lightning arcs. When everyone's eyes landed on this miserable figure, a long ray of light flashed past and caught this miserable figure. Immediately, it rushed into the distance. The speed of the rainbow was too fast. Almost at the moment when the thunder gates disappeared, it flew to the miserable figure's side and escaped immediately. By the time everyone reacted, the streak of light was already 1,000 miles away. It's that guy just now. He's really with the cultivator who is going to survive the thunder disaster. Let's chase after them. The 2 of them must have some good things from Devilfall Valley. They might even have obtained the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty in Devilfall Valley. A blue-robed cultivator exclaimed and summoned a flying divine artifact. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Zhuowen. Not only the blue-robed cultivator, but the other cultivators also followed closely behind. Streaks of light tore through the sky like a meteor shower as they pursued at high speed. Boom! Boom! At the same time, under the control of these cultivators' divine sense, all the divine artifacts flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen placed the black-robed Zhuowen into his spirit ring. At this moment, the black-robed Zhuowen was not in a good condition. His entire body was charred black, and his flesh was lacerated. He had even suffered some serious internal injuries. Luckily, the black-clothed Zhuowen had passed through the thunder disaster successfully. Zhuowen believed that as long as the black-clothed Zhuowen recovered, he would be a real god Extreme Thunder. By then, his fighting power would definitely be frightening. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen's train of thought was interrupted by the many divine weapons flying behind him. D***MN, these guys Zhuowen's eyes turned gloomy. Without thinking, he extended the torch dragon wings, and his speed increased tremendously. The divine weapons that were flying towards him missed their target. The torch dragon wings' speed was very fast. Even if those cultivators had flying divine artifacts, they were far behind Zhuowen's current speed. Looking at the cultivators who were getting further and further behind him, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. Swoosh! All of a sudden, many transparent threads appeared in front of him. Like spiritual snakes, they flew towards Zhuowen to bind him. Zhuowen snorted coldly and slashed with his glorious purple galaxy sword. However, to his surprise, the glorious purple galaxy sword could not cut through the transparent threads. This shocked him greatly. "You're too naive. This is the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm. It's not something that you can break just because you want to." A cold voice came from the side. A slender cultivator in a blue robe looked at Zhuowen with a mocking smile. Transparent threads were entwined between his hands. The strange thing was that these threads were not only invisible to the naked eye, but also difficult to identify with the divine sense. Seeing the cultivators getting closer and closer behind him, Zhuowen immediately summoned the 12 No-beginning devil golden swords. Raging black flames constantly burned and jumped on the blades. Crack! The No-beginning devil golden swords turned into a black flame whirlwind and immediately cut through the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. Meanwhile, Zhuowen flapped his torch dragon wings and rushed forward like a whirlwind. Although he was a little unhappy with the blue-robed cultivator's obstruction, there were too many cultivators behind him. He really did not want to waste time. Otherwise, they would catch up very quickly. There were nearly 100 void sky cultivators. Although most of them had just advanced to the void sky realm not long ago, there were also powerhouses who had reached the first or second step of the void sky realm. If he was surrounded by such a group of people, Zhuowen would really be in trouble. The blue-robed cultivator was surprised. He did not expect Zhuowen's No-beginning devil golden swords to be so sharp. "Want to escape? Do you think it's possible? You're indeed fast, but I'm even faster." The blue-clad cultivator sneered. His figure became like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In just a flash, he appeared above Zhuowen. Both his hands rippled and transparent ice threads, the myriad-year silkworm, shot out to block Zhuowen's path. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing the blue-robed cultivator blocking him again and again, Zhuowen's heart was filled with anger. The 12 No-beginning devil golden swords turned into a vortex of killing intent and instantly crushed the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him. The corners of the blue-robed cultivator's mouth curled up slightly. He calmly released the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm again and again, forming layers of defense in front of him. The No-beginning devil golden swords were indeed powerful, but the blue-robed cultivator had already estimated their power in advance. As long as he kept releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, this person would definitely not be able to break through his defense. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He naturally saw through the blue-robed cultivator's thoughts and instantly released the other 24 No-beginning devil golden swords. The 36 No-beginning devil golden swords combined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. Countless black flames burned fiercely and turned into a huge storm. Bang! 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 The killing intent vortex, formed by the 36 No-beginning devil golden swords, was much stronger than the 12 No-beginning devil golden swords. The blue-robed cultivator, who was originally releasing the ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm, obviously did not expect Zhuowen to release more No-beginning devil golden swords. The ice silk of the 10,000-year silkworm in front of him instantly collapsed. Pucci! The killing intent vortex instantly pierced through the blue-robed cultivator's glabella. The latter's eyes were wide open. After uttering a few words, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Zhuo swiftly put away the man's spirit ring and spread his torch dragon wings, wanting to escape again. Unfortunately, the divine weapons behind him smashed into his body like a whirlwind. Helpless, Zhuo immediately controlled the 36 no-beginning devil golden swords to form a defensive posture. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The 36 no-beginning devil golden swords were almost shattered. Zhuo snorted and coldly stared at the many cultivators surrounding him. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? Zhuo looked around and asked in a deep voice, "What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of you snatching away the person who just went through the tribulation? Yes, looking at you, you should be the accomplice of the person who went through the tribulation, right? You must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley, right? Quickly hand over the spirit ring and destroy your cultivation. Then we will spare your dog life." "Why should we spare his life? Let's just kill him. Then we'll split the items on his body." Devilfall Valley is definitely filled with rare treasures. The surrounding cultivators' eyes fell on Zhuo. They were full of greed, as if Zhuo had become a delicious cake in their eyes. Zhuo looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. His eyes were surging with killing intent. In the eyes of these people, Zhuo's life was cheap. They could kill him or let him go as they pleased. "Let's kill this kid together." Finally, the surrounding cultivators reached an agreement. They called out their divine weapons and bombarded Zhuo with strong killing intent. At this moment, Zhuo had already stopped holding back. The 48 no-beginning devil golden swords surrounded his body. The raging black fire burned constantly, firmly guarding Zhuo. Bang! 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 Nearly 100 divine weapons bombarded the no-beginning devil golden swords, but they were unable to break through the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords. Continue. This kid is really not simple. A mere true god, 3 disasters has such powerful combat strength. He must have obtained a lot of good things in Devilfall Valley. Let's kill him together. Although their attacks were blocked, the cultivators did not retreat. Instead, the greed in their eyes grew stronger. They concluded that the cultivator in front of them must have obtained a lot of benefits from Devilfall Valley. Bang! 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 Nearly 100 cultivators joined forces and attacked again. Each attack was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. Zhuo, who was inside the no-beginning devil golden swords, became paler and paler. He had to expend a lot of energy to maintain the defense of the no-beginning devil golden swords, especially when facing the combined attacks of so many powerful cultivators. It was extremely strenuous for him. "Kid, throw out the supreme fire sword," Xiao He suddenly said in a deep voice. Zhuo was stunned. Soon after, the supreme fire sword with raging flames appeared in his hand. Although he did not know what Xiao He wanted to do, he knew that Xiao He would definitely not trick him at this juncture. When another attack was about to land, Zhuo suddenly threw out the supreme fire sword. The supreme fire sword turned into a ray of fire and entered the crowd in front of him. "What's that sword? It seems to have the aura of the extreme Tao." The people in front of him were puzzled. Their attention fell on the supreme fire sword. "Xiao Huizi, it's been hard on you. Explode." Xiao He's voice sounded faintly. Rumble. Suddenly, the supreme fire sword exploded. Terrifying flames surged out and instantly enveloped the cultivators in front of him. "Go," Xiao He quickly said. Zhuo immediately controlled the no-beginning devil golden swords to turn into a whirlpool of killing intent and broke through to the back. Chapter 2024. Real God Extreme Thunder, don't let him escape. The crowd behind him shouted in unison. Immediately, divine artifacts flew over and landed heavily on Zhuo's body. Zhuo's powerful consciousness swept out explosively. The killing intent vortex, formed by the 48 original demonic golden swords, increased in power and actually blocked all of the divine weapons. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. With a loud roar, a vortex of killing intent soared into the sky, dispersing all the divine weapons in its way. Raising his torch dragon wings, Zhuowen shot out like a bolt of lightning and broke through the encirclement. Chase! This person is injured. He can't have escaped far. The cultivators behind him turned into streaks of light and followed closely behind Zhuowen. As for the 40 or so cultivators in front of him, nearly 20 of them had died due to the self-destruction of the extreme Dao fire sword. The remaining 20 or so cultivators had all suffered either heavy or light injuries. However, the 20-plus cultivators did not feel fearful at all. Instead, they felt enraged. Ignoring the wounds on their bodies, they chased after Zhuowen. In their eyes, this Zhuowen was extremely detestable. He actually used despicable means to injure them. Zhuowen's face was extremely gloomy as he sensed the crazy crowd of cultivators chasing after him. Although his original body's battle prowess was not bad, he was still no match for so many cultivators. At present, the only person capable of dealing with so many cultivators was the black-robed Zhuowen. However, the black-clothed Zhuowen's injuries were too severe, and he was far from fully recovered. In order to let the black-clothed Zhuowen recover as soon as possible, Zhuowen took out all the level 6 and level 7 divine medicines from his spirit ring to treat the black-clothed Zhuowen, hoping that the black-clothed Zhuowen could recover in a short period of time. Half a month later, Zhuowen stopped on top of a hill. However, before he could rest for long, a group of divine weapons came crashing down on the hill, smashing the entire hill into smithereens. Zhuowen was forced to dodge helplessly. At this moment, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was already injured, and he had been running for his life for half a month. The exhaustion of his mental and physical strength had taken a huge toll on him. The cultivators chasing Zhuowen took turns to fight him, not giving him any chance to rest. This was why Zhuowen had consumed so much energy in just half a month. In the end, Zhuowen landed on a mountain peak. He had already reached his limit. He immediately turned around and stared calmly at the 200-plus cultivators in front of him. In the beginning, there were only nearly 100 cultivators besieging Zhuowen. Later, the self-detonation of the supreme Dao flame sword killed over 20 of them, leaving only over 70 cultivators. However, half a month's worth of pursuit had naturally alarmed the other cultivators on the 15th floor. Following that, the other cultivators joined the ranks of the besiegers. The team of over 70 cultivators had grown to over 200 cultivators. That was nearly 2/3 of all the cultivators on the 15th floor. At any rate, those who could make it to the 15th floor were not ordinary cultivators. Thus, it was only natural that there would not be too many of them. What, you can't run anymore? A man with a full beard crossed his arms and stared mockingly at the exhausted Zhuowen in front of him. He could also tell that Zhuowen had reached his limit and was unable to escape from their clutches. Why aren't you handing over the spirit ring on your body? Be sensible and hand over the spirit ring. Also, honestly tell us what you obtained from the Devil Fall Valley. Perhaps we will let you die a quick death. The cultivators around the bearded man were all clamoring, not putting Zhuowen in their eyes at all. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the crowd in front of him, his eyes filled with coldness, and said, "Since you want my spirit ring, then I'll give it to you." With that, Zhuowen took off the spirit ring and threw it towards the crowd. Snatch! The moment Zhuowen threw out the spirit ring, many cultivators' eyes lit up. They couldn't wait to rush out, wanting to snatch the spirit ring. The bearded man who had spoken just now was the fastest. He was far ahead of the crowd. With a stroke of his right hand, he grabbed the spirit ring in his hand. However, the moment the bearded man grabbed the spirit ring, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His right hand was severed from his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily cover the wound on his severed right arm. CI. The bearded man realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, a terrifying bolt of lightning that was as sharp as a sword suddenly blasted onto his head. Poochie! In an instant, the bearded man's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be any more dead. The death of the bearded man immediately caused many of the cultivators behind him to stiffen and their expressions to become sluggish. Soon after, everyone saw a figure whose entire body was filled with black lightning walk out from the spiritual ring. This person was dressed in a black robe, and his body was surrounded by surging demonic energy. Within the demonic energy, there was a faint purplish black lightning, as if terrifying lightning was constantly brewing in the dark clouds. This person slowly took the spirit ring and leisurely wore it on the middle finger of his right hand. Immediately after, a pair of pitch-black demonic eyes stared coldly at the cultivators in front of him. This pair of eyes was filled with an ancient indifference. It gave everyone the feeling that the heavens were coldly looking down on them. At this moment, in this pair of eyes, all of them were like ants. They were extremely lowly. It's the guy who went through 20 lightning disasters. He's real God Extreme Thunder. In the crowd, someone's voice trembled. Real God Extreme Thunder was the first step of an extreme Tao, real God. Legend had it that real God Extreme Thunder had terrifying fighting power and had mastered the ultimate power of lightning disasters. He was a terrifying real God that only existed in legends. Now, in front of them, real God Extreme Thunder had truly appeared. Moreover, the aura of real God Extreme Thunder was so strong that it caused them to feel fear. Do you want the spirit ring? Come and snatch it. I can tell you clearly that Devilfall Valley contains countless disaster crystals, many precious mineral veins, many precious divine medicines, endless resources, and the inheritance of the Demon Way Almighty. All of these are in my spiritual ring. If you can kill me, then all of these things will be yours. Zhuowen, who was shrouded in demonic aura, let out a bewitching voice and instantly ignited the greed in the hearts of countless cultivators at the scene. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? He's only one person, and we have 200 people. Everyone attack together. This person will definitely die. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted. It was as though he was trying to boost his courage and also the courage of everyone else. That's right. He's only one person, and we have so many people. So what if he's real God Extreme Thunder? Real God Extreme Thunder originally existed in legends. This person is only pretending to be mysterious. His goal is to make us retreat. Everyone, don't be fooled. Voices rose one after another from the crowd, and the fear that had filled everyone's hearts was completely washed away. Greed overcame the fear of the unknown, and it blinded everyone's eyes. Hence, everyone took out their divine weapons and attacked Zhuowen courageously. They hoped to kill this person and obtain the spirit ring that contained the inheritance and treasures of Devilfall Valley. The black-clothed Zhuowen smirked coldly. In half a month's time, under the treatment of many divine medicines, the black-clothed Zhuowen had recovered completely. Moreover, he had obtained the true power of real God Extreme Thunder. However, he had also suffered a great loss. Originally, with Devour's recovery power, he only needed a period of time to recover. However, Zhuowen was surrounded and chased by so many cultivators. The black-robed Zhuowen could only consume precious divine herbs to recover as quickly as possible. The price he paid was that he had used up all his Tier 7 and Tier 6 divine herbs. This made Zhuowen's heart ache. Zhuowen decided that he would make up for the price that he had to pay from the cultivators who were chasing after him. Boom! Terrifying purple lightning spread out and formed a huge lightning gate. Boom! 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 More than 200 divine weapons hit the lightning gate, but they were unable to break it open. Creak! The lightning gate opened wide, and the many divine artifacts were sent flying. The black-robed Zhuowen took a step forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a sharp lightning sword. The lightning sword was 10 feet long, and its surface was covered with purple lightning. It was the Extreme Lightning Sword, and it was real God Extreme Thunder's powerful weapon. Bang! 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 The black-clothed Zhuowen suddenly slashed out with the Extreme Lightning Sword in his hand. Instantly, lightning appeared in the sky like a river of stars, and then the 200-plus God artifacts were blasted apart. Zhuowen took a step forward with his right foot and rushed to the front of the cultivators. His speed was as fast as lightning. The 5 cultivators at the front only felt a bolt of lightning flash before their eyes. Then they realized that they had been beheaded. Their heads were thrown high into the air, and they could only watch as their headless corpses fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! The black-clothed Zhuowen was like a god of slaughter as he charged into the crowd. A terrifying bloody wind was stirred up. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour. When it landed on the ground, it formed a river of blood. Although many cultivators tried their best to take out their divine weapons to block, they were all destroyed by the Extreme Lightning Sword. They could not block the Extreme Lightning Sword at all. In just 20 breaths' time, more than half of the 200 cultivators were killed. This is real God Extreme Thunder's power. It's too terrifying. Let's go. A cultivator was shivering, and he had lost all will to fight. He screamed and retreated. The cultivator's words were like a fuse that caused the rest of the cultivators to panic. Then the cultivators started to run in all directions. What? Who set up a trap array here? Damn it. However, when these cultivators retreated 1,000 meters, they suddenly realized that a huge trapping formation had appeared behind them, blocking their path of retreat. Zhuowen watched everything from the back, quietly. He formed a seal with his right hand and set up a strong trap array with the seal of all things. Chapter 2025. The 18th level of the Stairway to Heaven. Ah! Screams were heard continuously. Many cultivators were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They attacked the trap array, trying to break it open. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had also joined the ranks of the massacre. 48 first Devil Golden Swords shot out. All the cultivators who attacked the trap array were targeted by Zhuowen's original body and killed. Although Zhuowen's original body was not as powerful as the black-clothed Zhuowen, he relied on the trap array to come and go like a ghost. With the help of Xiaohe and the Blood Immortal, the cultivators could not do anything about it. Seeing more and more cultivators die, the remaining cultivators finally knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not care about these cultivators begging. For more than half a month, these cultivators had been chasing after Zhuowen. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Facing the murderers who wanted to kill him, Zhuowen would not show any mercy. Fight! Since these two won't let us go, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The remaining 50-plus cultivators all stood up when they sensed Zhuowen's cold, killing intent. Their eyes were filled with determination. They knew that if they didn't resist, they would die without a doubt. If they resisted, they would still have a chance at survival. Boom! Boom! More than 50 cultivators unleashed their strongest moves one after another, blasting toward the powerful black-robed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen stood in the air, his gaze calm as he stared at the many attacks coming at him, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. The black-clothed Zhuowen raised his right hand. The Extreme Thunder sword burst out thousands of thunderbolts and formed a huge thunder gate that stretched across the sky. Bang! 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 The 50 cultivators attacked with all their might, and all of them landed on the thunder gate. Of course, what made them despair was that the thunder gate was like Mount Tai, standing tall and unmoving. Whoosh! Then the huge lightning gate swept across the sky and smashed into the bodies of more than 50 cultivators like a mountain. Crackle! Violent sounds of thunder continued to resound. Following that, a series of oppressive purple-black thunderbolts actually surged and spread out the moment the Thundergate collapsed. After the Thundergate slowly disappeared, the 50-plus cultivators also disappeared, leaving only the black-robed Joan and the white-robed Joan. I should return to Skysplit Tower. With my current strength, entering the 16th floor shouldn't be a problem. The white-clothed Joan's gaze was calm. However, he was excited about real God Extreme Thunder's strong power. After keeping the black-clothed Joan, he disappeared from his original spot. Outside the Tower of Hanoi, countless gazes were focused on the 15th floor. This was because, in just a short span of 30 breaths, 2/3 of the 15th person's light spots had disappeared one after another. The 15th floor, which originally had more than 300 light spots, now had less than 100 light spots. What happened on the 15th floor? 2/3 of the cultivators have mysteriously disappeared? There was an uproar in the square. Obviously, the sudden disappearance of so many light spots on the 15th floor had puzzled many cultivators. Elder Waning Moon looked at the Tower of Hanoi with interest and muttered, "Disappearing light spots represent death. In such a short period of time, more than 200 cultivators have died, and they were all elite cultivators who made it to the 15th floor. What is going on? They were probably killed by someone. A ruthless person must have appeared on the 15th floor. For some reason, he angered everyone and killed all the cultivators who surrounded him." Yang Mucho chuckled. Sect Master Yang's words make sense. If that's really the case, I really want to see the true face of this so-called ruthless person. In the trial grounds, no one has ever dared to kill so wantonly, Elder Waning Moon said faintly with a smirk. There's a light spot on the 15th floor that's moving toward the 16th floor. Could it be that the ruthless person is that light spot? Yang Mucho's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly said, Elder Waning Moon also noticed that light spot. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she chuckled. Since I have nothing to do, let's see how far this light spot can go. On the 15th floor of Skysplit Tower, Joan's gaze fell on the steps, and he immediately took a step forward. When he stepped onto the last step, Joan discovered to his surprise that the divine sense pressure that crushed down from the surroundings actually didn't affect him in the slightest. In other words, Joan felt very relaxed as he stepped onto the last step. When Joan first entered the 15th floor, it was still a bit difficult for him, but now it was so easy. He knew that his divine sense had made great progress in the past few years in Devilfall Valley. Asterisk bang. Asterisk thinking of this, he stepped onto the 16th floor. After entering the 16th floor, he didn't stop at all and continued to move toward the 17th floor. The 16th floor still didn't have any effect on him, and he easily reached the 17th floor. Yang Mucho's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with some surprise, "This guy went up 2 floors and entered the 17th floor so easily." Elder Waning Moon lazily leaned back in her chair, but there was a rare hint of interest in her phoenix eyes. Now she was certain that the person who was bold enough to cause more than 200 specks of light to disappear from the 15th floor was the cultivator of this speck of light. It wasn't just Yang Mucho and Elder Waning Moon. The other cultivators on the square also noticed the light spot that had just entered the 17th floor. There weren't many light spots on the 17th floor to begin with, and this light spot that had just entered the 17th floor directly went from the 15th floor to the 17th floor. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. Could this light spot be a genius from the 10 Great Sects? He didn't even stop at the 16th floor and directly went to the 17th floor. He really isn't simple. You're wrong. This guy is still climbing. He's moving toward the 18th floor. All of a sudden, this sentence caused the entire square to fall silent. Although there weren't many light spots on the 17th floor, there were still more than 10 of them. However, there were only 3 on the 18th floor. Moreover, everyone on the square guessed that these 3 light spots were Tong Chimei from the Half Moon Hall, Lianze from the Chenkuan sect, and Liang Dan from the Void Peak. So who was the fourth light spot? Zhuowen stepped on the stairs step by step and steadily walked toward the top of the stairs. What followed was the pressure of the divine sense crushing down from the stairs. Moreover, Zhuowen's method was not to endure this pressure, but to release his divine sense to crush the pressure on the stairs. There were more than 100 galaxies in his spiritual space, and his divine sense was dozens of times stronger than before. Zhuowen was confident that in this trial ground, there were no more than 5 people whose divine sense was stronger than his. Zhuowen's guess was right. In the entire trial ground, there were only 3 people whose divine sense was comparable to his. Moreover, the strongest of the 3, Tong Chime, might not have a stronger divine sense than him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps rang out continuously. Finally, Zhuowen arrived at the top of the stairs. Under the effect of his powerful divine sense, the pressure on the stairs trembled. The 18th floor. Zhuowen suddenly stepped onto the last step. A muffled, thunder-like sound constantly rumbled around him, and his figure completely disappeared from the 17th floor. At this moment, the square outside the Tower of Hanno was in an uproar. No one expected that besides Tong Chime, Liang Dan, and Lianze, there would be a 4th person entering the 18th floor of the trial ground. This had definitely broken the record of the trial ground for countless years. No one had entered the 18th floor for tens of thousands of years, but on this day, 4 people had entered consecutively. Everyone was guessing who the 4th person was. In the void far away from the Tower of Hanno stood a pure white, dome-shaped temple. Rays of Buddhist light emanated from the dome-shaped temple, making it look holy and noble. Honorable Lord Brahma, I heard that a total of 4 people have entered the 18th floor of the trial ground, breaking the record of tens of thousands of years. A white-robed old man with a rosy nose knelt on one knee in the temple. This old man with a rosy nose was the white envoy who had gone to Dongyu. Around the white envoy were 3 other old men kneeling. Inside the temple was a large hall. At the end of the hall, there was a golden futon floating in the air. On the praying mat sat a handsome man with a height of 10 feet and 4 heads. This person was the ruler of the great Brahma domain, Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma nodded and said in a deep voice, "The 10 great sects have indeed nurtured many talented geniuses. However, there is a stairway to heaven on the 18th floor of the trial ground. At the end of the stairway is the most precious thing in the trial ground. I wonder if any of these 4 people can reach the end of the stairway and obtain that thing?" "My lord, did you take that thing out as well?" White envoy asked in surprise as he thought of something. Lord Brahma smiled and said, "If there is really a genius who can climb the stairway, then that thing will be my gift to him." On the 18th floor, Zhuowen looked around and found that it was a field of cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom trees were neatly planted in the surroundings. The flying cherry blossoms fell to the ground and turned into spring mud. Everything looked so romantic. Zhuowen's gaze passed through the flying cherry blossoms and landed on a vast mountain at the end of the field. At the foot of the mountain, there was a stairway that led up to the end of the mountain. "Little guy, congratulations on entering the 18th floor. The stairway at the end of the cherry blossom tree is called the Stairway to Heaven. At the top of the Stairway to Heaven, there are 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence. Swallow 1 drop, and no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath, you can instantly return to your peak state." Chapter 2026. Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. As long as there is a breath, it can help me recover to my peak state? Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen had seen many healing elixirs. Even the best healing elixirs could not heal one's injuries in an instant and help one recover to their peak state. If what the voice said was true, the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence at the end of the stairway were extremely precious treasures. At the instant this voice appeared, the 3 people sitting cross-legged at the 3 spots on the stairway opened their eyes at the same time. The white-haired Tong Chimay frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Another person has entered. Other than Liang Dan and Lien Zhe, there is actually someone else from the 10 great sects who has the ability to enter the 18th level of the trial ground." However, she quickly calmed down. So what if another person came in? Although Lien Zhe and Liang Dan had both entered the 18th level, they had not surpassed her on the stairway. It seemed that she was the only one who could reach the end of the stairway. Since the 4th person had entered the 18th level so late, he was probably weaker than Lien Zhe and Liang Dan. Naturally, she did not care too much. There are 100 steps in total. I have already reached the 80th step. There are 20 more steps to reach the end of the stairway. I must get the heavenly starry sky essence. Tong Chimay's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She immediately took a step forward and reached the 81st step. Then Tong Chimay stepped up one step after another and finally stopped at the 90th step. It seems that the 90th step is my limit. There are still 10 steps. I hope I can break through in the remaining 20 years. Tong Chimay's face was pale. She sat cross-legged on the steps and closed her eyes. She began to cultivate silently, hoping to reach the end of the stairway before the end of the trial ground. On the 50th and 55th steps, 2 young men sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. Another newcomer came in. Since he can enter the 18th level, he must be a genius from a sect. Maybe he is Tang Chong from the Qi Cultivation Sword Sect. A strong man in black, with slightly dark skin, sat on the 55th step and said lightly. This man was the Void Rush Peaks Liang Dan, and the other wore gorgeous, embroidered clothes and had a valiant bearing. He was the Universe Sect's Lien Zhe. Lien Zhe frowned slightly and said, "It could also be Yu Shan, the witch of the Heavenly Devil Island. I've heard from my master that Yu Shan is extremely talented and is a natural genius." However, Liang Dan smiled and said, "No matter who it is, to enter the 18th level so late, their strength is definitely much weaker than ours. I'm afraid it's already very good to be able to reach the 30th level, let alone the 50th level." Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rolled over. Liang Dan, who had been laughing loudly, immediately froze. He asked Lien Zhe with some uncertainty, "Brother Lien Zhe, could it be that I'm hearing things? I think I hear footsteps." Lien Zhe's gaze was somewhat awkward as he said, "It shouldn't be, because I also heard the footsteps, and it came from below our steps. I'm afraid that the newcomer has climbed up the steps." "This newbie really can't wait." Liang Dan smiled, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. This was because he realized that the footsteps were getting closer and clearer, as if the owner of the footsteps was not far behind them. "Brother Liang, why do I feel that the newcomer is not far behind us?" Lien Zhe's eyes were filled with doubt. Then he looked down the steps. The stairway to heaven was surrounded by a thick fog, and it blocked out divine consciousness. So the two of them could only rely on their naked eyes to spy. Thud, thud, thud. The moment Lien Zhe's gaze landed behind him, he saw a figure appear in his line of sight. It was a young man in white clothes. Although his face was not considered handsome, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Perhaps because he noticed Lien Zhe's gaze, the white-clothed young man glanced at Lien Zhe, then casually continued to move forward, passing by Lien Zhe. Lien Zhe was dumbstruck as he looked at the young man who passed by him. His heart felt like it was being galloped by countless mud horses. He had worked hard for many years to reach the 50th level of the stairway to heaven, but the white-clothed young man in front of him had actually surpassed him in an instant. Moreover, the young man did not seem to be straining at all. Not only Lien Zhe, but Liang Dan was also stunned. His mood was even worse than Lien Zhe's. He knew that the white-clothed young man should be the guy who had just entered the 18th level not long ago. Moreover, it had not been long since the voice sounded and the guy had reached the 50th level. In such a short time, he had surpassed Lien Zhe. Moreover, it seemed that it was extremely easy for him to do so. However, how was that possible? This guy had just entered the 18th level. How did he reach here so quickly as if nothing had happened? At that moment, Liang Dan and Lien Zhe's hearts collapsed. At that moment, Zhuowen had already reached the 55th level. Just as he was about to step onto the 56th level, Liang Dan stopped him. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen looked at Liang Dan and asked. Liang Dan took a deep breath. He stared at Zhuowen and said with a slightly trembling voice, "You shouldn't be the newcomer who just entered the 18th level, right? Did you stay on the 40th level for a long time before you suddenly reached here?" Zhuowen felt that Liang Dan's question was somewhat inexplicable, so he answered truthfully, "Why do you think so?" "I just entered the 18th level not long ago and stepped on the stairway to come here. Could there be a problem?" Liang Dan's hands were trembling slightly at this moment. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you can't feel the terrifying pressure on this stairway? You can actually reach here so quickly? I don't quite believe it." Zhuowen was stunned and immediately said with a smile, "I can. It's just that this stairway's pressure isn't very strong." But as I kept going up, the pressure indeed became stronger and stronger. But it's not to the extent of affecting my progress. "Is that so?" Liang Dan muttered in a low voice in a daze, but his heart completely collapsed. He discovered that this white-clothed young man in front of him was absolutely a freak. He and Lien Zhe had painstakingly climbed up here for so many years. This guy had just entered and already surpassed them. It would be strange if Liang Dan's mood could be good. In fact, even Zhuowen didn't know how much he had changed in Devilfall Valley. His divine soul was really powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. In the main hall of Devilfall Valley, the bewitching stone given by the sky-devouring demon emperor was mainly used to improve Zhuowen's divine soul. However, the sky-devouring demon emperor misunderstood that the black-clothed Zhuowen was Zhuowen's original body, so he accidentally cultivated Zhuowen's divine soul. If the sky-devouring demon emperor did not mistake the original body and the avatar, Zhuowen could not escape the fate of being possessed by the sky-devouring demon emperor. This was also why Zhuowen did not feel too much pressure when he entered the 18th level consecutively. Even entering the stairway was not particularly difficult. "If the two of you have nothing else to say, I'll take my leave." After that, Zhuowen continued to climb up the stairway, ignoring Lien Zhe and Liang Dan. The indifferent voice before said that he, Zhuowen, was the 4th cultivator to enter the 18th level, which meant that there were 3 people in front of him. Now that he had caught up with 2 people, there was still 1 person in front of him. Now what Zhuowen was worried about was that the person in front would beat him to it and take away the heavenly domain, Starry Sky Essence. He did not have time to talk nonsense with Lien Zhe and Liang Dan here. "Hey, friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. You haven't told us your name yet." Liang Dan came back to his senses and wanted to ask Zhuowen to stay, but found that Zhuowen had already gone far, and he could not take another step forward. "This person is very unfamiliar. I have more or less come into contact with the genius disciples of the top 10 sects, but I have never seen this person before. Where did this person come from?" "Lien," Zhe said in surprise. Liang Dan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I don't know him either. I'm afraid he's not a disciple of the top 10 sections. I really didn't expect such a genius to appear outside the top 10 sections." Lien Zhe also nodded and said seriously, "I just don't know who is better between this person and Tong Chimei. It's hard to say. Tong Chimei is really terrifying. She should be the one with the most hope to reach the end of the stairway." Liang Dan thought of the white-haired woman with a frosty face, and a trace of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Tong Chimei's appearance was definitely one of the best in the heavenly domain, but this woman was too cold. It was said that this woman rejected male cultivators. In the past, a male cultivator had confessed his love to this woman, but the result was that the male cultivator's virtual bridge was destroyed and he was completely disabled. Chapter 2027. A view of the mountains when reached the 70th step. He clearly felt that the pressure was beginning to become terrifying. However, in Zhuowen's spiritual space, over 100 galaxies revolved at the same time. The terrifying divine consciousness completely neutralized the pressure from the stairway to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhuowen maintained his speed and continued to ascend. When Zhuowen reached the 80th step, the pressure reached a terrifying level. Even Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. He finally slowed down, but it still could not stop him from continuing forward. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 80th step, he saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged on the 90th step. Under the lingering clouds, the beautiful figure was faintly discernible. However, Zhuowen could clearly see her iconic snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 227. Ascension. The beautiful figure had also discovered Zhuowen, who had stepped onto the 80th step. Due to the clouds, she was similarly unable to clearly see Zhuowen's appearance. She could only vaguely see that the person who had stepped onto the 80th step was a man. Lian Zhe from the Qinkuan sect, or Liang Dan from the Void Peak. Tong Qimei's beautiful eyes were calm, but her heart was moved. Although she knew that Lian Zhe and Liang Dan were not ordinary people, according to her estimation, reaching the 60th step was already their limit. Now, they had actually reached the 80th step. This was beyond Tong Qimei's expectations. However, the 80th step should be this person's limit, Tong Qimei muttered to herself. However, very soon, the sudden sound of footsteps slapped her face. The figure below suddenly stepped onto the 81st step. Moreover, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to ascend and reached the 85th step in an instant. Tong Qimei also saw the true face of the figure. She could not help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" When Tong Qimei saw Zhuowen, her eyes were filled with confusion. This was because the man before her was neither Lian Zhe of the Qinkuan sect nor Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. Instead, he was a stranger she had never seen before. Zhuowen raised his head and calmly stared at Tong Qimei. Instead, he took a step forward and entered the 86th step, as if he had no intention of answering Tong Qimei. Tong Qimei's looks were indeed stunning, but in terms of beauty, she was only on par with Yun Qiu. Most importantly, Tong Qimei's ice-cold temperament from the inside out added an icy charm to her beauty. Seeing that Zhuowen did not intend to answer her question and instead continued to climb the stairs, Tong Qimei's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anger. As a rare genius of Half Moon Hall, Tong Qimei's reputation in Northern Yu was like thunder to the ears. As she walked on the streets, there was no lack of flattering voices. It could be said that Tong Qimei was a true genius who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She was already used to flattery and various compliments. Although she disdained those flattering words in her heart, she was not used to being ignored by a strange man. She was angry. "What if I asked you a question?" Tong Qimei's voice was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it carried a hint of anger. "Thud!" Zhuowen continued to step onto the 88th step. Then he realized that the pressure here had become even more terrifying. He could not help but stop in his tracks. A hint of mockery appeared in Tong Qimei's beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, "Although I don't know who you are, you do have some ability to make it this far. However, this should be the end of it. I know better than you how terrifying the pressure here is." Zhuowen raised his head again. He looked at Tong Qimei again and finally opened his mouth. "I have heard that Half Moon Hall's Tong Qimei is a rare genius in tens of thousands of years. She is incomparably cold and elegant, untainted by the mud. However, why are you spouting so much nonsense now?" Tong Qimei was originally feeling complacent because of the first half of Zhuowen's sentence. However, the second half of Zhuowen's sentence caused her beautiful face to darken. However, she also realized that her words and actions were much more impulsive than usual. Normally, she would not even bother to talk nonsense with a stranger. She would not even look at him. However, it was different now. The result that she was originally proud of was actually easily approached by this man in front of her. Furthermore, this person was neither Liang Dan nor Lian Zhe. This proved that this person should be the fourth newcomer who had just entered this place. In other words, this person had reached the 88th step from the first step to the 88th step on the first day after entering the 18th step. Such a result, even someone as arrogant as Tang Chimei herself felt that it was impossible because it was too difficult. However, the man in front of her had done it. This was also why Tang Chimei would show emotions that she would not normally show when facing the young man in front of her. Tang Chimei was filled with hatred. Just as she was about to speak, the young man below took another 2 steps and reached the 90th step. Then he looked at Tang Chimei calmly. Tang Chimei was stunned. Zhuowen was half a head taller than her. She could only lift her head and stare at Zhuowen with her beautiful white eyes. Their eyes met. "You actually entered the 90th step too." At that moment, Tang Chimei felt defeated. She could not imagine how the young man in front of her, whose aura was only that of real God, 3 disasters, could ascend the stairway to heaven so easily. Zhuowen looked at Tang Chimei indifferently, and his gaze fell on the stairway above. From the moment Zhuowen entered the stairway, he vaguely understood that the pressure on the stairway to heaven was not aimed at the spirit, but to temper the spirit. The longer one stayed on the stairway to heaven, the better the tempering of the spirit. Naturally, the spirit would become stronger. However, Zhuowen's spirit was too strong. It was so strong that the pressure on the stairway to heaven could not suppress the tempering. This was also why Zhuowen could reach the 90th step in one go. Tempering? It's a pity that it's not that challenging. Zhuowen shook his head and muttered to himself. Then he suddenly stepped onto the 91st step and walked up steadily. It's not that challenging. Tang Chimei's beautiful eyes looked at the figure that continued to walk up with mixed feelings. She bit her lower lip and took a step forward as well. Puff! However, the moment Tang Chimei stepped onto the 91st step, the pressure was like a tidal wave that smashed onto her delicate body. Tang Chimei involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood and her beautiful face turned pale. However, Tang Chimei was extremely stubborn. Her pair of snow-white, beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen's back as she took another step forward and stepped onto the 92nd step. Tang Chimei had her own pride. Since she was young, she had always been number 1. Even in the Half-Moon Palace, where the competition was fierce, she was still number 1 and no one could compete with her. Even in this interstellar tournament, she still thought that way. But now, Zhuowen's appearance had completely shattered this notion of hers. She knew that her way of thinking might be wrong, and very wrong at that. The 95th step, Tang Chimei's clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, Tang Chimei was like a white lotus that had been dyed red. She looked stubborn and delicate. However, the moment Tang Chimei stepped onto the 95th step, a terrifying pressure pressed down on her and drilled into her acupuncture points. It was as if it wanted to tear her into pieces. "I can't go any further." Tang Chimei only felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. Then, her right foot that had stepped onto the 95th step was fiercely repelled. She gently leaned backwards as a bitter smile and defeat hung on the corner of her mouth. This was the first time in her life that she felt defeated. Moreover, it was from a strange man. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a figure appeared in her blurry vision. Following that, she felt her light waist being held by a strong and powerful arm. "Why are you so insistent on moving forward? With your talent, after a few more years, under the tempering of this pressure, you should be able to continue moving forward and reach the end of the heaven stairway. You won't be in such a sorry state like you are now, right?" Zhuowen held Tang Chimei in his arms. His gaze was as calm as water as he looked indifferently at the delicate girl in his arms. This was the first time that Tang Chimei had revealed such a weak and delicate state in front of a man. Perhaps it would also be the last time. Tang Chimei stared at Zhuowen, and her heart suddenly calmed down. She wasn't like other girls, who would show shyness when a strange man hugged her waist. Instead, she appeared very calm. However, Tong Chime knew that she was actually a little flustered because this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Because, "I need the heavenly starry sky essence to save someone," Tong Chime said coldly. She already knew that it was impossible for her to obtain the heavenly starry sky essence. So she simply stated her purpose directly. "How many drops do you need?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked, "1 drop is enough." Tong Chime said angrily. She felt that Zhuowen's words were mocking her. "Would you like to bravely climb to the top of the mountain with me and see how small the other mountains are?" Zhuowen suddenly said with a smile. Tong Chime was stunned, but soon the man in front of her took her step by step and climbed up the heaven stairway. Boom! 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 Because of Tong Chime, the pressure of the heaven stairway had reached an unprecedented level at this moment. The originally invisible pressure at this moment was like a substantial wave whistling over, making Tong Chime tremble in fear. Zhuowen, however, let out a long roar. In the face of such a terrifying pressure, his fighting spirit soared to the sky. The reason why he took Tong Chime with him was to strengthen the pressure of the heaven stairway. Only a stronger pressure could effectively temper his divine soul. The substantial pressure rolled over, and Zhuowen's divine sense did not hesitate to meet it. The two collided fiercely. Chapter 2028. Tong Chime the moment Zhuo, when stepped onto the 99th step, more than 200 divine soul galaxies began to revolve within his spiritual space. They rapidly gave birth to new divine soul galaxies and formed new divine soul galaxies. On the other hand, Zhuowen was desperately circulating the celestial star meditation diagram. There was a terrifying pressure on the outside and a divine soul ability on the inside. With the two complementing each other, Zhuowen's divine soul grew at an unprecedented speed. The violent pressure, like a storm, set off vast ripples on the 99th step. Zhuowen's right foot landed on the 99th step, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes full of wanton and unruliness. "Go in!" Zhuowen let out a low roar as his other foot finally landed on the 99th stair. A violent pressure crushed down, and the surrounding space had long since been shattered. Tong Chime curled up in Zhuowen's arms, feeling Zhuowen's broad chest, looking at Zhuowen's long hair fluttering in the wind and his wanton expression. She couldn't help but be stunned. There's still one more step. The pressure here is already very terrifying. Can you still climb up? Tong Chime came back to her senses and completely calmed down. She could feel that the breathing of the man in front of her had become rapid, and his chest was violently rising and falling. He had probably reached his limit. Why not? Zhuowen countered with a question, laughing loudly as he raised his foot and stepped onto the last step. "Are you crazy? You're not in a good state," Tong Chime exclaimed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to her, his right foot firmly stepping onto the last step. He knew much better than Tong Chime that his divine soul was rapidly growing, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the 300th divine soul galaxy. One had to strike while the iron was hot. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to step onto the last step, when the speed of his divine soul's growth slowed down, it would be very difficult to successfully reach the top. The moment he stepped onto the 100th step, a pressure like the might of the heavens fell, and endless panic rose in Tong Chime's heart. In front of this heavenly pressure, she felt that she was an insignificant ant. Puchi! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling as if he would collapse at any moment. Tong Chime sighed in her heart and said, "You don't have to force yourself. Just leave me behind. Only then will the pressure here weaken. With your powerful soul, it won't be difficult for you to reach the end of the stairway." Zhuowen remained silent, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He focused all his attention on his spiritual space. He saw with his own eyes that the divine soul galaxy was increasing at an increasing speed. 300 divine soul galaxies! Zhuan's eyes emitted a dazzling light, and an even more terrifying divine sense burst out from between his eyebrows. His right foot finally moved again, and under Tong Chimei's astonished gaze, Zhuan reached the end of the stairway. "This guy is a real freak," Tong Chimei murmured with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. When Zhuan reached the end of the stairway, the clouds around the stairway completely disappeared. Liang Dan and Lian Zhe, who were still moving forward with difficulty, felt a pushing force. Then the two of them were pushed out of the stairway in an extremely embarrassing manner and fell into the cherry blossom trees at the bottom of the stairway. Ouch! What's going on? Why did the stairway suddenly push us down? Lian Zhe said in shock and anger. Liang Dan calmed down a lot. He looked up and saw a faintly discernible figure at the end of the stairway. He smiled bitterly and said, "Someone reached the top of the stairway." Lian Zhe quickly looked up. Sure enough, he saw a faint figure at the top of the stairway. He sighed and said, "Could it be the newcomer who came later?" Liang Dan looked around and did not see Tong Chimei and Zhuan. He said, "The two of them must have reached the top at the same time." "That's really amazing. I know that Tong Chimei can reach the end of the stairway to heaven. But where did that kid come from? He just came to the 18th level, and he actually reached the top of the stairway to heaven without stopping at all. Isn't this too abnormal?" Lian Zhe muttered helplessly in a low voice. At the end of the stairway was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform stood a small pond that was half the height of a person. In the middle of the small pond there was a lotus flower, and in the middle of the lotus flower was a jade bottle. Zhuan came to the center, took the jade bottle and opened it. Suddenly, a surge of medicinal power soared into the sky, transforming into countless images of the starry sky, like a projection. Zhuan hurriedly closed the jade bottle, and the illusory starry sky disappeared. "It's really the heavenly starry sky essence." Tong Chimei struggled to stand up, and her beautiful eyes stared at the jade bottle in Zhuan's hand. Zhuan turned around, looked at the beautiful Tong Chimei, and said, "You said that you wanted a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. There are 10 drops in here. I can give you 1 drop, but what can you give me?" Tong Chimei was stunned, and when she came back to her senses, she smiled and bowed sincerely to Zhuan. She said, "Thank you, senior brother, for bringing me to the end of the stairway." As she spoke, Tong Chimei took out a Longan-sized transparent pill and said, "This divine pill is called the Void Ascension Pill. Although it's not as valuable as the heavenly starry sky essence, it's still a priceless divine pill. Even in the Half Moon Hall, there aren't many of these divine pills. It might be useless for void sky cultivators, but it's a priceless treasure for true gods' 3 disasters. If you take it out, it's enough to cause countless true gods in the Qingyin domain to fight for it. Even some void sky cultivators won't let go of such a divine pill. It can help true gods' 3 disasters avoid 10 wind disasters. Avoiding 10 wind disasters is equivalent to surviving 10 wind disasters. Moreover, true gods' 3 disasters can advance to the virtual sky world in a short time and condense a virtual sky bridge that suits them. Moreover, there are no side effects at all. Even if true gods' 3 disasters are stuck in a bottleneck, as long as they take this Void Ascension Pill, they can ascend to the illusory virtual sky world. After listening to Tong Chimei's introduction, Zhuan's eyes revealed ecstasy. This divine pill was indeed what Zhuan needed. Now, his original body had just advanced to true god 3 disasters, and he hadn't survived any wind disasters. As long as he took this Void Ascension Pill, he could avoid the wind disasters and directly condense a virtual sky bridge. Moreover, the virtual sky bridge condensed would be perfectly compatible with him. For Zhuan, the value of this divine pill was actually comparable to a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. "Miss Tong, this is a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence. Take it," Zhuowen smiled slightly. He took out a drop of the heavenly starry sky essence that glowed with starlight from the jade bottle and handed it to Tong Chimay. Tong Chimay carefully took out the jade bottle and stored the drop of heavenly starry sky essence. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. At the same time, she also handed the Void Ascension pill to Zhuowen. She cupped her fists and said, "This time, thank you very much, Senior Marshal Brother. This heavenly starry sky essence is very important to Chimay. If it wasn't for Senior Marshal Brother, I don't know if Chimay could successfully obtain it in the remaining 20 years. I still don't know Senior Marshal Brother's name. I don't know if Senior Marshal Brother will tell Chimay." Tong Chimay asked curiously. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. My name is Zhuowen." "So it's Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo. Senior Marshal Brother, Zhuo's cultivation hasn't entered the virtual sky realm, but your spirit is already so powerful. I'm afraid your background is not ordinary, right?" Tong Chimay asked tentatively. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, "Miss Tong, you worry too much. This Zhuo is just a loose cultivator. It's not worth mentioning." Hearing that Zhuowen was just a loose cultivator, Tong Chimay's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo is participating in the interstellar tournament this time. I'm afraid you want to join some great force in the star field, right? With Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo's talent, it's more than enough for you to join one of the top 10 sections. The half-moon hall that Chimay is in is the leader of the top 10 sections. If Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo doesn't mind." Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Miss Tong, this Zhuo is used to the life of a wild crane. I don't want to join a sect and be restricted by it." Tong Chimay's beautiful eyes revealed a look of disappointment. She said, "If that's the case, Chimay was rude just now. I hope Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo can forgive me." Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a little embarrassment, "Miss Tong, I heard that the star field's ancient teleportation array requires a corresponding teleportation token. To be honest, this Zhuo is participating in the interstellar tournament mainly for the teleportation token." Tong Chimay was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would participate in the interstellar tournament because of the teleportation token. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo, your reason for participating in the tournament is too unique. Who isn't participating in the interstellar tournament to raise the ranking of their respective galaxies? If you can join one of the great forces in the star field, that would be even more amazing." Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimay took out a jade token from her waist and handed it to Zhuowen. She said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo, if you don't mind, please take this teleportation token of mine. This teleportation token allows you to use the star field's ancient teleportation array for an unlimited number of times. Moreover, you don't need to line up. Take my teleportation token and you'll be given priority." Zhuowen happily received Tong Chimay's teleportation token. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Miss Tong." This teleportation token was very delicate. One could tell at a glance that it was worn by a girl. There was still the faint scent of Tong Chimay's body on it. As Tong Chimay didn't seem to care about it, Zhuowen thought that it was just an ordinary teleportation token. If he knew that this teleportation token was personally given to Tong Chimay by the Half Moon Palace Master, he wouldn't be so nonchalant. Moreover, the Half Moon Palace Master had specifically instructed Tong Chimay that this token was not to be given to strangers except for those close to her. Chapter 2029. 6th Level Dao Intent. By the way, Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo, where are you planning to go? Tong Chimay suddenly asked. A hint of sadness flashed through Zhuowen's eyes, and he chuckled. "I'm planning to go to the waning moon." Waning moon? That's a famous danger zone in the Dafan heavenly region. Even a void sky cultivator would face the risk of death if they entered that place. Why would Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo go to such a dangerous place? Tong Chimay frowned. "I need the sun and moon herb and only the waning moon has the sun and moon herb, so I have to go there. Zhuowen sighed. Mu Qinchue's soul was still in an imbalance of yin and yang. If the yin and yang in her soul couldn't be reconciled, even a powerful divine formation master wouldn't dare to awaken Mu Qinchue. Zhuowen was already a divine formation master, and with his ability, it was more than enough to awaken Mu Qinchue. However, Mu Qinchue's soul was too weak, and coupled with the imbalance of yin and yang, it was very easy for Mu Qinchue's soul to dissipate if he wasn't careful. This was why Zhuowen had to obtain the sun and moon herb. Only the sun and moon herb could completely reconcile the imbalance of yin and yang in Mu Qinchue's soul. Only then could he awaken Mu Qinchue. Tang Qimei's observation skills were astonishing. Naturally, she saw the flash of sadness in Zhuowen's eyes. This made her feel a little surprised. Could it be that Zhuowen was looking for the sun and moon grass for some reason? Although the sun and moon herb does exist in the waning moon, the chances of it appearing are very slim. Even if Senior Marshall Brother Zhuo enters the waning moon, you might not be able to find the sun and moon herb, right? Is the sun and moon herb really that important? Is it more important than your life? Tang Qimei asked. Zhuowen was silent for a moment before he nodded seriously. Yes, the sun and moon herb is very important to me, more important than my life. You're planning to use the sun and moon herb to save someone, right? Who is the person you want to save? Tang Qimei asked. Zhuowen smiled and didn't hide anything. It's my wife. Back then, she fell into a deep sleep because of me. I promised her that I would wake her up. Tang Qimei's face turned slightly pale, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, If that's the case, then Senior Brother Zhuo's wife must be very beautiful and virtuous. Yes, Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, his gaze landed on the small pool at the center of the platform. He said, The thing in this small pool is also extraordinary. Miss Tang, do you know what the liquid in this pool is? Tang Qimei shook her head. Clearly, she did not recognize the liquid in the pool. Zhuowen took out a jade bottle and filled half of it. He sniffed lightly at the mouth of the bottle and smelled a fragrance. Instantly, he felt refreshed, as if all the filth in his internal organs had vanished into thin air because of this fragrance. Zhuowen's spirit shook. He knew that the liquid in this small pool was definitely extraordinary. He picked up the jade bottle and drank a mouthful. Zhuowen only felt that his body was as light as a feather. His eyes and ears were clear, and his mind was exceptionally clear. Moreover, he also discovered that his comprehension ability was invisibly improving and improving. Thinking of these benefits, Zhuowen hurriedly drank the liquid in the jade bottle. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate and comprehend. Tang Qimei also discovered the extraordinariness of this liquid. She also drank a mouthful. Her entire body was in high spirits. Naturally, she would not let go of such an opportunity to comprehend, so she also sat cross-legged on the ground. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Zhuowen and Tang Qimei spent most of their time in a state of cultivation. Every time Zhuowen and Tang Qimei woke up from their cultivation state, the first thing they did was to scoop up a mouthful of liquid from the small pool. Then they would continue to enter a state of comprehension and cultivate. In these 20 years, the two of them had almost exhausted the liquid in the small pool. Speaking of which, the liquid in this small pool had the same effect as the fire spirit juice. They could both enhance a cultivator's comprehension ability. However, the liquid in this small pool had a much higher effect on the increase of comprehension ability and time than the fire spirit juice. On this day, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He saw an extremely terrifying storm rise from Zhuowen's body. This storm was not invisible and colorless. Instead, it was purple. It looked mysterious and strange. Tang Qimei slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuowen, who was in the purple storm, in astonishment. The purple storm gave her a very mysterious feeling. She had never seen or heard of this power before. In the Brahma region, it was the first time she had seen such a strange power. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the purple storm, stood against the wind. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. The purple storm suddenly stopped, and countless strands of purple energy gathered in Zhuowen's palm, turning into a purple longsword. 6th level Tao insight! Zhuowen stared at the purple sword in his hand, and his eyes revealed a joyful expression. After 20 years of sitting cross-legged and with the assistance of the mysterious liquid in the small pool, Zhuowen had finally raised his Tao insight to the 6th level. The energy of the purple intent was dense to the point it could manifest a purple sword. The next step of the 6th level Tao insight was the 7th level Tao insight. The purple intent would completely materialize and transform into purple qi. The 8th level Tao insight was purple qi turning into purple mist. The 9th level Tao insight was purple rain under the purple mist. At that time, Zhuowen had forcefully comprehended a trace of 9th level Tao insight with the assistance of the sky Tao insight. Even though it was only a trace, Zhuowen was able to notice that the strength of the 9th level Tao insight had absolutely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that there should be an even more mysterious power above the 9th level Tao insight. Could it be that the heaven-crushing origin that the heaven-devouring devil emperor mentioned is above the 9th level Tao intent? Zhuowen muttered to himself. Back then, the heaven-devouring devil emperor had said that the 8 heavens all had heaven-breaker source. Among them, the heaven-breaker source in the Hua Xia heavenly domain was purple qi from the east. If the heaven-breaker source above the 9th level Tao insight was purple qi from the east, it meant that once Tai Ching broke through to the 9th level Tao insight, he would probably be able to touch the heaven-breaker source of the Hua Xia heavenly domain. At that time, Tai Ching's strength would be even more terrifying. Although Tai Ching was Zhuowen's master in name, ever since he was used by Tai Ching, Zhuowen no longer had a good impression of him. Of course, Tai Ching still kept his promise. After all, the 5 void heaven divine abilities that he had given him back then were all extraordinary. They should be the best of the best. Whoosh! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the purple intent blasted forward like a violent storm. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered, like glass being crushed by the pressure. What a mysterious power! Tong Chimei's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. She stared unblinkingly at Zhuowen, who was waving his sword and shattering space. She could feel the power of the purple qi. Zhuowen came back to his senses. The purple sword in his hand turned back into the purple qi and slowly dissipated. Miss Tong, how much time do we have before we leave the trial grounds? Zhuowen turned to look at Tong Chimei and asked. Tong Chimei nodded and said, 5 years. Speaking up to this point, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen. She really wanted to ask Zhuowen what the purple energy he had used just now was, but thinking that it might be his secret, she resisted the urge to ask. 5 years. Zhuowen nodded and immediately took out the void ascension pill Tong Chimei gave him. He said in a low voice, 5 years should be enough to raise my cultivation level to the virtual sky world by relying on the void ascension pill, right? 5 years should be enough. The void ascension pill usually takes about 3 years to show its effect. If you can't ascend to the void realm in 3 years, then even if you spend 5 years, it's still impossible to advance to the virtual sky world, Tong Chimei said. Got it. After saying that, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the other side of the platform and started to refine the void ascension pill. Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The pressure at the top of the stairway to heaven had a great effect on tempering her soul. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Zhuowen's aura grew stronger every year. By the 3rd year, his aura had become terrifyingly strong. Is he going to break through? Tang Chimay looked at Zhuowen, whose aura had expanded to the extreme, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge illusory, heavenly bridge burst out of Zhuowen's body. Then the illusory heavenly bridge began to collapse. The surging energy was like countless rainbows that poured into Zhuowen's body. This void bridge naturally didn't belong to Zhuowen. Instead, it belonged to the void heaven almighty who had perished in the scorched cloud domain. At this moment, Zhuowen had reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. He immediately took out the void bridge. He couldn't afford the slightest bit of carelessness. This breakthrough had to be completed in one go. The energy of the void bridge surged into Zhuowen's body, causing the speed of Zhuowen's aura to rise to the extreme. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of his body. Then, waves of energy gushed out from the depths of Zhuowen's body. In the void behind him, an incomparably huge void bridge that seemed to stretch across the heavens and the earth formed. This void bridge was much larger than the void bridge of an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the surface of this void bridge was shrouded in layers of strange purple light. It looked mysterious and leisurely. What a powerful void bridge! Tang Chimay's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In the cherry blossom forest below the stairway to heaven, Lianzhe and Liangdan raised their heads and stared at the huge purple void bridge that stretched across the heavens and the earth in shock. Chapter 2030. Advance to the void sky realm. Someone has advanced to the void sky realm. It's that new disciple that just entered the 18th level. Lianzhe spoke with surprise. This person really isn't simple. He just entered the void sky realm. Yet the void sky bridge he condensed is already so terrifying. This is absolutely the most formidable void sky bridge I've ever seen. Liang Dan's gaze was filled with a complicated expression. No matter how they denied it in their hearts, they were unable to deny that the new disciple that entered the 18th level was formidable indeed. Perhaps that new disciple's cultivation was inferior to theirs, and his combat strength in the outside world might not be comparable to theirs. But they knew that this kid's potential and soul far surpassed theirs. With this kid's natural talent, attaining the 4th step of the void sky realm was only a matter of time. His display was already so terrifying before entering the void sky realm. So once his cultivation was on par with theirs, his strength would absolutely far surpass them. This kid seems to be an independent cultivator. If we're able to recruit him into our Void Flush Peak, then it would absolutely be a great fortune for our Void Flush Peak. I must report this matter to the Peak Master after we leave this place. Liang Dan pondered in his heart. It wasn't just Liang Dan. Even Lianzhe was secretly scheming in his heart. The purpose of the interstellar competition was to select elite geniuses. Since they'd encountered such a formidable genius this time, Lianzhe naturally wouldn't let it go. At the end of the stairway, Zhuowen's gaze descended onto the void sky bridge that was enveloped in violet light, and he revealed a strange expression. He was naturally not unfamiliar with the violet light, because wasn't it the energy of his Tao insight? What he'd never imagined was that the energy of his Tao insight would actually fuse into the void sky bridge at the instant he condensed it. After all, this was the energy of a 6th level Tao insight. In other words, Zhuowen's void sky bridge was an entire 6 times stronger than the void sky bridge of an ordinary cultivator after being enhanced by the 6th level Tao insight. This was also the reason why Zhuowen's void sky bridge was so enormous. In the end, it was mainly because of his Tao insight. After she put away the void sky bridge, Tang Chimay arrived by Zhuowen's side. She sized up Zhuowen from top to bottom as if she intended to see through Zhuowen. Miss Tang, could it be that there's something on my face? Even though Zhuowen didn't have any improper thoughts towards Tang Chimay, he still felt slightly embarrassed in his heart when he was carefully sized up by such a cold and beautiful woman like this. Tang Chimay retracted her gaze and shook her head. Nothing. I just feel that you are very mysterious. Or rather, I feel that the power you possess is very mysterious. Your cultivation is clearly not high, but your soul is actually so powerful. You are definitely the first person I have seen in my life. Zhuowen rubbed his head. Ever since he had taken over Devour's body, Zhuowen's soul had indeed become much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, the celestial star meditation diagram that Zhuowen cultivated was definitely not an ordinary divine power. He suspected that this divine power was a top-notch divine power even in the Huaxia heavenly region. Miss Tong, after we're teleported out this time, can you not tell anyone about me? I don't want to attract too much attention, Zhuowen said solemnly. Zhuowen had a lot of enemies. Lei Qi alone might not let him go. If he became the center of attention, he would naturally be noticed by Lei Qi. At that time, with Lei Qi's character, she would definitely take action against him. At that time, Zhuowen did not have any backing. Exposing himself would be courting death. Tong Qimei sized up Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Although she was doubtful of Zhuowen's current choice, she could only nod and say, "Don't worry. Since you don't want to attract attention, I won't tell anyone about you. However, I'm afraid that Lian Zhe and Liang Dan, it doesn't matter if the two of them don't know my name. I can just change my appearance," Zhuowen said with a smile. 2 years later, in the triangular plaza at the center of the 3 pillars around the Tower of Hanoi, countless cultivators were excitedly staring at the screen of light displayed on the Tower of Hanoi. On the screen, specks of light were surging. Most people's gazes were focused on the specks of light above the 15th floor, while the 4 specks of light on the 18th floor were the focus of everyone's attention. Many cultivators had already guessed that 3 of the 4 specks of light were Tong Qimei of the Half Moon Hall, Lian Zhe of the Cosmos sect, and Liang Dan of the Void sect. As for the 4th speck of light, it was the most controversial one. It was also the one that everyone guessed the most. However, no matter how much they guessed, they could not reach a consensus. Everyone simply wanted to see who would be the 4th speck of light on the 18th floor after being transported out. Swish, 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 swish. Pillars of light appeared at the front of the plaza. Within the pillars of light, cultivators with confused expressions appeared one after another. These cultivators were all participants who had been transported out from the trial grounds. From the screen of light above the Tower of Hanoi, it could be seen that the first cultivators to be transported out were all participants from the 1st floor of the trial grounds. Many forces in the plaza did not even spare a glance at these participants who could only stay on the 1st floor of the trial grounds. They knew very well that most of the participants who could only make it to the 1st floor had limited potential. It was impossible for them to recruit such cultivators into their sections. Next, it was the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, all the way until the participants from the 5th floor appeared on the plaza. Finally, there were forces in the plaza that extended their hands to recruit the cultivators they fancied and took them away. As for the disciples who originally belonged to forces in the star field, they all returned to their respective teams and helped their teams recruit cultivators with good potential that they encountered in the trial grounds. The forces of the 10 great sects were also included in this list. However, until now, the 10 great sects had not begun recruiting cultivators. It was obvious that the participants from the 5th floor were not worthy of their attention. When the participants from the 8th floor were transported out, the cultivators of the 10 great sects finally began to select the participants they fancied. Of course, the 10 great sects were picky. Even at the 8th floor, the 10 great sects did not select many cultivators. When it was the 10th floor's turn, the 10 great sects cultivators were all shocked. Those who were familiar with the trial grounds knew that the 10th floor was the watershed of the trial grounds. Those who could enter the 10th floor were the cream of the crop in terms of talent and potential. Moreover, on the 10th floor, there were many genius cultivators who had originally made it to the 10th floor and above, but were transported back to the 10th floor due to various dangers. Sect Master. After the pillars of light from the 10th floor faded, Mo, Fan, brought Yun Chiu to Emoji. Greetings, sect master. Mo Fan cupped his hands and greeted Emoji. Emoji nodded and asked, Fan, you don't have to be so polite. By the way, where's your junior sister? Junior sister should be above the 15th floor. I'm not too sure which floor she's on, Mo Fan said meticulously. Emoji nodded, but his gaze fell on Yun Chiu, whose face was covered by a veil. He said, Fan, who is this girl? Her talent and potential can't be too bad if she can enter the 10th floor. Yun Chiu's progress was very fast. She had already condensed an illusory sky bridge and officially become a void sky cultivator. Of course, Yun Chiu's rapid progress was related to the disaster crystal cores that Zhuowen had given her when he left the 10th floor. Void sky cultivators were the core members of every sect. Moreover, Yun Chiu looked so young. If they could recruit her to their heavenly demon island, it would definitely be a great blessing for Emoji. Sect master, her name is Yun Chiu. She's a friend of mine. She asked me to take care of her for the time being, Mo Fan said in a deep voice. Emoji nodded and looked at Yun Chiu with a smile. Miss Yin, are you willing to join my heavenly demon island? Don't worry, if you join my heavenly demon island, I won't mistreat you. I'll immediately make you a core disciple of my heavenly demon island. What do you think? Yun Chiu was delighted. She had participated in the galactic tournament so that she could join one of the great forces in the star field. The 10 great sects were the top forces in the star field. Now that Emoji had invited her, how could she refuse? However, just as Yun Chiu was about to speak, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out and interrupted the words she was about to say. Sect Master Mo, this girl is somewhat related to me. I hope that you can part with her and give her to me. Lei Qi led a group of people and looked coldly at Yun Chiu. The moment Yun Chiu appeared, Lei Qi had already noticed her. However, there were too many people at that time and Mo Fan was by her side, so Lei Qi did not make a move. Now that Mo Fan had brought Yun Chiu to Emoji, he knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to take Yun Chiu down. Yun Chiu's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Lei Qi, and her gaze revealed a monstrous hatred. Emoji frowned slightly and looked at the aggressive Lei Qi with some displeasure. Lei Qi, even you Yue doesn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. What right do you have to speak to me like this? I'll forgive you for speaking rudely this time. Get lost. Lei Qi's expression froze, and his gaze turned cold. He took out a token and said, Sect Master Mo, this is the Great Brahma Palace's law enforcement token. I have the authority to take away suspicious people. Are you going to defy the Great Brahma Palace? Emoji's pupils shrank. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered the rumors about Lei Qi. It was said that Lei Qi was the illegitimate son of the Great Brahma Palace's enforcer Lei. As the Great Brahma Palace hated people who were arrogant, extravagant, and promiscuous, Enforcer Lei sent Lei Qi out of the Middle Universe in order to cover up his actions and handed him over to Yu Yue of the Dark Mirage sect to watch over. Emoji had always thought that this was just a rumor, but now it seemed that this rumor was true. Recalling how Yu Yue had indulged Lei Qi all these years, Emoji knew that this rumor was most likely true. Chapter 2031. Leaving the trial grounds, Mo Fan's expression changed slightly, clearly thinking of something. His eyes flickered as he stood in front of Yun Chiu and said in a deep voice, Senior Lei Qi, Miss Yin is already a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring so many people here to capture her? Emoji looked at Mo Fan and wanted to say something, but he paused and did not speak in the end. Lei Qi's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Mo Fan and then at Emoji. Sect Master Mo, is this what you mean? Do you want to defy the law enforcement token? Emoji's gaze was cold as he said, Yun Chiu is indeed a disciple of our heavenly demon island now. since she's a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Even if you have the law enforcement token, you have no right to take away a disciple of our heavenly demon island. Lei Qi's expression was ugly. He knew that it was impossible for him to take Yun Chu away now, so he looked at her coldly and said, "Which level is Zhuowen on?" Yun Chu looked at Lei Qi mockingly and said, "Why should I tell you?" Lei Qi was furious. He looked deeply at Yun Chu, then left with a group of people. Although he had the law enforcement token and had no problem capturing the loose cultivators in the square without any background, Heavenly Demon Island was still one of the 10 great sects. Even if he had the law enforcement token, it would be very difficult for him to take away a disciple of Heavenly Demon Island. "Thank you, Sect Master." Mo Fan turned around and cupped his fists at Mo Ji. Mo Ji looked deeply at Mo Fan and sighed softly. "Are you still only willing to call me Sect Master?" Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He knew that Mo Ji had only protected Yun Chu because of him. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Father." Mo Ji laughed and said, "You've finally spoken. Also, this lady is not bad. You have to treat her well." As he spoke, Mo Ji looked meaningfully at Mo Ji. Clearly, he thought that Mo Fan was protecting Yun Chu because he was interested in her. Although Yun Chu's face was covered by a veil, Mo Ji's eyes were more unique than the average person's. He could tell that Yun Chu was definitely not ordinary and was a good match for Mo Fan. On the other hand, Mo Fan felt somewhat awkward. The reason why he had protected Yun Chu was mainly because of Zhuowen's request. Of course, after interacting with Yun Chu for so many years, a sliver of affection had indeed risen in his heart. However, Mo Fan could also see that Yun Chu did not have any romantic feelings for him. Instead, she had an unusual attitude and feelings for Zhuowen. Yun Chu did not take Mo Ji's words to heart. After bowing to Mo Fan and Mo Ji, her beautiful eyes fell on the Tower of Hanno. She was somewhat worried about Zhuowen. She knew very well that Lei Qi's main target was Zhuowen. If Zhuowen appeared, Lei Qi would definitely make a move immediately. At that time, Zhuowen would be in danger. At this moment, the cultivators from the 13th level were also teleported out. These cultivators who were teleported out were being fought over by the various major powers. Next up were the 14th, 15th, and 16th levels. Most of the contestants on these levels were geniuses from the 10 great sections. There were very few loose cultivators, although many powers extended olive branches to them. Unfortunately, they received very little in return. The contestants on the 17th level were basically all elite disciples from the 10 great sections. Therefore, when the contestants from the 17th level were teleported out, almost no powers extended invitations to them. This was because these powers all knew the cultivators who were teleported out. They were all high-level disciples from the 10 great sections. Yu Shan was also among the dozen or so cultivators on the 17th level. She looked around and found Heavenly Demon Island. She walked straight over. "Yu Shan, not bad. You were able to enter the 17th level of the trial grounds. You really did not let down Heavenly Demon Island's nurturing of you." Mo Ji laughed heartily as he went up to welcome her. Yu Shan hurriedly clasped her fists and said, "Sect Master, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If it weren't for Senior Brother Zhua, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in Devilfall Valley." "Senior Brother Zhua? Who is he? Could it be that the map of Devilfall Valley you obtained is wrong?" Mo Ji frowned slightly. He was the one who obtained the map of Devilfall Valley and gave it to Yu Shan. He originally thought that Yu Shan could rely on the map to obtain many good things in Devilfall Valley. Now, it seemed that there was a problem with the map. There is indeed a problem with the map. It's a fake map deliberately released by the demonic Pearl sect. Yu Shan told him everything that happened in Devilfall Valley, including Zhuowen's matter. Mo Ji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said in a low voice, How dare the demonic pearl sect try to trick Heavenly Demon Island? How hateful! By the way, where is Zhuowen? I heard from Fan, or that Zhuowen seemed to have saved him before. Now that he saved you, Heavenly Demon Island owes him a lot. Yu Shan shook her head and said, When I was teleported out by the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor, I waited outside Devilfall Valley for a long time. However, senior brother Zhua did not come out, so I left Devilfall Valley and entered Skysplit Tower. As for what happened to senior brother Zhua, I don't know. Mo. Ji frowned slightly and said, The heaven-devouring Demon Emperor is not simple. I don't believe that this demon would be so kind as to teach Zhuowen to cultivate the heaven-devouring demon book. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Yu Shan frowned and said hesitantly, Sect Master, do you mean that the heaven-devouring demon emperor wants to possess senior brother Zhua? Just as Emoji was about to speak, Yin Chu suddenly said, That's impossible. Nothing will happen to brother Zhua. Mo Fan smiled bitterly and said, There are still cultivators on the 18th level of the trial ground that have not been announced. Could brother Zhua be on the 18th level? Yu Shan said in a deep voice, It's possible. Although senior brother Zhua's cultivation is not high, his spirit is definitely the most powerful I have ever seen. He should have a chance to enter the 18th level. Emoji's eyes flashed. From Yu Shan's words, he knew that Zhuowen should be a loose cultivator. Those who were able to ascend to the 18th level were all outstanding geniuses. If he could recruit Zhuowen into the Heavenly Devil Island, it would probably bring endless benefits to the Heavenly Devil Island. Yes, brother Zhua must have entered the 18th level. Aren't there 4 people on the 18th level? The 4th person must be brother Zhua, Yin Chiyu said hopefully. Suddenly, the entire square became restless, and an uproar erupted out of nowhere. Look, the 4 light spots on the 18th level are about to be teleported out. Let's see who these 4 people are. An excited voice suddenly rang out, and the plaza immediately quieted down. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the empty space in front of the Tower of Hanoi. Everyone wanted to see just who was the cultivator who had entered the 18th floor of the trial grounds. Swoosh! A pillar of light pierced through the sky and appeared in the open space. Afterwards, a slender figure appeared before everyone. This person wore embroidered robes. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had a valiant bearing. He was extremely handsome, causing many of the female cultivators present to blush and their hearts to beat faster. As expected, it's the peerless genius of the cosmic sect, Lien Zhe. Everyone revealed expressions of understanding. Haha, Lien Zhe, come over to master side. An old man with a long goatee laughed heartily as he waved his hand at Lien Zhe. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. This old man was the cosmic sect's master, Chen Yongzhang. Lien Zhe hurriedly arrived by Chen Yongzhang's side. Not long after he arrived, another huge pillar of light appeared nearby, revealing a cultivator with slightly dark skin. He was Liang Dan of the Void Flush Peak. Liang Dan, come back. A dark-faced cultivator in the group from the Void Flush Peak spoke to Liang Dan with a solemn expression. This dark-faced cultivator was the sect master of the Void Flush Peak, Fu Feiping. He was extremely strict and temperamental. Even Liang Dan was slightly afraid of his master. Shrinking his neck, Liang Dan hurriedly walked over and stood upright beside Fu Feiping. Lien Zhe, do you know who the other 2 people on the 18th level are? Chen Yongzhang sent a voice transmission to Lien Zhe secretly. Lien Zhe replied hurriedly, Master, one of the other 2 people is Tong Chimei of the Half Moon Hall. As for the other person, Chen Yongzhang was not surprised after hearing about Tong Chimei. Tong Chimei was indeed a genius. Even though Chen Yongzhang did not want to admit it, it was indeed the truth. What about the other person? Which sect is he from? Chen Yongzhang asked. I've never seen this person before. He's definitely not a cultivator from the top 10 sections. Instead, he looks more like a rogue cultivator, Lien Zhe said hesitantly. Chun Yongzhang's expression froze as he looked at Lien Zhe strangely. A rogue cultivator? A mere rogue cultivator can enter the 18th level? Also, is the cultivation of this rogue cultivator stronger than both you and Liang Dan? Lien Zhe shook his head and said, No, this rogue cultivator's cultivation is not high. He's only a real god of 3 disasters. However, this guy's spirit is very powerful. He reached the end of the stairway to heaven. Chen Yongzhang's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. He said in disbelief, You're saying that rogue cultivator reached the end of the stairway to heaven? Chen Yongzhang was really surprised this time. He had naturally heard about the stairway to heaven on the 18th level of the trial ground, because there were 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven. Such a treasure was something that even a void heaven almighty like him would go crazy for. He knew that with Lien Zhe's cultivation and power, it was not possible for him to reach the end of the stairway to heaven. However, he had never expected that a rogue cultivator would actually reach the end of the stairway to heaven. Didn't that mean that the 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence at the end of the stairway to heaven were all obtained by the rogue cultivator? At the same time, on the other side, Fu Pengfei and Liang Dan were also silently communicating with each other. Fu Pengfei's expression was not much better than Qin Yongzhang's. He was even more surprised and even trembled with excitement. We can't tell this to anyone else. If the heavenly domain star essence is really obtained by the rogue cultivator, then we still have a chance. It's much better than Tong Chimei getting it. Chapter 2032. Heavenly Treasure, it's time for us to go. At the end of the heaven stairway, Tong Chimei glanced at Zhuowen and said softly, You go first, I'll catch up later. Zhuowen sat cross-legged and said in a deep voice. Tong Chimei did not refuse. She stood up and stepped out. A teleportation force wrapped around her and took her away. After Tong Chimei left, Zhuowen stood up and looked up at the teleportation vortex that had appeared in the sky. Then he punched the small pool in the middle of the platform that had dried up. The bottom of the pool was made of white porcelain. Zhuowen smashed it with a punch. The reason why he suddenly smashed the bottom of the pool was that when he took the 10 drops of heavenly starry sky essence, his divine sense found that the bottom of the pool was hollow. In other words, the lotus growing in the middle of the pool was just a cover. However, because Tong Chimei had been here, Zhuowen was embarrassed to destroy the pool in front of Tong Chimei, so he did not do it. Now that Tong Chimei had left, he immediately smashed the pool. He wanted to see what was under the pool. The collapse of the pool had caused a 3-meter-wide hole to appear at the bottom. When Zhuowen's consciousness entered the hole, he was completely stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was a small pool in the hollow. The pool was not big, only about 1.5 feet in size. However, it was filled with heavenly domain star essence. If it was calculated by drops, there were 1,000,000 drops of heavenly starry sky essence in the pool, which was an extremely terrifying number. A drop of heavenly starry sky essence could allow a cultivator to recover to his peak in an instant, and 1,000,000 drops could be used 1,000,000 times. It could be said that the value of the heavenly starry sky essence in the pool was immeasurable. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the teleportation vortex in the sky became intense, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about the terrifying teleportation vortex at all. His enormous divine sense blasted out in an attempt to resist the teleportation vortex. Unfortunately, the teleportation vortex was like the might of heaven. Although Zhuowen's spiritual sense was powerful compared to the teleportation vortex, it really paled in comparison. Break. Zhuowen did not hesitate to destroy the 100 divine soul star systems in his spiritual space. His spiritual sense instantly increased by nearly 100 times, which actually caused the teleportation whirlpool to stagnate. Of course, This stagnation only lasted for an instant as the teleportation vortex continued to envelop Zhuowen. Zhuowen once again shattered 180 divine soul galaxies. His spiritual consciousness strengthened once again, and his divine soul felt a sharp pain that shocked even him. He instantly swallowed a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence. The moment his spiritual consciousness blocked the teleportation vortex, he jumped into the hole. The heavenly domain starry sky essence is indeed worthy of being called heavenly domain starry sky essence. I broke 280 divine soul galaxies, but they all recovered the moment I took it. Even my own state has been raised to the peak. The moment he jumped into the hole, Zhuowen thought about the powerful effect of the heavenly domain starry sky essence. However, the moment the teleportation vortex destroyed Zhuowen's spiritual consciousness, it also drilled into the hole. Obviously, this teleportation vortex would not stop until it had completely teleported Zhuowen away. Zhuowen's eyes showed a dignified look. He once again shattered 280 divine soul galaxies, and a huge amount of divine sense emerged to block the teleportation vortex. In this way, Zhuowen continued to shatter divine soul galaxies while constantly swallowing heavenly domain starry sky essence. The two seemed to have found a balance. When Zhuowen completely landed on the edge of the pool, the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on Zhuowen's body had been completely used up. At the same time, the teleportation vortex seemed to have stopped because of this. It shrank back and no longer entangled Zhuowen. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that if it were not for the 9 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on him, he would have been teleported out by now. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, it seems that I'm going to be rich. Zhuowen looked at the 5-foot-wide pool in front of him with blazing eyes and quickly took out empty barrels from his spirit ring. These empty barrels were originally used to store the fire spirit juice. Later, he directly dug up the fire spirit juice, so these empty barrels were left aside by Zhuowen. He did not expect that they would come in handy now. Of course, Zhuowen did not think of digging up the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence directly. But after discovering the hard tiles around the pool, Zhuowen knew that with his current strength, he could not dig up the surrounding tiles. Zhuowen filled dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, and the pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence had completely dried up. After putting away the dozens of barrels of heavenly domain starry sky essence, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly and could not calm down for a long time. With so many heavenly domain starry sky essence, once taken out, countless void sky cultivators would go crazy. Perhaps even the ancestors of the top 10 sects would shamelessly compete with Zhuowen for it. There is actually a staircase in front. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly fell on the front. There was an invisible staircase in front of the pool. This staircase led down from here to the bottom of the Tower of Hanno. Walking to the entrance of the staircase, Zhuowen saw a huge triangular square. Around the square, there were 3 huge jade pillars. One of the jade pillars from bottom to top had a row of discs, and the higher it went, the smaller the discs were. Until the 64th disc, the jade pillar looked like a triangular tower. Zhuowen even saw Tong Chimei appear on the square from a light pillar. It seems that this should be the exit of the trial ground. Could this invisible staircase be the hidden exit of the heaven staircase? Zhuowen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He found that this staircase led down into the crowd of people in the square. If Zhuowen quietly went down the stairs, he could completely blend into the crowd without making a sound. Zhuowen did not want to attract too much attention, and this staircase seemed to be specially prepared for him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen slowly walked down the staircase and then quietly blended into the crowd, as if he had become an ordinary cultivator in the square. Of course, the moment he blended into the crowd, Zhuowen's appearance completely changed, and even his aura changed a lot. "It really is Tong Chimei," Zhuowen, who was mixed in the crowd, immediately heard the uproar around him. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Tong Chimei, who had just appeared. As for the ordinary cultivator who had silently appeared in the crowd, why would they pay attention to him? After Tong Chimei appeared, she was called to the side of the Half-Moon Hall's palace master, Waning Moon. Chimei, you reached the end of the heaven staircase? Waning Moon smiled. Tong Chimei nodded and said, Master, Chimei has indeed reached the end of the heaven staircase. Waning Moon's expression became even more amiable as she said, Is there heavenly domain, starry sky essence at the end of the heaven staircase? Tong Chimei quietly handed the jade bottle to Elder Waning Moon and told her everything that had happened on the stairway to heaven. Waning Moon's face was filled with shock. Her phoenix eyes couldn't help but fall on the last light spot on the light screen in front of the Tower of Hanno. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Is this person really a rogue cultivator? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. No, our Half-Moon Hall can't let such a genius go. Waning Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Tong Chimei's expression was difficult. She softly said, Master, I promised Senior Brother Zhua that I wouldn't go out and spread rumors. Moreover, he also said that he doesn't want to join any large factions, so Waning Moon waved her hand and said, Don't worry. Since this child has helped you, I won't harm him. I just want to talk to him again. If he still refuses, I won't force him. As for what you said about Zhuowen not attracting attention, I'm afraid you're completely wrong. Look around. Tong Chimei looked around. She found that the attention of the entire square had already shifted from her to the last light spot on the light screen. Tong Chimei's pretty face turned slightly pale. She knew that once Zhuowen was sent out, he wouldn't be able to escape from these factions. It was even possible that some factions would covet Zhuowen's heavenly starry sky essence. At that time, Zhuowen would really be in danger. Master, if Senior Brother Zhua is sent out, please help him, Tong Chimei hurriedly said. Waning Moon fell silent. She looked deeply at Tong Chimei and said, Chimei, this is the first time you've shown such concern for a strange man, right? Tong Chimei's pretty face turned red. She hurriedly said, Master, don't misunderstand. Senior Brother Zhua has helped me a lot. He even gave me a drop of heavenly starry sky essence. You taught me before that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I dare not forget this. Waning Moon nodded and sighed. If Zhuowen is really in danger, I promise you that I'll help him once. Thank you, Master. Tong Chimei smiled. At this moment, unlike the hope and anticipation of many cultivators, the sect master of the demonic pearl sect, Yang Muqiu, had a gloomy expression. This was because the number one genius of the demonic pearl sect, Wei Shuo, still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had fallen in the trial ground? Moreover, the number of disciples from the demonic pearl sect who had come out this time was pitifully small. Most of them were inner disciples with mediocre strength. As for the core disciples led by Lu Guang, they were all gone. This gave Yang Muqiu a bad premonition. Sect Master, could it be that Senior Brother Wei Shuo is the fourth light spot to enter the 18th floor? That light spot hasn't appeared yet? A disciple beside Yang Muqiu asked cautiously. Chapter 2033. The second round. Why hasn't the last light spot appeared yet? After waiting for a while, all the cultivators in the square realized that something was wrong. The last light spot on the light screen was still on the light screen, showing no signs of being teleported out. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light screen floating on the surface of the Tower of Hanoi turned completely dark, causing an uproar among the cultivators. Everyone, the trial ground has completely ended. At the top of the Tower of Hanoi, the red-nosed old man was standing there, looking down at the crowd in the square. Envoy Bai, something's wrong. There was clearly one more light spot. How did it end? Who was the last light spot? Someone in the crowd immediately questioned. Of course, this was also the question in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old man coughed dryly and said, Lord Brahma sent me a voice transmission. The last person has already come out. It's just that no one noticed it. What? How is that possible? We've been watching the light screen. How could anyone be teleported out? The square was once again in an uproar. Many cultivators were in disbelief. They didn't see anyone being teleported out. How did the last person come out? Chime, what's going on? Elder Waning Moon looked at Tong Chime and asked. Tong Chime frowned slightly and shook her head. Master, I'm not sure about this either. Chen Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei, who were in the Qingquan sect and the Void Cleansing Peaks teams, also had uncertain expressions on their faces. Originally, they had planned to find that rogue cultivator and find a way to obtain the heavenly domain Starry Sky essence from him. Now their plans had fallen through. In the square, many cultivators who were scheming against him also looked disappointed. Zhuowen mixed in with the crowd and coldly looked at the disappointed people around him. He was sure that many cultivators here knew that the heavenly domain starry essence was on the 18th level of the trial grounds stairway to heaven. Zhuowen was just a rogue cultivator without any background. If he walked out openly, he would probably be coveted by countless people. At that time, he, Zhuowen, would really be unable to escape. The one who had benefited the most from this trial was undoubtedly Zhuowen. Furthermore, he had obtained the teleportation token as well. He also knew that the trial grounds were only the first round of the interstellar tournament. There should be a few more rounds. But he didn't want to stay here any longer. Although his strength had increased very quickly in the trial grounds, he was still too weak compared to the true powerhouses of this star field. Right now, he only wanted to go to waning Yinyang K as soon as possible and find the sun and moon grass to save Mu Qin Shui. He did not want to think about anything else. Little guy, where do you plan to go? After taking so much heavenly domain starry sky essence, you want to just walk away like this? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen was shocked. He was actually unable to determine the location of the owner of the voice. It could be seen that the owner of the voice was much stronger than him. Little fellow, have you forgotten me so quickly? When we were in Dongyu, I was the one who led your group of contestants into the trial grounds. The voice in his mind sounded again. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the rosy-nosed old man at the top of the Tower of Hanno. He knew that the person who had transmitted the voice to him just now was Envoy Bai. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, Envoy Bai, contestants should have the right to forfeit, right? Can't I just forfeit? Envoy Bai chuckled and said, You can forfeit in the interstellar tournament, but you can't. You took so much heavenly domain starry sky essence. Do you want to just walk away like this? Zhuowen's body stiffened. He stared gloomily at Envoy Bai and said in a deep voice, Are you spying on me? Envoy White didn't care and continued. The reward of the stairway to heaven is 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. The pool of heavenly domain starry sky essence below is not a reward. It belongs to Lord Brahma. Do you think Lord Brahma doesn't know that you touched Lord Brahma's things? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He recalled that the moment he entered the pool, the teleportation vortex had disappeared and an invisible staircase had appeared. Lord Brahma had probably arranged this, hadn't he? But why didn't he stop Zhuowen from taking the heavenly domain starry sky essence? Why do you want me to continue participating in the interstellar tournament? Zhuowen asked calmly. Envoy Bai smiled and said, Yes, this is also Lord Brahma's intention. As for the reason, it's because Lord Brahma thinks that you are very special. Perhaps you can solve the problem of the Tower of Hanno, so he wants you to try. The problem of the Tower of Hanno? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. You will encounter the problem of the Tower of Hanno in the 3rd round. In this round, Lord Brahma will also choose the genius he recognizes. Only by solving the problem of the Tower of Hanno will you be recognized and enter the Tower of Hanno, Envoy Bai said. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and agreed. He knew that since Envoy Bai had already said so, it was impossible for him to leave this place. If he did not listen to Envoy Bai's advice, Envoy Bai would probably be the first to capture him. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, Envoy Bai's lips curled into a smile. Then he began to answer the questions of the other cultivators in the square. Although many cultivators were very confused about the last stud of light, Envoy Bai brought up Lord Brahma in the end, which shocked many cultivators in the square. Brother Zhua, Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Her delicate body trembled, and her voice was sobbing. Aside from the last dot of light, all the other dots of light had appeared in the square. However, she did not see Zhuowen. Although Yun Chuyu did not want to admit it, she knew that Zhuowen had most likely fallen. Mo Fan's eyes revealed a sigh. He patted Yun Chuyu's shoulder and said, "Miss Yin, you don't have to be too sad." Yu Shan furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, "Could the last dot of light be Senior Brother Zhua?" Mo Ji shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. If it was, Zhuowen would recognize you and come out to meet you. However, he hasn't. I think that Zhuowen might really be." On the other side, Lei Qi's gaze was gloomy. He also did not see Zhuowen come out. He also guessed that Zhuowen might have fallen in the trial grounds. Lei Qi did not care about Zhuowen's life or death. The only thing he cared about was the extreme Dao fire sword on Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen had fallen in the trial grounds, which meant that the extreme Dao fire sword had also fallen in the trial grounds. This little bastard really had the misfortune of dying in the trial grounds. Lei Qi's heart was filled with resentment, but his gaze fell coldly on Yun Chuyu, who was not far away. Since Zhuowen was dead, Yun Chuyu would have to bear the brunt of his anger. However, Yun Chuyu was currently under the protection of Heavenly Demon Island's Emoji, so he could not make a move. However, Lei Qi was not worried. His father was a guardian of Great Brahma Heavenly Palace. Although his strength was on par with Emoji's, his authority was not small. It would not be difficult for him to do something to distract Emoji. "I'll make my move after the galactic tournament is over. That bitch Yin Bingyun is already stubborn enough. I just don't know if her niece is as stubborn as her." Lei Qi grinned. His smile was full of malice. Zhuowen, who was hidden in the crowd, naturally noticed the cold smile on Lei Qi's face. Murderous intent surged in his heart. However, he also knew that his strength had increased a lot, but it was still difficult for him to face Lei Qi. However, he didn't need to be forced into a corner like a stray dog like before. This galactic tournament has a total of 3 rounds. The first round is the trial grounds, and the second round is the arena challenges. As he spoke, Envoy Bai leaped up and landed in the center of the square. An invisible wave of air spread out from his body, and the surrounding cultivators all retreated under the influence of the wave of air. Suddenly, an empty space of 1,000 feet appeared in the center of the square. Envoy Bai took out a jade token from his spirit ring and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light swept out, and a huge jade-colored arena rose from the empty space. White Envoy stood on the stage and continued with a calm gaze. The rules for this round of the arena challenges are very simple. Everyone can go up on the stage and accept the challenges. Furthermore, everyone has an initial point. 1 point for every victory and 1 point for every defeat. If the points on your body reach 0, you will be eliminated. Also, if someone initiates a challenge and the other person doesn't agree, the person who doesn't agree will have 1 point deducted. Of course, the winner of the arena can take a break and continue the battle. This is the winner's privilege. In the end, the top 1,000 will be determined according to the number of points. Those who can't enter the top 1,000 will be eliminated. Zhuowen's gaze turned serious. The rules of the arena challenges seemed free, but in fact they were very cruel. Everyone had an initial point. In other words, those who lost the first battle would be eliminated immediately. Those who were timid and did not dare to accept the challenge would also be eliminated. If someone was not confident and did not enter the arena even once, they would only have 1 point. It was impossible for them to enter the top 1,000 and they would still be eliminated. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of contestants participating in this interstellar tournament. There were tens of thousands of contestants who had fallen and been eliminated in this trial ground. This was a terrifying number. If one did not fight hard and was stronger than others, they would only be eliminated. Let's begin. Envoy Bai was too lazy to say anything more. Just as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by someone. Envoy Bai frowned and looked at the demonic Pearl Sect's team. Sect Master Yang, do you have any objections? Yang Muchio's face was gloomy. She said in a deep voice, Envoy Bai, our demonic Pearl Sect's Wei Shua hasn't come out yet. I think with his strength, he should have a high chance of entering the 18th floor. Envoy Bai immediately interrupted Yang Muchio and sneered. Sect Master Yang, since your demonic Pearl Sect's Wei Shua hasn't come out yet, it means that he has fallen in the trial ground. If you don't have anything else, then don't bother me. The battle begins now. Whoever wants to be the first arena master can choose to be the first to come up. Chapter 2034. Detection. This cultivator's cultivation base was not bad. He was a two-calamity true god. The moment this cultivator leaped into the arena, another cultivator below the arena followed closely behind. Then the two cultivators began to fight. Below the arena, Yang Muchio's cold gaze landed on the Heavenly Devil Islands team not far away. Then she walked straight toward them. Yang Muchio's action immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators below the arena. The arena had just begun, and the two cultivators who went up were just unknown rogue cultivators. Therefore, the crowd was not very interested. Instead, Yang Muchio's action attracted the crowd's attention. Everyone knew about the past between Yang Muchio and Emoji. The two of them were Dao companions back then. However, Yang Muchio used Emoji to steal the Heavenly Devil Island's demonic book. Since then, the two demonic sects had completely fallen out. Emo Fan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, This stinking woman still has the face to come here. She's really shameless. However, Emoji raised his hand and signaled for the people of Heavenly Devil Island to stop talking. He calmly went up to her. Yang Muchio looked coldly at Emoji and said, Emoji, you should know where Wei Shua is, right? Was he killed by the people of your Heavenly Devil Island using some underhanded tricks? Yu Shan mocked. I think you know better than us who was the one who used the scheme, right? Thinking about how Wei Shua had plotted against them, Yu Shan was very unhappy. Now, Yang Muchio actually had the face to question them. She was really shameless. Yang Muchio's beautiful eyes flickered. She stared coldly at Yu Shan and said, It seems that Wei Shua's death was caused by the people of Heavenly Devil Island. As she spoke, Yang Muchio's long hair fluttered. Waves of demonic energy with terrifying killing intent rose from her body. Yang Muchio's aura was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators all backed away and looked at Yang Muchio in shock. Yang Muchio, although I've seen your ability to not distinguish between right and wrong, I now realize that you don't even have a face. Emoji was not to be outdone. His terrifying demonic energy rose into the sky. It was not any weaker than Yang Muchio's. The confrontation between the two magnates of the two great sects was naturally extraordinary, and the atmosphere in the square became extremely stiff. However, not long after the two of them faced each other, a vast force swept over from the starry sky outside the square, instantly dispersing the terrifying aura that the two of them had condensed. Fighting is prohibited here. If the two of you wish to fight, feel free to do so after the interstellar tournament. A heavenly voice sounded, and then a golden light appeared in the sky above the square. Within the golden light was a golden praying mat. On the praying mat sat a giant with 4 heads. Although these 4 giants did not emit any aura, a trace of reverence and worship unconsciously rose in the hearts of the crowd. It's Lord Brahma. After a moment of silence, the square burst into an uproar. All the cultivators revealed looks of awe. Great Brahma was the master of the great Brahma domain, the ruler of the entire heaven domain. His strength was unfathomable, and even the ancestors of the 10 great sects who had lived for countless years were willing to listen to great Brahma. It could be seen how terrifying and powerful great Brahma was. Beside great Brahma was a burly man in golden armor who was releasing golden lightning all over his body. This burly man in golden armor also had a terrifying aura. Clearly, this was not an easy task. Yang Muchio and Mo Ji hurriedly restrained their auras and bowed to great Brahma, hurriedly acknowledging him. Let the arena competition continue. Great Brahma said again as he gave Zhuowin, who was in the crowd, a meaningful look. When Zhuowin's gaze met great Brahma's eyes, his scalp went numb, and his mind exploded. He knew that although he had changed his appearance, great Brahma should have recognized him. It seems that I have to go up in this arena competition. If I lose and get eliminated like this, does that mean I don't need to participate in the 3rd round? Zhuowin began to let his imagination run wild, but soon his gaze became serious. He knew that if he was eliminated, great Brahma would definitely not let him off. Facing the ruler of the heaven domain, Zhuowin's heart was filled with helplessness. In fact, in the end, it was still because he was too weak. If he had the cultivation of the sect masters of the 10 great sects, great Brahma would not dare to force him to stay so blatantly. As time passed, the competition in the arena became more and more intense. Currently, only the elite disciples of the 10 great sects could maintain a winning streak. Zhuowin even saw Yin Qiu go up to compete and win more than 10 rounds. Later, she was blasted off by a powerful void sky cultivator. However, Yin Qiu only lost 1 point, but she gained more than 10 points. This time she won without a loss. The strongest were the strongest geniuses of the 10 great sects. Half Moon Hall's Tong Chimei, Heaven and Earth Sects Lianzai, Void Flush Peaks Liangdan, High Heaven Sects Lingjue, Dark Illusion Sects Yu Tanjing, Qi Refinement Sword Sects Tangchong, White Jade House's Lu Bowen, and Flower Butterfly Valley's Mu Pandai. These 9 people had not lost a single battle so far. As long as they went up in the arena, no one could withstand a single move. Therefore, when the 9 of them went up, there were very few cultivators who challenged them. This also caused the 9 of them to not have as high a score as they expected. After all, the 9 of them were famous and powerful. There was almost no one present who could defeat the 9 of them. Therefore, although the 9 of them were powerful, their scores were not as high as they had expected. Moreover, most of the points of the 9 of them were obtained by challenging them by name. However, there was a limit to taking the initiative to challenge. They could only challenge 10 people at a time, and if they exceeded 10 people, they would have to wait for a period of time. When another cultivator was blasted off the stage, Zhuowin jumped up and landed on the arena. It was not that Zhuowin wanted to get points, but Envoy Bai was constantly hinting at him, so he had no choice but to go up. Zhuowin's opponent was an extremely handsome young man. This young man's cultivation was also at the Void Sky stage, and he had not stepped onto the Void Sky Bridge yet. Like Zhuowin, he was a cultivator who had just condensed the Void Sky Bridge not long ago. Seeing that Zhuowin's cultivation was similar to his, the handsome young man's gaze became cautious. "Be careful," the handsome young man said, and took out a black gold long sword. His spiritual consciousness controlled the long sword, which turned into a stream of light and swept towards Zhuowin. Zhuo, when wielded the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, and casually slashed at the black gold longsword. The divine sense attached to the surface of the longsword was instantly severed, and the black gold long sword powerlessly fell to the ground. The handsome young man's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the moment his opponent's purple sword landed on his long sword, his spiritual consciousness would be injured. His soul even faintly hurt, and his head felt like it was about to split open. When the handsome young man felt that something was wrong, Zhuowen had already swept in front of him. His right palm struck the handsome young man's chest, and the latter groaned and flew out of the arena. The handsome young man cupped his fists at Zhuowen and left with the black gold long sword. He knew that Zhuowen had already shown mercy. Although killing was not allowed in the arena, the bloodthirsty cultivators would still think of ways to seriously injure you, as long as you did not die. Although Zhuowen easily defeated opponents of the same level and attracted the attention of many cultivators, that was all. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was not very high. If he was like the elite geniuses of the top 10 sects, perhaps he would have attracted more attention. Zhuowen did not particularly care about other people's attention. As long as he was not eliminated, it was fine. Then, another cultivator came up to challenge Zhuowen, but they were all defeated by Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen did not perform too conspicuously. He just repelled the cultivators who came up to challenge him, giving others the illusion that this person was just like him. It was precisely because of this approach of Zhuowen's, coupled with his lack of fame, that when he was in the arena, there was an endless stream of challengers. Soon, Zhuowen reached 100 consecutive victories, and his score directly entered the top 100, which surprised many cultivators. What a lucky guy! A cold snort was heard. A cultivator in black jumped onto the arena with a long spear and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. It's Han Luin of the Dark Fantasy sect. It seems that this person is in for a bad time. The moment the cultivator in black jumped onto the arena, there was an uproar below the arena. Han Luin's cultivation was not bad, reaching the first step virtual sky realm. However, Zhuowen found that something was wrong. This was because Han Luin's eyes were filled with killing intent as soon as he came up, as if he had a deep hatred for him. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and his attention fell on Lei Qi, who was not far away from the arena. At this moment, Lei Qi grinned at him, and her smile was full of mockery. Zhuowen looked at the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his hand. He knew that Lei Qi should have recognized the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his hand. However, Zhuowen did not care. Since he dared to take out the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, it meant that he was no longer afraid of Lei Qi. He had inquired about Lei Qi's cultivation. She should be around the 5th step virtual sky realm, and Zhuowen's devoured doppelganger had reached the level of real god Extreme Thunder, whose power was not weaker than the 4th step virtual sky realm. In addition to his original body, if they really fought, Lei Qi might not be able to do anything to him. Brother Zhuo, Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Of course, she had seen the glorious amethyst galaxy sword before. Only Zhuowen had this sword. It's really Zhuowen. He did not die in the training ground. However, how did he come out? Could it be? Yu Shan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked at Mo Fan, who was beside her, who also had a confused expression. An unbelievable thought rose in her mind. Zhuowen could be the last light spot. Previously, Messenger had said that the last light spot had quietly mixed into the arena. Now that Zhuowen had changed his appearance and entered the arena, there was a high possibility that he was the last light spot. Moreover, Yu Shan knew that out of the 4 light spots on the 18th level, 3 of them had appeared in the arena openly, but the last light spot had entered the arena quietly. It was obvious that the last light spot was unique, and it could have done something that the other 3 could not. Go to hell.